Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday. Happy opening day to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Got a little bounce in your step today, man. I can tell.
I'm looking at all the promotional items this year for the Astros, trying to figure out which one I want to get.
The giveaway calendar. Yes.
Yeah. What's today? Schedule magnet?
Today
is
today is schedule magnet. You got to do schedule magnet day on the very first day of the season, because then you get maximum usage out of it. You know,
that's true. Yeah, it'd be a waste to go tomorrow. You're like,
tomorrow. I already knew that game was yesterday. Thanks for nothing.
Got 161 hits of dopamine off of this instead of 162.
Damn right. That's right. I don't know what early in the season. I know that the one on Saturday, I'm pretty sure Saturday, is the old Jeremy Pena muscle shirt that we were talking about. The Jeremy Pena muscle shirt that sucked me in like a tractor beam to betting the over on home runs this year.
Jeremy Payne shirt day, which is also hope that the guy sitting next to you is in a sweaty fat slob day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If they take it and immediately put it on, yes.
Yeah, they should combine with a deodorant on that day.
Well,
you know,
and if the ballpark, and I would hope now that Daikin is the sponsor that this isn't the case. But, dude, remember how hot the ballpark was in the first couple months of the season last year?
There was an update on that in the offseason.
Okay.
It basically said that they'd figured something out. I cannot recall that. So everybody take that with a grain of salt, the way you would take an anonymous scout report.
Yeah.
You're like, well, an anonymous radio host said that he thought he heard tell of an improvement, obviously with an actual air conditioning company.
Yeah, man.
Taking control of the naming rights there.
Right,
I was looking through the promotional days, and I was kind of thinking, I have a family member who's autistic, and awesome, does very well managing it, and yet I'm trying to figure out on Autism Awareness Night if that would be the right night to bring him or not. Like, does everybody just shut the hell up? Because my autistic family member is not a huge fan of
noise,
loud crowds.
Yeah, I don't know. That's early in the season too. I want to say I might have bought tickets for that. I think it's like Tuesday of next week.
Okay, well if you go, just shut the hell up.
I will. No, I'll be quiet. I'm not loud to begin with, but I will be. I'll keep it down.
Could you just quiet it down a little bit?
It's the worst home field advantage of the year. So the Astros, a ton of good stuff going on. So today is opening day. It's an early start. It's a 3:10 first pitch. Pre-game, Seth, the reveal. I'm going off of all the press release stuff from the Astros yesterday. They were hyped about these early season series, and I am too. This is going to be a super intriguing season for the Astros, especially early on with this outfield. Offensively, thumbs up. I think it's good. Even with Jake Myers out there, I'll give it an overall report card of A in terms of intrigue. Defensively, I give it an A+ in terms of intrigue, but a D- in terms of how it's affecting my anxiety, the defensive outfield part.
Yeah. This is the one thing to remember about the outfield, Sean, is that the pitching staff does project to be one of the most ground ball heavy staffs in the league. Yeah. And that's not something that they haven't thought about as they're experimenting a little bit in the outfield.
Yep.
Doesn't mean you're never going to get any fly balls out there, obviously. Right. But, I mean, with Jose Altuve specifically, okay, he's really taken a downturn defensively as a second baseman. If he's going to hurt you as a fielder, it's with this pitching staff, and when they mix and match with the ground ball pitchers, he's probably not going to hurt you nearly as much as a left fielder as he would as a second baseman.
Well, not today, too. It's Framber on the mound. So, good. That's a really good point. So they're revealing the new look Phillips 66 home run train. No more oranges on there, I'm guessing.
Right.
Bye-bye Minute Maid Park. Hello, Daikin. What do we think Bobby Dynamite is carrying in his choo-choo train out there?
It was originally logs.
Yes.
Before it went to oranges.
Yep.
Would it be simple enough just to put it back to logs? I feel like that. I don't think think it's necessarily, but
no.
there's nothing from the air conditioning industry that lends itself to being carried by a train as aesthetically pleasing as oranges are.
This would not work out well in Houston in real life if people were to try to mimic this. But if you're trying to mirror the sponsor, gigantic ice cubes or snowballs, maybe something like that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah,
What about a bunch of illegal Freon that they're smuggling in?
Yes.
Is that still a thing?
Rogue Freon. Yeah. If you haven't done anything yet, Astros, smuggled Freon. We're gonna be a Freon mule. That's what we're gonna be.
It'll be Freon, but you won't actually be able to see the Freon. Yeah. On top of it, it'll be cans of tomato paste.
There you go.
It'll be just something like, exactly, how would we hide this?
Like throwing people off the scent. I got you.
Yes. And then with a couple of drug sniffing or Freon sniffing dogs trailing the train.
It. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's set a whole scene. Yes. Shrunken heads of every All-Star the Astros have smoked in the postseason since 2015. That would be kind of fun. Be a little morbid. I mean, it would get people talking for sure.
Is that a suggestion from one of our listeners?
A suggestion from me, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's me. I want that. No, but that's a good idea. What should the cargo be on the new train out in left field? 713-572-4610 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Maybe it would just be a big air conditioning unit or something.
Yeah. Yeah, like heads hang off of it. I really want these shrunken heads to happen.
I am intrigued. I'm surprised that hasn't leaked yet.
Yeah.
That there hasn't been some report. I looked a little bit. Maybe I missed it.
Yeah.
I'm not on the message boards as much as I used to be.
Because that City Connect uniform leaked like a week before they revealed it.
Can we not leak our uniforms, people?
Yeah.
Can we manage to not leak our uniforms? This is 2 years in a row now. First the Texans and now the Astros, where we've leaked the uniforms.
At least with the Astros, the leak was just the shrink-wrap version of the uniform getting pulled out of a box somewhere. Whereas with the Texans, it was some dude wearing a Stingley uniform who looked nothing like Derek Stingley.
He did not fill out the uniform the same way Stingley fills out his
No, it wasn't
uniform.
fat or anything like that. And it wasn't even, he looked like he was in good shape,
He looked a little bit like when Hollywood does a football movie,
1,000%.
and almost nobody on the team actually looks like a football player in their uniforms.
Yes.
They're usually just put, all right, can we find somebody who weighs 300 pounds to play an offensive lineman? Okay, good. Yeah, he's a pro football player.
Excited for this opening day, man. Larry Dierker's throwing out the first pitch.
Nice.
I was thinking about that this morning. Larry Dierker's an awesome dude. I was thinking about that this morning. With anything in sports and you start to talk about nostalgia, you're like, the big fill in the blank is you can't write the history of this without so-and-so. And they talk about that with the Hall of Fame a lot. I hate that as a criteria. That's a Peter King thing. If you can't write the history of football without this guy, he belongs in the Hall of Fame. Ugh.
Yeah, it's an incredible lack of imagination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, that said, I'm about to use it.
It's like, how could we possibly have written this without, you just take it out. You're told to cut words all the time.
By the way, there's crappy players that you can't write the history of football without either.
Right,
But I'll say this about Larry Dierker. After Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio and Jose Altuve, the list is very short of people that you could write the history of the Astros without mentioning their name, given that Larry Dierker was a high-level pitcher for the Astros for years. He was a great broadcaster here. He was in the booth for a long time, and then he went straight from the booth to being a manager and had a successful, didn't win a World Series or anything like that, but he won a few division titles in the late 90s, and he had a successful career as a manager as well, and just a great guy. So he's throwing out the first pitch today.
He's 78 years old now.
Yeah,
already.
man.
I don't think he's a young. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years, but
he's a young 78.
Well.
I see him every year. I'll see him in a week at the Joe Niekro Foundation thing. He's there every year. Food item that I dare you to eat at the ballpark. I've had this sitting on the rundown for a week ever since I saw it. The Daddy Mac dog. Darren Ravel tweeted this out. Could you eat this, Seth, sitting in your seat? Foot-long Angus beef frank with chopped brisket, mac and cheese, barbecue sauce, and a crispy dill pickle.
It's the key part there is obviously yes, I could eat it, but in my seat, no, I wouldn't.
In
even
your
try.
Seat is the key.
No,
yeah,
the macaroni and cheese would be all over the place.
Yeah.
If you can imagine me sitting there in my Jeremy Pena basketball jersey, no T-shirt underneath, eating that, just slopping it all over myself. No, You eat that anywhere else.
Find a table. Yeah,
I am mandating that.
Yeah, I don't get the people that take these gigantic creations of culinary, Aramark Creations or whoever's doing the food over at the park and bring it to their seat.
Yeah,
it's wild.
You've gotten me, but you've gotten me angry about that phrase. You can't write the history without.
Oh yeah,
you're right. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
That's like saying, hey, you know what else you can't really write the history of any of these sports leagues without? Al-Qaeda,
yeah.
Okay? Right, like without 9/11 and everything that had. Does that mean Al-Qaeda belongs in the Hall of Fame? Right.
Hall of Fame class, they unveil the Hall of Fame class at the Super Bowl, and they slap a gold jacket on a member of Al-Qaeda.
Right, yeah. The N90 masks.
Yeah.
Can't write the history of sports without that. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take every unpleasant thing that you can't write the history of baseball without.
$15.79 for that big, gigantic hot dog. That's for ballpark prices, that's pretty good. Like a regular hot dog's like $8 or $9. That's pretty good.
No, that thing looks delicious.
I'd eat that.
Yeah. Okay, no, the real question is, do you eat it? Do you eat it with your hands, or I feel like I'd give you a pass to eat that with a fork and knife.
Yeah, for sure. Because I need a fork to scoop up all the macaroni and cheese shrapnel that falls off of the hot dog.
Yeah,
you want to eat the whole thing. Season win total for the Astros, 86.5.
Over.
Yeah, this feels like an over show. Payne and Pendergast is an over show when it comes to stuff like this. Yes, I'm going over 86.5. 60 plus 1,600 to win the World Series. In the upper third. I don't know if that's the upper quartile of the upper quartile, but I will say this: the Astros have, when it comes to winning, Irsay.
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
That's actually true with the Astros over the last 10 years, okay?
The Fangraphs has the win total at 83 for the Astros.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay, why do you think Fangraphs factors in everything, not just...
They factor in everything, but they have if I recall properly, some of it is a little bit antiquated. It's not as advanced as you would think. It's based on a rolling schedule, which includes going back into last season.
Yeah.
So that they might be a little off on that. We need our baseball nerds to tell us.
Yeah.
Text in if you're a baseball nerd or a self-proclaimed baseball nerd.
The Astros.
If you just like to think of yourself as a baseball nerd, which computer model should I use?
Yes, in placing our over bet for the season, because we ain't betting the under. I don't bet the under on my teams. I don't like to root against them. The Astros have gone under the last 2 seasons, and they're one of only like 4 or 5 teams in baseball to do that. That went under their posted total. So they've underachieved compared to Vegas. I think it's fair to say they'll have to overachieve that number this year to win the division. I don't think 86 wins although this is going to be a dogfight. This division is going to be.
That's right. It might be one of those situations where because the division is strong, it tamps down the overall wins.
Yeah. They're just beating up on each other.
Yeah.
Cam Smith, you put this in here. Cam Smith is the favorite for Rookie of the Year now?
He is.
Wow. 4.5 to 1 if you want to get down on that. Okay, he was like 6th. Everybody going.
Third fastest elevation since 1985, I believe, is the running. There's a little bit of I've seen discrepancies in that, in just how fast his elevation is compared to other guys. I mean, because like Dave Winfield and those guys didn't even hit the minors.
Yeah.
So, but it's one of the fastest elevations in a long, long time in baseball.
The 2 names that I saw that he's been bumping up against are Pete Incaviglia and John Olerud. But suffice it to say, you're right. Suffice it to say, you can throw Dave Winfield or anybody else in there. It is a fast call-up for Cam Smith.
Dave Winfield was a bum. Put him up next to Cam
drafted
Smith.
in 3 sports, Dave Winfield. He was drafted in football, basketball, and baseball. Yeah, look it up. He was drafted in 3 sports. He was the man.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's
man.
Crazy.
Yep. All right, Anonymous Scouts. We've talked about them. Seth's going to quiz me again at 8 o'clock today. With quotes from Anonymous Scouts. I have to guess the player. But they've the Anonymous Scouts have been weighing in on 2 positions that I would say are primary positions of need for the Texans. How are they feeling about some of the guys that we have loved in these mock draft exercises that we've done? We'll do that coming up next. Happy opening day, everybody. West Point.
flag. Live from the Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. If you know anything about this show, if anybody's speaking anonymously in a controversial fashion, we're all over that. Whether it's anonymous executives, anonymous scouts. And when I say controversial, I don't mean politics and things like that. I'm talking about things like, I don't know, saying that Tataroa McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona, was making business decisions last year when he was on the field.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
These anonymous scout-anon, as we like to call them.
Scout-anon, yes.
Scout-anon and exec-anon.
Yes.
The sometimes nefarious, but sometimes dead on the nose anonymous scouts and executives.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Bob McGinn is a former writer for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, covered football, covered the Packers up there, and his big gimmick that lives on to this day on Tyler Dunn's paywall site, golongtd.com. If you're a fan of long-form writing, it's a really good site. Bob McGinn is on the payroll there now, and he talks to a lot of anonymous scouting folks behind the scenes every year about the various prospects. And to the extent that there's so much stuff that he drops a position a day for like the next 2 weeks. Like he gets a ton of stuff, and we will not even come close to getting to 10% of it in these segments that we do.
And I've never seen anybody from the league or anything accuse him of fabricating these quotes. He's pretty well known as a guy that just has for a long time.
Good point, yes.
Yeah.
Like these are legit quotes, I would say, from scouts. So he's dropped 3 of the positions so far, wide receiver, tight end, and tackles. There's another one he dropped this morning. I haven't seen what it is. I would say of those 3 positions, Seth, wide receiver, trading Laramie Tunsil. Wide receiver and tackle are 2 big ones for the Texans. No question.
Offensive line in general. Offensive tackle isn't as big for me. I think they've put themselves in a position where they can go best player available if they want to go offensive line, but still.
So let's do the wide receivers first then. And I'll start with McMillan because he's the number 1 listed, and he started, for whatever reason, he has started in these mock drafts to slip to at least in the neighborhood of the Texans.
Yeah.
Big, tall guy, 6'5", not a burner. His 40 time is more in the 4.5, 4.6 range, which maybe is why he's falling. He did average 16 yards a catch last year at Arizona. They say some nice things about him in here. They compare him to Mike Evans, one scout does. They say he's big and strong. He's fast enough. That's all good. He'll work the middle of the field between the numbers. He'll give you a headache all day long. He's a number 1 wide receiver. He's a hard worker. Sky's the limit. He was a 5-star recruit out of Hawaii. One scout calls him a lesser version of Rome Odunze. I don't know if that's a compliment or a critique yet at this point, with Rome Odunze only being in the league.
Yeah, that's a great point. A lesser version of Rome Odunze who hasn't really had a fair chance at doing it.
Yeah, he hadn't really torn it up yet. He was a volleyball player in high school, which you can see in his skills. Now, that's a crossover sport I've not thought about. I mean, you bring up...
Yeah, we've had water polo.
That
worked out brilliant.
Look up Callie Waring. Callie Waring, 2019.
So volleyball crossover. I'm kind of into it.
Yeah, very swarmy volleyball.
It's not exactly what you'd expect from a wide receiver because the carryover between the 2 sports is in one sport, you're trying to deftly and quickly bounce the ball back away from you. Whereas in the other sport, you're trying to reel it in.
Yeah, you're trying to reel it. He's slapping it back. All right, but we know why we're here. We're here for the criticism in this segment. A scout said this: the 2023 film is a lot better than this past season. He was in protection mode this year. There's stuff on film this year that's just gross.
Oh, gross.
The lack of competitiveness is just disturbing at times. Very undisciplined route runner. Big play potential, but too many times it didn't happen. Not overly physical for a big guy, but he's got natural ball skills. His feet are awesome. This is all the same scout, by the way. Real smooth operator. Ooh, no need to ask. He's slippery in run after the catch. Got pretty good speed. Oh, okay, here we go. A really immature kid. He's a poster child for this NIL bleep.
Oh, wow.
They kiss his ass to get him to stay, and then they do what they want. This is the second receiver, Seth, in 2 days that we've heard a scout critique the fact that a kid had to get his ass kissed to not enter the transfer portal. Luther Burden III
to not go get a bunch of more money.
I wonder if it's the same guy. I wonder if it's the same scout.
There's a little bit of grumpiness seeping in now with the NIL stuff you can see from the scouts. That one, all right, I know if you're criticizing the kid because he could have made $1 million more somewhere else, but then he decided to stay.
So they
Usually
kissed
I'm
his
guessing
ass
for less money, right? So I don't know. Everything's too new with NIL for me to use that as a check against him. The lack of competitiveness and everything, what I hear there, when you start talking about not a great route runner, but a lack of competitiveness, it feels like a broke-ass DeAndre Hopkins. Instead of the good version, DeAndre Hopkins would compete like crazy, even though he wasn't a crisp route runner, but he had length, and DeAndre wasn't super fast, but he was super competitive.
Yeah.
That's what's going to hurt him. Because he hasn't tested great, he's not fast, he doesn't separate really well. You want to see, okay, but this guy competes like a demon.
Yeah.
That I'll let the NIL stuff go.
Okay.
But that part of it, man, I don't know. I want you to be a hyper competitor if you're not all that fast, like DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah. Okay, second receiver on the board is Matthew Golden, who you know is the guy that I want. He's risen to the top of the Pendergast big board at 25. If the Texans move up, my board changes. But these are guys that are going to be there at 25. Golden is my guy. And it's hard to find a lot of real negative stuff in the Golden thing. One scout says...
That's what I thought, too.
Yeah. Like, you and I are looking for the dirt and the muck,
right.
And there's not a lot of dirt and muck on Matthew Golden. I kind of wish there was, so he'd slip to 25. Nevertheless...
We could put it out there.
That's true. Yeah, we got a big platform. This is what one scout says. Whenever they needed a play, he's the one that was that guy for them. He'll make a difference as he moves up a level. Second scout says he ran a 4.29. He does have some combo skills. He can play outside and in the slot. Man, this is me talking. The comps to Tank Dell just continue to rise to the surface with Matthew Golden, like a bigger version of Tank Dell.
Bigger version of, the stuff in the big moment that's echoed by various scouting reports and like the actual, I mean, you can look it up in the box score and see when in the play-by-play when he's made big plays in big moments. And Texas fans, Longhorns themselves, will say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We haven't even been able to get any smoke out of it. Usually some alma mater, some alumnus will talk smack, but everybody loves Matthew Golden.
Matthew, like the biggest criticism, one scout says not a whole lot of negatives on him other than his size. He's fast enough to play outside. He doesn't have runaway home run speed as a returner, but he's good enough. Doesn't have great hands, one scout says. Scout calls him a crafty little guy. Crafty little guy.
I like crafty little guy as opposed to money-grubbing non-competitor. So far in these power rankings, based on nothing but anonymous quotes, we've got Matthew Golden above McMillan.
All right, let's go to Luther Burden because he's the other one. He's the other one that got the smoke, and I wonder if it's the same scout. Their scouts talking about the comps to Deebo Samuel. Great hands, natural after the catch, vision, elusiveness, strength, toughness. One of the worst practice players you've ever seen. But his talent on the field makes you take notice. Okay, that's a big red flag. Here we go. Here's the quote, and we had this quote earlier this week. Again, these are box scouts. This is Luther Burden III. He's a 5-star. They kiss his ass for 3 years just to keep him there. The girlfriend is his manager. The mom is a problem. But he's a good player on Saturday. He's very ordinary Monday through Friday. That's an area he's really going to have to improve. I thought his tape from 2023 was better than 2024, but I also thought the quarterback play was a little better a year ago in 2023. If you take him, you're gritting your teeth that you're going to have a Sunday player who isn't going to add much to your team the other 5 or 6 days of the week. This, my friends, does not feel – we need like a swarm or non-swarm sounder.
Yeah, that doesn't sound swarm based on these anonymous reports.
Non-swarming!
I'll tell you one thing. You know who I feel bad for? Luther Burden himself. If this is indeed the case where his girlfriend is the manager and his mom is a problem, if there's one thing I know about human relations, a mom who's a problem and a girlfriend who wants to be the manager, probably not getting along all that well themselves.
They're always pulling in the same direction. We just want what's best for you, Luther. Yeah.
Luther Burden is just sitting in a dark room.
Oh, my God.
Trying to tune out the noise. How
about this? His grandfather, Luther Ticky Burden, averaged 29 points a game for Utah in 1974-75 before playing 3 pro seasons of basketball.
Oh, okay. So far the power rankings would go from from least scary to most scary. I'd say Matthew Golden, then McMillan, then Luther Burden.
I think you're right on that, based on anonymous scouts. All right, we got time to do the last one here. we should have been mocked to the Texans so much.
Yeah, give me the one piece of dirt that anybody has ever given on Emeka Egbuka because people love him.
They love him. These are scouts saying he'll never be a number. This is probably the worst thing you can say about Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah.
He'll never be a number one in the NFL because he's not quite the burner that you want. He's got really good hands and great instincts. He's got good vision. He's physical with the ball in his hands. He's tough. He's just not a speed demon like the guys we've known down through the years. Second round makes total sense. Good football player. You can put him at X or in the slot. You want him as a matchup problem because he's got size and he's physical.
The one thing about Egbuka, it's almost the opposite of how people would talk about C.J. Stroud when he was a quarterback. Where with C.J. Stroud, the old Ohio State's never produced a good quarterback, blah blah blah, all that stuff comes up. With Ohio State, there might be a tendency to over-evaluate wide receivers.
Yeah, the reverse.
Because they turn out good wide receivers. You wonder if Egbuka, because he looks very pro-ready on the mental side of things, on the route running side of things, all of the little stuff. It's hard to project because college kids they aren't even asked to do a lot of the stuff that Egbuka does really well.
Yeah.
But what is his genuine upside compared to some of those actual studs that have come out of Ohio State, like physical specimen studs?
Yeah.
I think that's all. But that's all on the football side of things.
Yeah.
It's not. There's no. People absolutely love him from a swarm scenario to all of those factors.
I guess if the guys that have come out of Ohio State, like he ate Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. is thought to be a future elite wide receiver. I think Garrett Wilson skews towards Marvin in that Texans game. Is he like a poor man's version of like Chris Olave and Jackson Smith and Jigba? Probably the guys that don't like pop out with their physical traits, but they just find a way to get it done. And at times have found a way to get it done in the NFL so far.
Well, and also then when you're looking at him as a compliment to Nico Collins, that's where it gets interesting. And the one scout who said it makes perfect sense as a second rounder.
Yeah.
You wonder, okay, if Egbuka had been in a lesser environment, if he had been at a lesser school, okay, would he be a slam dunk second rounder?
Yep.
I don't know. I feel like with Egbuka, I think a team that's already a genuinely good offense will take him in the back half of the first round, and because it's one of those complementary pieces. Whereas I think the Texans are still trying to prove that they're a good offense.
Yeah,
they're not in that category yet.
Yep. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. McMillan may not have horizontal separation, but at 6'5", or maybe this person might mean vertical separation. But at 6'5", at 6'5", he's got vertical separation. I see what they're saying. Okay, he may not have the burner speed on the ground, but he can go up and get the ball. Basically, with CJ as a ball placement specialist, he could be a huge red zone weapon for the Texans.
I guess that's the biggest thing that I question with McMillan, where the anonymous scout might be a little bit jaded by the NIL stuff or anything, because you'll see other people, and there's enough highlights of him looking very competitive at the point. Like, that's his calling card, is that he can win the 50-50 calls.
Yep.
So I might take the McMillan anonymous scout stuff, that one.
That makes sense.
And with a huge disclaimer, always, everybody, that, hey, sometimes these are complete and utter BS, but sometimes they're very accurate. Like there's a lot of smoke out about Eli Apple a few years back before the draft.
Accurate.
And people thought it was unfair and it's wrong. And then it turns out that kid was just way too immature for the NFL early in his career.
Yeah, the whole writing the story of the sport and the Hall of Fame connection we made in the opening segment is a good point.
Sean and I do not like when people use as an argument for somebody being in the Hall of Fame that you can't write the history of the sport without this guy.
Yep, that would mean Ickey Woods should be in the Hall of Fame. Kind of. I think you can write the history
because
of football.
The Ickey shuffle?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he was a lot like William the Refrigerator Perry, where it was like, they crossed over into commercials and pop culture and things like that.
The other thing, though, too, about Ickey Woods is that he lives on because one of the ladder drills you do, the agility ladder drills, is called the Ickey Shuffle.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a lot of high school kids
there you go.
That probably don't even know, but some of them know about Ickey Woods just because at some point they've probably asked, why is this called the Ickey Shuffle?
Yeah.
And then some guy like me is like, well, gather around, kids. Let me tell you a story about a somewhat rotund running back from the 1980s?
Yes.
Early 90s?
Yeah, he was on that Bengals team that got beat by John Taylor and Joe Montana in the Super Bowl. The year was 1988. Children, gather around. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on an opening day. We'll get that in headlines. Also, hey, today is the opening day of the Texas Children's Houston Open. Weather permitting. It's been a little wet out there, but it's happening at Memorial Park Golf Course this weekend. It's a good field, man. They got the top 2 players in the world in the field, Scottie Scheffler and Rory McIlroy, and more of the PGA Tour's best. Some other big names out there on the course right here in Houston at one of golf's best venues in the country, Memorial Park Golf Course. For score updates, tee times, weather notes are key, and ticket information, head to tchouopen.com. Right now, that's tchouopen.com. Headlines are up next, but first, the rain coming in, these are not super damaging storms that we're about.
Things vary.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, happy opening day, everybody. It is here. One of the more highly anticipated opening days for me. The Astros opening up against the New York Mets. 3:10 first pitch today. I guess by definition, Seth, you and I were saying yesterday that this spring training was one of the more intriguing ones for us. To me, it was the most intriguing one of this era of Astros baseball just because of so many changes. They're now that kind of champion or, recent champion that's really teetering on the brink right now. The division has caught up to them. At least a couple teams have.
Yeah.
So I have really been looking forward to this season. This is a season where these regular season series with teams like the Mariners and the Rangers, really every game, like if you blow saves early in the season, that's going to feel more painful to me this year than in other years because every game is really going to matter for this team.
Yeah, it's good to be in a fist fight.
Yes.
It feels a little bit like Rocky V, Sean. There's just you're like you've been bucked down a notch.
Yeah.
Also Rocky IV a little bit. Was it Rocky IV? No, he was still. When was Rocky broke?
Five.
It was Rocky V. He wasn't broken in any of the other sequels.
No. He was broke in the first one, obviously.
Right, the sequels. I'm saying.
Yeah, the sequels. He was.
Yeah, so Rocky. This feels like Rocky V.
Yeah, he's back in the old neighborhood. Kind of looking around and going, "Oh man, haven't been in the 70 and 80 win neighborhood in a long time, man.
Yeah,
I don't like it here. Yeah."
Yeah, it's annoying, but
Rocky's.
Hopefully we don't cast our own child.
That was his actual son.
I know. It was a bad choice.
R.I.P. He passed away too.
Oh, he did?
Sage Stallone. Yeah.
My assessment of his acting doesn't change.
No.
So
nor should
maybe anyway. The other part of it, too, is that the fact that the Astros are opening up against the Mets is a bigger deal than when we get sucked into our little local vacuum here. The Mets have been one of the huge stories, not just in the last couple of years, but this year. They signed Juan Soto to $750 million.
They did.
It's a big day. And remember, everybody. Remember, go back in the memory banks of 2019 when Joe Buck would not shut the hell up about Juan Soto, and he's shuffling and scratching and toe-tapping at the plate. Dredge up all that hatred for Juan Soto because he's in Houston now.
Yeah, we're going to do – I'm glad you brought this up. This was because I saw you had some bullet points on this. We're going to do a 5 reasons I hate you today. I think it's appropriate. It's usually reserved for football season, but I think opening day, and especially because it's the Mets – an easy team to hate.
Yeah.
If you want to, we'll crowdsource this thing a little bit. If you want to text in 713-572-4610, reasons to hate the Mets. If there's a couple good ones, we'll add them to the ones that Seth and I already have. Because the truth of the matter is, we give you 5 and then read about 10 more afterwards. So, so text in 713-572-4610.
By the way, and speaking, since it's a newly named stadium today, wasn't it the old Astrodome from Up in the Rafters?
Oh, I don't know.
Which is actually a pretty cool thing. I think it was the Mets broadcast team actually set up in the rafters because it was such a novelty to have a covered stadium.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'll do the research in the next break.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. So that's today, opening day, 3:10. Looking forward to that. Framber Valdez on the mound for the Stros. And I didn't think about that. We get to see the Juan Soto debut as a New York Met live today at Daikin Park. Meanwhile, peeking in on former Astros, Boston has made their decision, and Alex Bregman is going to be the starting third baseman for them.
No.
Yeah. If you recall, Rafael Devers, their incumbent third baseman, during spring training, after they signed Bregman, was clutching onto his position like a branch on a raging river. It is his. He did not want to get moved, so much so that he was asked, would you become a full-time, would you be willing to become a full-time DH?
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No. No.
Yes.
No.
It's always funny.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No.
It went from no to possibly to if I must.
Okay.
I wanted to hear from Tristan Casas.
I actually do want to hear from him, the first baseman, who was basically saying, Bregman, you got to get hazed first before you even get on our infield.
Devers is one of the best third basemen in the league.
That, yeah.
As a batter, but not as a third baseman.
No.
Okay, good.
No, this is a good decision and not that I've been following the Red Sox spring training all that close, other than this story. You sign Bregman to $40 million a year. It is complete clown show, asinine silliness if you take a guy that you gave $40 million a year. He's like the fifth highest paid player in baseball, and he's a Gold Glover at a position, and you sign him and put him in another position to leave some ratchet fielder out there at third base. I don't care who it is.
This is it's a good life lesson in terms of, from Rafael Devers' perspective, sometimes in life you let your ego get in your way to the point where you turn down a situation that would actually be good for you because you're married and tied to a stance that you want to hold. And despite the fact that, okay, you know what, very good chance, it ends up being a more pleasant baseball experience if you can go. Now, he just likes playing baseball, though, too.
Yeah,
Devers strikes me as a guy that just loves playing baseball. I've always enjoyed his plate appearances because he has fun with it and everything. So there's probably a part of him that's just like, no, I just want to play baseball, man.
His heart's in the right place.
Yeah.
His heart's in the right place, I would say. So that's the update there. NBA, the Rockets back in action tonight. They're in Utah to take on the Jazz. The Rockets still holding on to that 2 seed. Can't take the Jazz lightly. They beat the Rockets. They beat the Rockets 124-115 last time they were in Utah, not all that long ago. And if I recall, it was a game where it was not as close as the final score would indicate. So the Rockets need to be. Thompson's back. He missed the last game on Tuesday when they played the Atlanta Hawks.
Which is all right because this team, if they're going to have a strength going into the playoffs, because they don't shoot well, we all know that, but they do spread it out really well, and the depth of their lineup and the number of different rotations, that's going to have to be a strength in the playoffs. Yeah. So I'm all for, as long as they're not ridiculous injuries or anything, shuffle it up as much as possible. Yeah. We got to keep that Twin Towers the dynamic going, and yes.
Well, Thompson's the one that fits into all of them, so that's the big key with him. He can be part of any of those lineups. J.J. Watt's getting a bump, I think, going from part-time studio analyst to being color analyst on the number 2 team for CBS. Definitely a bump, right?
Yeah, I think he did it in the Netflix game in a 3-man booth. Now it's going to be him and Ian Eagle as the number 2 team at CBS. So he'll be in some high-profile games. Romo's got 5 years left on his deal. I think there's a really good chance that JJ can work his way up into the number 1 spot here sometime in the next few years.
I would say so, too. Ian Eagle's my favorite NFL TV play-by-play guy right now, so I think this is great for JJ. JJ was posting some screen grabs of their texts last night back and forth with each other, so they're already kind of forming that relationship. They're the number 2 team. They're the B team for CBS, which I think is a sweet spot for Texans games. You know, the Texans aren't in that perpetual Andrew Catalan, Spiro Didis carousel they were on a couple years ago. Yeah. Ian Eagle's done a handful of their games the last couple of years, so I would say heaping of J.J. Watt this year on Texans games, if I had to guess.
That'll be good. Yeah. And I think the cool thing about J.J. is he's going to prepare, but he's going to come at it with a perspective from, he's got more of a, I don't know if everyman's the right word, but I think that he'll be able to be one of those really likable color commentators who breaks things down simply, but also gives you things from the player's perspective. Mm-hmm. And I think he's going to form a good relationship with Ian Eagle. I'm excited for him.
If we're just going by position, have we seen? There's maybe an obvious answer out there. I'm literally throwing this out to you and the audience, Seth. Is
a defensive lineman?
Yeah, like a defensive end.
Has Howie Long ever been a color commentator?
Probably at some point. Yeah. These guys have all done everything at some point. Probably so. Yeah, Howie Long's a good one. That's a good one. All right, Payne and Pendergast, those are your headlines for today. All right, it's opening day for the Astros. We're going to get you ready for opening day. Where are the Astros sitting right now on the odds board? Cam Smith, a big move up one of the odds boards, and the biggest storylines for this season as we embark on opening day today. I've got the biggest storylines for the Astros this year. Let's see if you agree. 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We'll hit opening day next.
Hey,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Astros opening day today. 3:10 first pitch. Giveaway, schedule magnet. Pre-game, reveal of the new look Phillips 66 home run train. First pitch, Larry Dierker. There you go. You're ready. If you're in your seat, I got you ready to go. Odds to win the World Series, 16-1. About the lowest it's been going into a season in a long, long time. But still not bad. 16-1. It's like a 5% chance, 4% chance to win the World Series. We'll take it.
Yeah. I eagerly look forward to watching that we barrel on through this season, Sean. Up to even when you're the runaway favorite, what's the percentage chance usually? Like 20%?
Like 15%, 20%. Yeah. Like 20%, you are a heavy favorite.
The field is always favored.
Field is always favored. Yep. Unless you're the Golden State Warriors of the Kevin Durant Golden State Warriors, like deep into the playoffs.
Even then, I think if you go into the regular season, it was still less than 50%.
Yep. So there you go. 86.5 season win total. We're both going over on that, as you can imagine. If they go under 86.5, if they don't win the division, if this is the first time they miss the playoffs, you think about that. They haven't missed the playoffs since 2016. It's been almost a decade. What'll be the biggest reason the Astros don't make the playoffs, you think? They miss. You had to guess.
I'm trying to think of, just to make it really general, is it pitching or is it offense? I think it's offense. I think the pitching, I feel confident enough that with the name guys and Spencer Arrighetti being a huge wild card there. We're coming off this year where we saw so many. The pitchers underperformed in the first part of the season. B, injuries were just a huge part of it. So maybe I'm being a little too biased by recent experience. But I don't think that's going to happen again. I think last year was very flukish in the bad performances early and then the sheer number of injuries that I just feel more confident that you're gonna get more Astros brand pitching this year.
I'd say bullpen would be for me, which falls under pitching. I know it's You look at the names, like it's Hader, who let's point out Hader, but he's still got 4 more years of him at $19 million a year. Like Josh Hader needs to be a hammer at the back end of the bullpen. He was 34 out of 38 on save opportunities, and there were other pitching performances he had that didn't show up on the save opportunity grid that weren't great either. He had an ERA of almost 4 last year. He wasn't great. Brian Abreu is probably a future closer somewhere. Probably not here because Hader, you're committed to Hader forever. But even Brian Abreu can be a little choppy and inconsistent sometimes. After those two, it's a lot of after those two, the next biggest brand name you've got in the bullpen that's actually done good things for you is Taylor Scott. It is a lot of unknown commodities in that bullpen right now.
If I'm going to pick on something, one individual that's under the radar, bullish right now for me, it'd be Taylor Scott, just because I think the injury had a lot to do with why he dropped off, and then he kind of recaptured it. So I think the Taylor Scott getting a full year, if he can stay healthy, might end up being a pleasant surprise for a lot of people.
Yeah.
The whole Josh Hader thing. The one thing that it just didn't feel right with Josh Hader is that they did the opposite of what the Astros typically do, which is they bought high. They bought a guy that's had good season, then bad season, then good season, then bad season. They went and paid him big money after his best season he'd ever had, instead of doing what they typically do, which is, hey, take a guy that doesn't. We know we can get more out of him.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It felt like their standard operating procedure.
It was out of nowhere. Because they already had Ryan Presley on the roster, who wasn't a bad closer. He was not your typical closer in terms of how he closed out games, but he was effective, and he was super effective in the postseason too. Yeah, that was it.
I think with Hader, it might be more that they looked at his inconsistency throughout his career, but he still has a 2.7 career ERA. Yeah. That they can iron that out. And that you get a more consistently dominant version of himself.
I think the jarring thing about the Hader signing was it was a 5-year deal. Like, Jim Crane never gives 5-year deals to outside free agents. The only time you get 5 or even 6-year deals are if you're in the building already. So that was kind of jarring. But here we are. I mean, he's your guy. So that would be it for me. If I think they've got enough offense to go do what they need to do, especially if Cam Smith's a huge X factor in all this. They're 7-1 to win the AL. They are favored to win the division right now, but it is tight. It's plus 160 for the Astros. You bet 100 to win 160. It's plus 180 for the Rangers and plus 240 for the Mariners. That is a logjam at the top of the division.
I would say realistically, if you're trying to be as objective as possible, where let's get rid of any of the feelings we have from spring training or anything else. If you're on the outside looking in, I think as an Astros fan, a lot of people probably maybe might be a little too irrationally optimistic about Cam Smith, just realistically. But I'm not. You're not going to knock me off.
No.
I'm really. Jose Altuve had a down year last year offensively, and as he's approaching his age 35 season, and then beyond that, I think maybe Jeremy Pena and the progress he showed in spring training, we're probably a lot more bullish about Jeremy Pena because it looked like both offensively and defensively, he made some actual substantive changes. So his performance in spring training, it wasn't flukish or anything. I think there's substance behind it. But am I reading way too much into it? Probably.
Yeah, well, I think,
just go ahead and try to knock me off this high.
So,
you can't do it.
So I think, as far as you just touched on a few of them, I think the biggest storylines for the Astros heading into this season today, in opening day, this afternoon, 3:10 p.m., the biggest one is Altuve to me. And I know Cam Smith it's a neck and neck between Cam Smith and Jose Altuve as to which thing, or what are we going to be talking about more here, at least over the outset of the season, Cam Smith or Jose Altuve. Now, if Cam Smith comes out on fire like he was in spring training, Cam Smith will be the storyline of this team. He's now the favorite for Rookie of the Year. He was 6th on the odds board 2 days ago. He makes the team. He has a nice video put out where it gets real emotional, does a few interviews, and poof, now he's first on the odds board. I guess probably some of the trepidation would be he had to make the team first in order to be the favorite for Rookie of the Year. But Altuve was the biggest storyline coming into spring training. Cam Smith made himself the biggest storyline by the spring training that he had. The Altuve thing is fascinating to me. Future Hall of Famer. Everyday lineup feels like a puzzle with all the different guys that can play different positions. Some of them not very well. Like, they've got a lot of guys that can play different positions. Really? Do they play these positions well? By and large, no, not really. Jose Altuve playing second base and left field. Is he good at those? No, neither one. Cam Smith, right field. Is he good? I have no idea.
No clue.
Clue.
Espada.
Stop asking questions. Okay?
Espada is basically, he's been very realistic about how he thinks that Altuve and Cam Smith will play in right field. And he almost put his ceiling on Altuve as average to above average. Yeah. And with Cam Smith, above average maybe, but you certainly don't feel awesome about him. The biggest thing that you hope is that, hey, the Astros pitching staff they project to be one of the most ground ball heavy pitching staffs in the league. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to have as many instances or times where it might be a problem. So, and Espada, to his credit, has been very frank about this because he's mentioned that part of it, that it's certainly something to consider, and that it's probably not going to be a really smooth path.
Yep.
You know the way errors work. It's not just like they come out spread evenly across the season. There's going to be a couple games or instances where you get, or a series where both those guys defensively probably hurt you, and you just got to make up for it at the plate.
I'm really anxious to see where Cam Smith's rookie year stacks up compared to other anointed rookies that have come up. You know, there have been so many with the that we've been anticipating coming up, and Cam Smith's not doing that. He's straight onto the team. But when Springer came up, I remember he came up halfway through that 2014 season, hit a bunch of bombs. Carlos Correa and Yordan Alvarez were Rookie of the Year. They were the best rookies in the American League. Cam Smith would be holding up that tradition if he were doing that. Bregman started off slow but figured it out pretty quickly. Kyle Tucker took probably the longest out of all those guys to kind of, it wasn't really till the COVID year till you felt good about Kyle Tucker being an everyday player. So he was probably took the longest to figure it out. I wonder, where does Cam Smith fall in that, sort of galaxy of former Astros highly touted rookies that have come up?
Framber, or not Framber, excuse me, Jordan just never had a hiccup, right? I mean, that was the strange thing about Jordan. It was that he came in, got off to a good start, and then you just kept waiting for him to struggle or have that moment where it didn't look like he was ready. And he never really had an extended hiccup like that. So the consistency that Jordan had, I think, is the most the most promising.
That would be the best. Jordan's rookie year. Granted, Jordan's rookie year, I think he only played in 87 games or something like that. But a 162-game version of Jordan's rookie year, you've got a future. You've got a cornerstone, foundational, future, perennial all-star, if that's who you're getting.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
There's this one part about the Cam Smith experience and him being elevated so quickly that's kind of confused. Reading comprehension has taken a turn. Let's do a little reading comprehension exercise.
Okay.
Because I've read this paragraph several times, and I maybe dementia's starting to kick in. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
This is Cam Smith and how quickly he's been elevated. Although some position players like Dave Winfield and Bob Horner went straight to the MLB, from the MLB draft to the big leagues without ever playing in the minors, Smith is the third fastest position player to make an opening day roster since the draft was instituted in 1965.
Okay.
Oh, I see where my issue was. Okay, so Pete Incaviglia of the Rangers, without ever playing a minor league game. Yep. John Olerud needed just 6 minor league games 4 years later.
Okay.
So those are the two that they list as faster than Cam Smith.
Yeah.
But Dave Winfield and Bob Horner.
I had no explanation. I got nothing for you. I saw the same thing. I got nothing for you. Yeah.
All right, because I've seen this in 2 different articles. I don't want to pick on anybody. I'm trying to figure out what the hell am I. Okay, good. So I'm not an idiot, or at least I'm not dumber than you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a really high bar to clear. Yeah. So that's
So he's by the way this article looks, he would actually be the 5th fastest ever. Whichever way you cut it, it's really, really fast.
Yeah, I would just say it's really, really fast is what I would say. Don't get too wrapped up in it. But Jordan as a rookie, man. I'm pulling up Jordan's rookie year and Carlos Correa's rookie year because they both actually won Rookie of the Year. If you're just getting into your car, Cam Smith is now a 4.5 to 1 favorite to win Rookie of the Year. I mean, this is ascension. Alvarez got called up midway through the 2019 season, played in 87 games, and had 27 home runs and 78 RBIs in 87 games. He had 27 bombs and 78 RBIs in 87 games with an OPS of 1,067 as a rookie. Jeez. His OPS plus as a rookie was 173.
So for those of you who don't know OPS plus, the average, it's standardized, so the average baseball player
100
is 100.
Yeah. Like 173 for a rookie getting called up mid-season is
really, really good.
It's an astounding number. It's crazy.
The nice thing, the fun thing with Cam Smith is that it's right from opening day. That it's okay. You know what it is, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why Cam Smith is the fastest, because it's the opening day roster.
Oh,
Winfield and Horner went right from the draft to the major leagues. So they
like
weren't
middle
on
of
the
the
opening
season.
day roster.
Middle of the season. There you go. Okay, yeah, you forget the draft's in June. That's right. Now I'll say
we're both stupid.
Yeah, I'll say this. These were Carlos Correa's numbers as a rookie. 99. Boy, Carlos is a rookie too, man. 99 games. Carlos Correa had 22 home runs and 68 RBIs, and never really got to that level on a per game basis ever again. He had an 857 OPS. He had OPSs that were higher, but in terms of like sheer power numbers, and that was on an Astros team that was a playoff team, but a very top-heavy team. It was Springer, and the drop-off after those guys was pretty substantial in terms of just the caliber of hitter on the team. Boy, I mean, if Cam Smith even gets into the neighborhood of what Correa and Jordan were as rookies, then Dana Brown has struck gold.
It's interesting because there was an article about Cam Smith yesterday. I think it was in The Athletic, and the replies were all Cubs fans. It was I wanted to go. I like reading the comments in The Athletic. People make some really good points.
What are they saying?
Just it was 2 camps. It was one, I can't believe they screwed this up this badly. You get Kyle Tucker on a 1-year rental. My God,
Yeah.
I can't believe they're doing this. And now look at what Cam Smith is doing. And then the other camp of Cubs fans who are saying, all right, let's just hold on a minute, okay? We got to let this thing play out.
Yep.
If the Cubs end up being a potent offense and Kyle Tucker's a huge part of it and they make a push for the World Series.
That's the big thing.
It doesn't matter whether it's one year or not. But so let's just hold. Plus, you don't know if Cam Smith is actually going to develop. He had a very promising spring training. But there is a sizable chunk of at least people responding to that article that are already irate. Cubs fans who are irate about this trade, given that Kyle Tucker's batting 150 so far with the 2 games that they played against the Dodgers in Japan. Hasn't been a brilliant start for Kyle Tucker.
No, not
yet. We start that comparison tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
Cam Smith head-to-head versus Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, well, you got to do that every day.
We'll factor defense into it too.
Yes.
We'll look at the it is interesting. I wonder from the Cubs side. Well, I'll give you one. I'll give you one in my own personal world, Seth, a gauge on how Cubs fans feel about it. At least one Cubs fan. My best friend growing up, high school and college. We went to elementary, high school, and college together. He's a lawyer in Chicago now. He's a Cubs season ticket holder, diehard Cubs fan. I can text John Perugini at any time, and he texts me right back, and we have conversations about anything. I texted him 2 days ago when it was very evident that 2 days ago when Cam Smith made the team is when I texted him. And I said, hey, man, how are y'all feeling about this up there in Chicago right now, this Cam Smith thing? Have not heard back from him yet. Oh, really?
Yeah. So, I mean, probably I should check on him and make sure nothing bad has happened.
He's in a cocoon of sadness.
I choose to just sit here and go, checkmate. Cam Smith. I do wonder that from a Cubs side. Like the Astros have been on the other end of trades like this plenty of times over the last few years where they're trading out the prospect. Now, I don't know that the Astros have ever given up anything that resembles Cam Smith at this point.
It wasn't like Cam Smith was a disappointment last year as a prospect. They were still very high. The Cubs were very high on Cam Smith.
He didn't do it. He didn't play enough to be a disappointment.
Right.
He'd barely been drafted. The Verlander trade, the Greinke trade, the Garrett Cole trade, even the Kikuchi trade, none of those 3 guys are killing it right now. The Astros have never given up anything close to Cam Smith, so it's hard to put myself in the shoes of a Cubs fan, but I do think about that, like up in Chicago, what is the floor, especially if Kyle Tucker doesn't re-sign? Which you talk to Cubs fans, they feel like there's a better chance of that happening than him staying just because the Cubs are not viewed. They're a big market team that doesn't always function like a big market team when it comes to spending. What's the floor? If you were a Cubs fan, what would the minimum that the team accomplishes need to be in order, if Kyle Tucker were a rental, if he leaves, do you have to win the World Series, get to the World Series, get to the NLCS? Like, what would it be?
I think at the very, very least, the minimum is the NLCS, right?
The bare minimum.
It's got to be the bare minimum.
I think get to the
that
World
might
Series.
be a minority of the people that are okay with it as long as this happens. But that's the bare minimum.
Yeah.
And I think it's got to be, obviously, with Kyle Tucker playing a huge role in all
Indeed.
of it.
Yeah, no question.
The years of team control over Cam Smith is just so huge when it comes to like a 1-year injection versus the 6 years of control.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, too, is in baseball, there's very, very, very little hometown discount or anything for a 1-year rental.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in football because renegotiations are way more common.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the rule now almost is you get a new deal before you almost get a deal before the guy even gets in the building.
Yeah.
During the negotiations for the trade. And I saw some of the people, some Cubs fans who are operating that way. They had just come over from the football world. They're like, how did they not hammer out an agreement with him beforehand? Because that's not the way it works in baseball.
Right.
That's not the part of the trade that you should be criticizing if you're a Cubs fan, because it's the exception that walks in the door.
Interesting question, since we brought up Jordan. Better trade. This is on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Better trade, the Josh Fields for Jordan Alvarez trade or the trade for Cam Smith? First of all, it's way too early. But it's hard to compare the two because it was a year of Tucker, an all-star, for 3 guys, including Cam Smith. Josh Fields for Jordan Alvarez, nobody thought it was going to be this. Like a middle reliever. This was the Larry Anderson for Jeff Bagwell trade all over again.
The whole thing about that trade is you also have to remember that was in an era where there was no DH in the NL, and Jordan was playing with potentially.
With a team. I see what you're saying.
Jordan didn't look like a guy that could play the field at all. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Astros traded for a guy that they could look at as, hey, this guy could be a DH.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers are looking at it as like, man, they didn't realize he had potentially partially torn patellar tendons at that point. That they didn't think about him as a guy that could play in the field at all.
Yeah.
So it made sense. And then, Jordan wasn't immediately ready for action.
Right.
So it doesn't. I'll cut the Dodgers a break in a lot of regards. It worked out brilliantly because now the Dodgers are playing in a league that does have the DH and everything else. But the logic at the time made more sense for the Dodgers.
It made more sense, and obviously, if you knew they were going to get a DH, they would have hung on to him. I would submit that even if they hadn't known, even if there were no DH in the NL, if they knew that this is what he was going to turn into for Josh Fields, they would have been like, oh, yeah, Field. Don't run too hard. Just get your 950 OPS for us there, Jordan. I would say at this point it's Jordan just because Cam Smith has yet to take a major league at bat. Well, I'm going to pump the brakes on comparing Cam Smith to Jordan Alvarez, one of the 5 or 6 best hitters in baseball, right out of the chute.
I'm ready to call Jordan a bum.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. Be more like Cam, Jordan. And someone says on the text page, and Tucker ain't giving no discount. Let's see, for whatever team he's signed. He's not going to give the Cubs a hometown discount. No, he's not. Kyle Tucker's going to try to max this thing out. I think the Astros have known that for a long, long time. That's why he's a Cub right now. All right, I got a few player futures bets. We'll spend a couple more minutes on the Astros here. I've got 4. You want to get in on these before 3 o'clock today. As you know, I have Jeremy Pena over 14.5 home runs, based on his muscle tank top picture that I saw on the internet. Plus, I actually think he's going to hit more than 14.5 home runs.
Plus, he's actually made some substantial improvements, offensively and defensively, the way that he operates. He's just minimized a lot of the extraneous movement.
Yep, 14.5 feels low. I got Isaac Paredes over 25.5 home runs, based on the tailor-made swing for Minute Maid Park. I think he's going to get 5 or 6 just cheapies this year, just by the fact that he's a pull hitter hitting into the Crawford boxes, like he did 3 nights ago against Sugar Land, where he hit one into the first row of the Crawford boxes.
Let me tell you another thing that I would advocate, Sean. Now that Dyken Park is wanted it to be.
Yes.
As the prophecy hath foretold in a dream I had, that one day it would be owned by an air conditioning company, just like the Carrier Dome in Syracuse.
Right.
Listen, at various times in the history of sports, sometimes teams have been accused of, like, hey, when the opposing team's about to kick a field goal, maybe you open one of the loading dock doors that creates a heavy draft or a wind in the stadium.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dyken, I'm guessing, has a boatload of engineers that can manage airflow and whatnot. So when maybe Paredes or any other pull hitter is up at the plate, maybe, the loading dock door is open down there, something that creates a sucking draft out there in left field.
I'm a little disappointed in you that you would accuse the Astros of trying to get an edge over their opponents in some way.
Accuse them. Yeah. Encourage them.
Yeah.
Boy, show me the spot in the rule book where it says. Actually, I think there is a specific. But don't worry about that.
I guarantee you there is.
All it takes is one stooge planted at a loading dock to just go ahead and open that door.
Accidentally.
Take a panel out of one of the roof panels or something and create a draft out there.
When Isaac Paredes is up. Hunter Brown over 11 wins. I like this one a lot, man. From like June 3rd on last year, he was 10-4 with a 2.2 ERA. Like they come up with these numbers sometimes by looking at the history of the player. He's never won more than 11. He won 11 games 2 years ago. He won 11 games last year. Hundreds of players, you go, well, 11 feels like a good number for Hunter Brown. And you don't look deep enough to know that if he is what he was from June on last year, that's at least a 15-game winner this year.
Okay, these are my 2 biggest pangs of regret, remorse, or I guess just grieving maybe, whenever I see anything about that makes me think about Alex Bregman. There's 2 players on this team right now. One is Hunter Brown, whose personal pitching Yoda seemed to be Alex Bregman.
Yes.
Just like Yoda, Bregman is short and doesn't show a lot of emotion up or down or anything. That was his personal Yoda. Basically, Bregman salvaged Hunter Brown's career by encouraging him to introduce a sinker.
Yeah.
The other is DeZenzo, who would sit down with Bregman and break down his film. Like Bregman, some of the stories that have come out about Bregman since he left are really honestly kind of way above the cut of what you expect one of your star players to be doing. The time he would actually spend, and we'd heard stories about this, but the ones that come out afterwards are really kind of painful. But now DeZenzo had a really, really good spring training. Yeah. But I just wonder what the cumulative effect of not having Alex Bregman in that clubhouse, where even cynical people would point to, yeah, man, he really seemed to have a positive effect on a lot of players. I'm going to miss Bregman for that, even though you don't actually get to consciously see a lot of the results.
Okay, you're answering a question I was going to fire at you as well. Real quick, let me give out my last prop bet, and then we'll get to what you just said.
So I said all that to say, if you want to take the under on Hunter Brown, you could point to the absence of
Too late, and I hate that point because it's a good point. I hate that point in the in terms of my bet. Josh Hader over 33.5 saves. I think the team's going to win around 90 games this year. He saved 34 games last year for a team that won 88. Nobody else is coming in to save games. This ain't a committee. It's Josh Hader. You're paying him to come in and be a hammer. I'm going to assume that he blows fewer saves this year than last year. I'm going to be the optimist. I'll go over 30. That's the one I feel least good about. I love the Hunter Brown one, and I love the Jeremy Pena one. I really like the Paredes one. The Hader one, I'm just here for. And
Hader might be in more save situations, too, just by virtue of your corner outfielders botching it so often.
Keeping the game close.
Keeping it within 3 runs.
Yeah, keeping the game close. All right, so the Bregman thing is interesting, and we're getting you ready for opening day. Astros opening day today, 3:10 p.m., Framber Valdez on the mound. I think you just answered my question with your how you laid out the Bregman leadership aspect, something I not really factored in. But which of the player departures do you think we're going to feel most acutely for this team? Because Bregman is getting replaced by a good player. Bregman himself, a clubhouse leader and a good player, is getting replaced by Paredes, a good player. Kyle Tucker is getting replaced by Cam Smith. We have no idea what to expect there. Ryan Presley is essentially getting replaced by Brian Abreu that creates a ripple effect throughout the rest of the bullpen. And then there's Justin Verlander, who I just mentioned because he's gone, having to replace Justin Verlander several times because of injury and whatnot.
If we include this into the postseason, what I really, really, really hope is that Cam Smith is Carlos Correa-like in the postseason, as opposed to Kyle Tucker, who shriveled up into a shell of himself in the postseason. He had some huge moments, don't get me wrong, but by and large, Kyle Tucker was not the same player in the postseason.
Not the last 2 years, for sure.
If Cam Smith can be clutch in the postseason, then I will not miss Tucker one tiny little bit.
Okay.
That would be like the slam dunk on top of all of it.
Yeah.
I think with Bregman, Bregman, I think where we might notice it most immediately is in the absence of really impressive plays from third base.
Yeah, maybe.
Bregman defensively was just such a nice security blanket there, and he made incredible plays seem almost routine, and we're not going to see that nearly as often from Paredes.
He'll be the third base version of what Hughley was the last couple years, where Hughley leaves after the 2022 season. And we're like, well, it's too bad he left, but he was an aging player. And wow, look at Jose Abreu's on the team now. And then all of a sudden, balls are getting skipped to first base, and they're bouncing off of gloves and rolling into foul territory instead of getting just scooped. Like I'm saying we, not you, but just we generally, I think, probably as Astro fans, maybe took for granted how reliable Yuli Gurriel was over there. And I think you're right about that. I think maybe those barehanded plays at third base that Bregman makes look so routine. Little squibbers right in front of the mound there that he comes in. Bare hands first base. Is Paredes capable of doing that? Is that more routine than we think? I don't know. I do know. Isaac Paredes is not as good a defensive third baseman as Alex Bregman. I think you're 100% right about that.
Yeah. And it's unfair to, Jose Abreu, the difference between Jose Abreu and Yuli Gurriel was
a canyon.
It was vast. Gurriel is a former shortstop playing first base.
That's right.
So, it's not going to be that drastic, but I think that Bregman was good enough you'd actually, I think you can actually notice it when that's not there.
Yeah.
When he had those gremlins in his elbow, usually I think last year, you might typically say like, okay, well, how much is that really going to hurt you? With Bregman, you felt it. You saw it.
The clubhouse leader thing I think is big, especially because Joe Espada's getting asked about it a lot. You can tell it's a big deal because the manager's getting asked about it, and he's having to have answers like, well, I think Jeremy will take that leadership role, which I'm I like Jeremy Pena a lot. I don't know that he's Alex Bregman in the leadership category. Not that he's a bad leader or anything like that. Like as you pointed out, Bregman is just next level with not just the in-game, in-clubhouse leadership, but what he's meant to various teammates in there. Those are big shoes to fill from that standpoint.
Okay. One of the most polarizing things we've seen about the Astros, just by responses I've seen on the text line or on social media or people who have emailed me about it, was the introduction or the announcement of Cam making the roster and having his family in the clubhouse there. Yeah. There were a lot of people who thought that was awesome. There were a lot of people cringe. And I wonder if some of the old veterans might have talked to Espada about that beforehand in previous versions of the Astros said, I don't know, man. Like, look, there's other guys that have just made the team too. There's other guys who aren't making the team. That it might grate against some of the older school guys, like guys who are veteran leaders. Like a guy like Bregman might have told Espada, I don't know if maybe this is the right thing to do just for the sake of social media.
That's the question. Would Bregman have said something? For purposes of this segment, that is the question. Would Bregman have stepped in and said, hey, Joe, nobody else in this room got this treatment. Oh, by the way, we are hailing him for taking that guy's job. Chaz is sitting right there, Joe.
Yeah.
Chaz, now, part of me says if Chaz doesn't want to be put through that, hit better. There is that. Just hit better, and you don't earn your job, and you don't have to sit through this made-for-social media video that we're about to conduct here of the guy who just took your job. But kind of knowing a little bit how the mentality of players work and having to earn it and things like that. This is the opposite of rookie hazing. Think about that happening in the NFL. Like if a guy got named a starter at a position, that's what this is. That's the equivalent. No. That's the NFL equivalent. Is a guy who is and this would be like the equivalent of like a first or second round pick being named a starter in the NFL.
Honestly, no. That's how it is in a position room. Mm-hmm. It's not like they make a big deal out of. Who's going to start or who's going to make it's always there's somebody getting cut too. So I can't even remember. A lot of times it's like when you find out the depth chart, there's no fanfare about it or anything on the team. So I don't know, football, baseball, different, but you're in a D-line room, and as a younger player especially, in college, I do this. I've had this experience from high school to college to the NFL. Yeah. You're getting some veteran players getting benched so you can start as a rookie. You as a player, you're conscious of that, and you don't want to be sitting there celebrating while the veteran player just got demoted in front of you. It's more understated. It felt strange in professional sports as opposed to the NCAA football where a guy's getting a scholarship. That's not a tit-for-tat type of deal where some guy on the team is losing out because it's not like you're not taking a guy and booting him out of the room and then giving his scholarship to this kid.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. And the flip side to it too is he doesn't have a single major league at bat. He could be batting 150 2 months into the season. And if he's batting 150 2 months into the season, he's probably down in Sugarland at that point. And that's the other thing. We had this big fanfare. We haven't even let this thing marinate yet to see if he can actually play in the big leagues. He's good enough to make the big leagues. Is he good enough to stay in the big leagues? Talent-wise, I think he is, but you got to go execute,
Yeah.
So
I don't want to make a federal case out of it or anything, it's interesting in how polarizing it was to a lot of – because there's some people that thought it was the coolest thing ever. There are a lot of people I got a DM about this from people that were irate about it.
It's very odd. It's it's very odd. I think if I'm going to take one good thing away from the video, the fact that we're still talking about it 2 days later gives you an idea of how odd the whole thing is. The one good thing I'll take away is there was nothing contrived about the emotion that Cam Smith and his family were showing. You know what I mean? there was a decent chance there was somebody in the clubhouse like looking at each other going, I guess we should clap now. I don't know. We've been sitting here for 30 seconds. I guess we should clap? Should we clap? Joe, are we supposed to clap? When are we supposed to clap?
If they had, I was like, somebody please start clapping.
Yeah,
or something.
I was clapping.
This is too quiet.
I'm sitting at Lizards clapping by myself at a table.
I was starting to dread that there would be no response at all.
Yeah,
and that everybody would just kind of shuffle out the room or something.
It's like when someone hits their first home run and everybody just turns their back on them in the dugout.
Yeah,
that was
they give them the silent
but real.
treatment. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. Pumped for opening day, as you can tell. Hey, in the 8 o'clock hour, couple things. One, Seth is going to quiz me again with anonymous, and you can play along in your car. People really enjoyed this yesterday. Seth has anonymous quotes from scouts on. Are we doing former Texans today?
We're going to do former Texans draft picks.
Draft picks. Okay, so we'll try to play that guessing. We will play that guessing game at 8 o'clock. 8:25, 5 Reasons I Hate You Mets edition. We still need one more. So send them in. Your reasons you hate the New York Mets, 713-572-4610. Up next, mock draft injection time. And we like Keith Brooks, NFL.com. He's got his third version of the mock draft. And boy, we've got anonymous scouts talking about this player that Bucky Brooks has the Texans taking. You might get a little nervous. Let's just say that. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, it's Awesome Onan.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. You know, the fun thing about the mock draft injection now moving forward is we've got Bob McGinn, anonymous scouting reports on some of these guys that the Texans pick. So we can not only announce the pick that the particular mock drafter of the day is handing us, but we can also read what some of the scouts are actually saying about this player. This particular player that's about to get drafted by Bucky Brooks for the Houston Texans is having some not very flattering things said about him in the scouting community.
Yeah, and one thing with the anonymous scouting reports that I always try to cross-check against is, okay, does it at least mesh with some of the actual scouting reports of the way the guy plays on the field?
Yeah.
Like earlier, we had somebody saying that which receiver was it? McMillan, that he wasn't competitive. All these other things. Where on film he makes some pretty competitive catches. Yeah. So I take all those with a grain of salt. This will be an interesting one.
Yep.
I'm excited to hear.
So this is Bucky Brooks, NFL.com, former NFL player. This is his version 3.0 of his mock draft with the 25th pick. In that Bucky Brooks mock draft, the Houston Texans select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State. Josh Simmons, yeah.
I've already seen another anonymous report. Well, it was anonymous. Todd McShay of ESPN said on his podcast that there were questions about his maturity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Josh Simmons, offensive tackle who had a very good start to the season for Ohio State, but then tore his patellar tendon.
Yeah.
He's playing left tackle. I believe it's his left patellar tendon. And his recovery is reportedly going very well.
Let me real quick. Let me ask you this: if you're a left tackle, which is the better leg to have torn your patellar tendon?
The left, because your power leg is your right leg.
Gotcha.
Now in run blocking, you need both of them.
Right.
So
it ain't good. Yeah.
Yeah. Patellar tendon is dicey. It's kind of like Achilles tendons in the way they used to be. It's not a guaranteed smooth recovery. Like ACLs, people barely bat an eyelash at anymore. People pretty much by and large come back from those.
Yeah.
Patellar tendon's a little bit dicier. By that alone, despite any scouting reports or anonymous reports or anything, I'd be really nervous about the patellar tendon. And then also, I'm not sure that Josh Simmons is the swarmiest guy out there. There's not he's a little bit more of a finesse player just based on the film, I'd say. So I'm very eager to hear this anonymous scouting report.
I'll give you the anonymous scout. I'll give you the good, the kind of medium injury one, and then I'll give you the one at the bottom, which it feels like a stay away from this guy. The good from one scout. This is from Bob McGinn's anonymous scouts on golongtd.com. He was just past. He's talking about the injury. He's just pass setting, and boom, what a shame. He goes down because he's the best asked in the last few years. He is what you want. The movement is just easy for him. He's also got some grit to him. He's not a power dude, but it's easy for him, and he yokes people up. Pro Bowl talent. God, I feel like they're describing Laramie Tunsil here. if he didn't get hurt, I'd probably have him over Campbell. Wow, that's high praise, but that's where Tunsil was in his draft.
Yeah.
He was before the gas mask.
And I think it's fun to watch him. He's very fluid and smooth. Like he's one of these guys where you look at him and you think, man, in a different era, he probably would have been playing defensive line because he's that type of an athlete.
Yeah.
So he moves very well for his size, and he keeps his legs moving. You know, I hate it when I see college guys whose legs don't work in conjunction with his hands. He does a lot of that really, really well. as far as the finesse side of things, I think it's not for a. I've seen plenty instances of him getting after it and trying to drive guys into piles and over piles and things like that, but he's just not that strong.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to project out a little bit that he's going to get stronger when he gets to the NFL.
Yeah. Here's the injury one. The one scout says patellar tendons can take longer than ACLs to recover from. It's definitely going to drop him. There aren't many patellar tendons in the offensive line. I don't know what that means. I guess not many guys who recover from it that play offensive line.
Must be, yeah.
It's a weird phrasing. He's an outstanding athlete, lacks some pop and power, but he's got really good feet and bend.
Yeah.
Okay, so then he talks a little bit about his arm length. He can stick and stay in space. He can sustain. He can kick out in line. So that's kind of the medium scared about the injury than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Now we get to the fourth scout. Kind of a F word. That's all it says. To kind of F hyphen.
And if you do the math and look at the number of hyphens after the F, it looks like it might be like a 1980s insult.
There's 5 hyphens after the F.
Yeah, it's a 6-word F word.
Six-letter F word. Yeah. So that's
Well,
the longer version.
It could be one that ends with a T, or it could also be one that ends with an R.
Yeah.
But given the way he describes him, it feels like you're at a kegger in 1980 and somebody's getting insulted. Okay.
Yeah. I kind of wish that Tyler Dunn had clarified which F he's being called in this whole thing. Just for purposes of knowing just more or less to know if there's a scout out there that still publicly uses the homophobic slur version.
Text it or calls it to somebody. A record.
Wow, that's a guy who's really
John Gruden style.
He's really flirting with his employment here right now. Yeah. At any rate, this guy does not like Josh Simmons. He says his issues are more than football character. He has a complete BS sense of urgency. Like a total finesse player. Oh God, this guy this is a grrr scout right here.
Yeah.
Mental is an issue. Lacks power. Struggles to anchor. Fundamentals are poor. Plays like a guy that was at a JUCO and just came here. Now he is a natural athlete and a knee bender. He's got quickness, balance, and body control. Real light on his feet. He can pull and get to the second athletic positives. But the whole football player, I wasn't crazy about. No kidding. That's an understatement. You weren't crazy about him.
So this is where we go with D'Amico and Caserio and how they feel about a guy. My standing orders to myself are that for any of these guys where there's any kind of smoke about whether they might not have good football character or what have you, or they have immaturity issues, I think D'Amico's good at sussing that stuff out.
I do too.
I don't know if Caserio is or was as good at it as D'Amico is. I think that there's been a change in the types of players that the Texans have drafted in the last couple years since D'Amico's on board. So if they were to draft Josh Simmons, I would just say, all right, you know what? A lot of that smoke was probably just smoke or unfair. Sometimes a guy, you always got to remember that sometimes guys do change and grow up.
Yeah.
When they're that age. Look at Jalen Green. I think Jalen Green has matured a lot as a young guy in the NBA. And it just takes a little bit of time.
Yep.
So you always got – and Josh Simmons is a guy that improved every year he was at Ohio State. So that, just as it is with the physical and the football side of things, there's maturity issues either off the field or in the weight room that sometimes a guy – you talk to a strength coach and he might tell a scout one year, like, yeah, this kid's kind of a jackass. And then the next year – he's like, yeah, man, I don't know what happened, but he flipped the switch, and he's does everything we ask, and he does it really, really hard and really well.
I guess the question would be is where the Texans are currently right now, where they're a team that is not viewed as one of the premier Super Bowl contenders. Caley's decision was the right one, and the Cole Popovich. The decision to overhaul the offensive line is the right one, that this is a team that can compete to get to an AFC title game, and if you're there, you can get to the Super Bowl. I guess the question would be, Seth, given that, are they a team that can afford to draft a guy in the first round with the 25th pick, which again is a pick that D'Amico Ryans has openly said, we expect the guy we take there to be a starter for our team. Can the Texans afford to draft a guy that you can wait on, A, for medical issues possibly, and B, maturity issues possibly? Like that,
right.
It would be a tough question to answer if it was an either or. You know what I mean? Like if all he had was a patellar, but he was Will Anderson when it came to makeup, that would be a tough question to answer. If he were fully healthy, but he were just immature, do we have time to wait on the guy to grow into – I think your Jalen Green analogy is a fantastic one. Do we have time to wait for that? We're talking about a prospect that has both of those things going on.
Right.
Potential maturity issues, or at least reputed maturity issues, and definitely a knee injury. I just don't think they are. At 25, I don't think the Texans can afford to draft a guy that you're going to be waiting on possibly for multiple reasons.
Yeah, and plus I think a lot of the film from this year that was really impressive was early in the season. They hadn't played a ton of really tough opponents yet, and I think saying that, okay, he would be as good as Will Campbell or something, that might be a little bit premature because you didn't get to watch him play the entire season. So I don't think if Will Campbell had a torn patellar tendon and he was there at 25, I think a lot of risk on the patellar tendon because that's the very reason he fell to 25. But the upside is we get a guy that's a top 10 caliber pick. I don't think that Simmons is necessarily in that category.
I agree. We have a texter suggesting on Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, that the F with the 5 hyphens after it may have meant F up. He's kind of an F up.
The hyphens don't add up.
If you count it all as one word, I guess you know what I mean. Like you see, If you
count a hyphen in there,
okay. Well, was
it 6 or 7 letters?
It's 5 hyphens, but if it's F,
so
F
6 letters total in the word.
6 letters total,
okay.
So if we count it all as one word, we'll give it.
Yeah, that's how I would say to Tyler Dunn, man.
I'm playing Wheel of Fortune right now,
because I think I first assumed that the way the guy described them afterwards, I that sounds kind of like a homophobic slur or something. I don't know. Yeah. Whatever it was,
Be clearer on your curse word. Or you know what? You're on the internet. Just type the damn thing out, Just, hey, man.
I think if you were going for max clicks and that was the word he had used, he probably would have put that there.
Yeah. All right, did Simmons play with Stroud? Wouldn't he have a good scouting report on him? That's a text message. He
would, but that's you got to read between. That's where the dicey part of asking players about stuff is that players don't want to be in a position where they're talking smack about somebody that might have those issues or something, especially if he's friends with them.
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't he have a good scouting report? The texter asked. Maybe not. Maybe he saw some of the things, in his game that he doesn't want that guy protecting his blinds. I doubt it. I don't think he would ever. I don't think CJ would ever give a negative.
Well, no, when that listener says a good scouting report, he doesn't mean a positive or a negative. He means like
an accurate
quality,
one. I got you. An accurate one. Okay. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you into the 8 o'clock hour. We go. All right. You ready to quiz me, Seth, on these anonymous quotes?
I'm ready.
We played
I'm going to Alex Trebek your ass.
Yep. We played this game yesterday.
You ready for some French Canadian skull? Yeah.
Play along in your car with us. Seth has anonymous scout quotes about Texans draft picks, and I will try to guess. I did okay yesterday. I got to do better today. We'll do that coming up next.
Oh, do better with the Underdog app.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We are going to do a 5 Reasons I Hate You at 8:25 for the New York Mets. Normally a football staple, but I think if you listen to this show, you know that it's easy enough to conjure up hate really any day of the year, sports-wise. And the Mets, I would say, pretty good target for the first week of the season. There's some good stuff that's rolling in on the text page. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I just remembered one, a reason to hate the Mets that was a staple of the triple threat back in the day that I'm not going to tease it. It's some amazing audio. I'm not even going to share it with you, Seth. It's a Mets-related bit of audio. Yeah.
Okay. All right. It
made
makes me
Ted Johnson very
immediately.
uncomfortable back in the day.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
It's not Mr. Met, is it?
It's
He's
not
largely
Mr. Met.
A mute.
It's
okay.
not. It's not Mr. No,
I
there's
hate
no
Mr.
audio.
Met.
Okay. Well, we can add that to the list for sure.
I want to hit growth hormone-sized head of his.
Head, yes, I got
It's
it.
one of the unfortunate bygones of the human growth hormone era of Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Mr. Met's gigantic head.
Yeah, the heads are normal sized again. It's a little disappointing. So let's do this. We did this yesterday. People had a lot of fun playing along in their cars. It's draft season. 4 weeks from today, day one of the draft. And we've got you covered here on Sports Radio 610 all weekend long on the draft. Should be a whole lot of fun. But this is Pope Zaza's fabulous Scout Anon quiz game we're about to play here, where you have anonymous quotes from scouts, actual quotes about current or former Texan draft picks, players.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yesterday, I think the toughest one today is going to be a linebacker. Maybe I'll save that for last.
Do that last. Yeah, let's do like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and start off with the $100 question, you know?
I'll tell you this. Okay, quarterback.
Okay.
We'll go all the way back to 2002 for this one.
Okay.
So, quarterback.
Okay. All right.
He's number one just because he's a better leader. Like the kid a lot. His character is really, really good. His mechanics are below average. I got to cut out some of the stats here. He's played the best in the biggest stages.
Ooh.
His best thing is his leadership.
It's got to be David Carr. I'm going to go with David Carr on that one.
Buzzer.
What?
It's Deshaun Watson.
Oh, when you said you were going back to 2002.
The range of candidates.
Okay.
I wouldn't have told you it's a quarterback drafted in 2002.
Okay,
yeah.
well, I thought you were starting off super easy.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
That's when we go back to 2002. I thought that was okay. So it's Deshaun. Now, I will say this. Up to and including the mechanics thing, it did sound like you were describing David. I thought, this sounds like
David
what they were
Carr,
saying about David Carr, like the leaders. He won a lot of big games at Fresno State. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
But not terribly accurate, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the character is really, really good, remember.
Yeah.
Mechanics below average, yes. The other negatives about him is he threw 17 interceptions this year, which is terrible for a first-round quarterback, and a lot of them were really bad decisions. I think that Deshaun cleaned that up in his time while he was here. He made some bad decisions early, but he had that one. Deshaun he kind of did a good job of a problem would present itself, and then he would figure it out and fix it. And for a while there, it was corner defensive back blitzes, and then he flipped it and fixed it. So to his credit,
there was never a point with Deshaun Watson where I felt he was overly careless with the football. Made mistakes, but I don't think turnovers were a major issue. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Well, some of it was like a byproduct of playing at Clemson. He said a lot of them were really bad decisions, just throwing the ball up for grabs.
Yeah, they let him do his thing there. Yeah, okay. So
all right.
I'm 0 for 1.
So I'll say you're 0 for 1. I feel bad about that one.
Okay.
Maybe for anybody playing along, driving in your car, I apologize for throwing the 2002 in there.
Yeah.
We'll have another quarterback later.
Okay.
I'm going to go all the way back to 2002.
Okay, yeah.
All right, this is an anonymous scout on a Texans draft pick who was an interior offensive lineman. I'll give you that.
Okay.
Smart, just not a killer. He's a cover-up interior offensive lineman. I never saw him as a guy who could move people around. He tested okay. That 40 time is horrible. I can see him being a backup for somebody.
Okay. Now, if anonymous scouts are talking about him, it's probably not somebody like a day 3 pick.
That's a good point there.
Interior offensive lineman. I'm going to say, is that Xavier Suafilo?
That was Juice Scruggs.
Juice Scruggs, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Juice Scruggs.
One of the other reports was pretty good athlete, a little bit sawed off, but he's thick, strong, and tough as nails. Great kid. His intelligence is good, not great.
Yep.
He's not ideal center intelligent, but he'll work his ass off to get it. That coincides with what we saw with Jarrett Patterson versus Juice Scruggs.
Definitely.
It seemed like Jarrett Patterson just handled making the calls in the mental side of the game a lot better. I still think Juice Scruggs has potential as a center. I don't think he's a guard at all. I think he's got potential as a center, but it's got to be that, okay, in his third year, he's
got to win the
really
job,
starting
man.
to click for him. Yeah.
Second round pick. You got to win. Second round pick. And I know I think there's a lot of people don't like when I keep the labels of what round they were picked on them once they're in the league already. But just in terms of, second round pick is a premium pick. You got to go win that job, man.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
This next one, tight end, draft pick of the Texans.
Okay.
Anonymous quote by him.
Okay.
I think there were a couple, but they were all pretty good. All ball, no BS type of guy. If I had to pick one to ride or die with, that'd be the guy.
Wow. A tight end. Oh, man.
If I had to pick one to ride or die with, that'd be the guy.
And this is somebody drafted by the Texans. This isn't somebody that was brought into the Texans.
No, this is a Texans draft pick. Yeah.
I would ride or die with this tight end. Oh, boy. Well, Owen Daniels.
You want me to read you the names of the various
tight ends
the Texans have drafted?
Throw like 5 in the pool. Yeah, this might work better if I have multiple choices here.
So Tegan Catoriano.
Okay.
Brevin Jordan.
Okay.
We've got Collie Waring.
Yeah.
Jordan Akins.
Yeah. Jordan Akins.
Yeah.
Ryan Griffin back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. C.J. Fedorowicz. Fedorowicz kind of sounds like the name of a guy you'd want to ride or die with.
That would be
one of these Eastern European basketball players.
Yeah. My first one that popped when you said tight end, the first one that popped into my head before you even read the quote, I'm like, this is something positive about Kahale Waring that we're going to have a good chuckle about afterwards. But I don't think that's the case because I don't think they would describe Kahale Waring as a ride or die kind of guy. I'm going to go with C.J. Fedorowicz. I'm going to go with Fedorowicz on this one.
It was Buzzer.
Okay.
It was Cade Stover.
Oh, God, why am I so blind on the recent draft picks?
Because I've planted that seed in your brain.
Sing with me, man. Like
I'll be honest with you. These are all in the last 10 years.
Okay, well, why did you say 2002? I was not good at this yesterday, and you're throwing me off the scent even more.
I thought you would have known, too, though, that these quotes only come out from the higher profile guys.
Well,
so I thought that maybe you would have.
And has Bob McGinn been doing it for? Has he been doing this for 20 years?
Probably not. Yeah. So
and why did you even say that about 2002?
I'm sorry. So these are all from the last several years. Okay.
Someone just texted 2002. I could be guessing Benny Jopru.
Yeah, that's the point. The rider, I thought the ride or die might get you because CJ. I could totally see CJ Stroud saying about Cade Stover, he's a ride or die guy. You know?
Totally. All right, let's do another one here. This is fun.
Okay,
we're still having fun.
Texans interior offensive lineman.
Okay.
He's light on his feet and really strong. Okay. He pushes people around in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
He's a better athlete than you want to give him credit for because he's one of those gritty, grimy guys. At first you're thinking, all right, is this just a strong, tough guy? But he played left tackle in a big conference, and he did pretty well.
Kenyon Green.
Yep, there
Kenyon
you go.
Green.
Boom.
Yeah, I had
was
that
it the
one.
Left tackle
No,
part?
I had that even before left tackle. That sounded like a familiar scouting report about him.
Yeah,
which ended up being somewhat inaccurate.
The part about the run game is true. I think he showed a lot of promise in the run game as a pass protector. He was just way too hit or miss. I guess if I had taken it back, I bet Xavier Suafolo had maybe a similar scouting report.
I guessed him earlier, so I wanted to kind of vary it around a little bit.
One quote about him, one of the positive ones. This is interesting because this compares Kenyon Green to a guy that just got a $20 million per year contract with the Titans. Dan Moore started for the Steelers as a rookie from out of Texas A&M, and he's better than Kenyon Green. Or Kenyon Green's better than Dan Moore.
Wow, who got $82 million a week ago?
Yeah, good job, scout.
Dan Moore, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
good job with that on Kenyon Green. All right,
Thanks.
okay, here we go.
Yeah.
This is a tight end. Texans draft pick who's a tight end.
Okay.
He can be that move-around guy. He'd never have to leave the field. He tries to as a blocker. He works at it. He's very intriguing. There's an incredible upside on his long-term playing career. He's just starting to grow into the position.
If this were Family Feud, I would have slapped the dinger like 8 words into your description. That's Brevin Jordan.
Yep, that's Brevin Jordan.
That is Brevin Jordan right there, for sure.
And it really, honestly, a lot of these scouting reports, the anonymous scouts, I thought were pretty accurate with Brevin Jordan. That he's a willing blocker, but he's a smaller guy.
Yep.
Let's see.
What got me for Brevin Jordan was he could be a move guy, I think is what you said. Is that what that's Brevin Jordan.
Well, and this is the one, he ran okay. He's not running away from the Fred Warners, the Darius Leonards. Good little college player. I think you've just got to manufacture that guy getting open.
Did that guy
And that's
say-
what we've seen out of Brevin Jordan is like finding creative ways to get him open. And then with the run after the catch and everything else, he's nifty.
Did that scout say good little college player?
He did, yeah.
That is the most patronizing thing ever, man. That is
But
like
it's true.
College
a lot of
player.
the stuff he did in college, I thought that those scouting reports were accurate because I think the biggest misconception people have about Brevin Jordan is that he's a big guy because he's muscular. When you see him in person, he's a small tight end. So a lot of the stuff he was doing, the kind of bulldozing college kids, you saw that, all right, this isn't going to quite translate to the NFL.
I guess. All right, give me one more. Let's do one more here. What do you got?
All right. Okay, this is going to be a tough one.
Okay.
This is a linebacker.
Drafted by the Texans.
Unique body type for the position. Makes a lot of plays, gets around the ball, can run. The question is, how much does he love football and being around it?
Ooh.
He's plenty tough, but his body just doesn't lend itself to being very, very strong. A little bit flimsy, a third scout said. Doesn't have a great base. Wow. I'm not in with him.
Wow.
There's no strength or knockback power when he tackles.
Okay. I probably should have the Texans draft board, like who they drafted in front. That would probably be a fair thing for me to have in front of me for this.
This last one, maybe, I'll give you that hint. There's no strength or knockback power when he tackles. Go back to various things that I would rant about, if you can remember.
Oh, okay. There's no strength.
Guy that had a lot of tackles,
Yeah.
but like the guy had an obsession with not himself going to the ground when he tackled. He
Zach Cunningham.
Zach Cunningham.
Yes. All right.
Good job.
All right.
That was one of when I saw that part of the scouting report, I was like, oh my God, yes. Remember Zach Cunningham? He did not want to go to the ground.
No, it was amazing.
He would like tackle him and try to stay on his feet. It was the most infuriating thing that I was so frustrated with him.
And they paid him. They gave him a second contract.
That's right, they gave him a second contract.
They gave him a second contract. Oh, my God. Someone texted in, as you're describing that linebacker that clearly has a very suspect description, someone texted in, D'Amico Ryans. No.
I wish. Yeah, I wonder if Bob McGinn was doing it. We should do it for D'Amico Ryans and various other coaches on here.
Yeah, and see what they say for sure. That was fun. I think when we play this, as the czar of the game, Pope Zaza.
Yeah.
Do you think it's fair for me at least to have the Texans, the Pro Football Reference list of who they've drafted in front of them?
Yeah, have the draft history.
I think it makes for a better 100%. Segment. Yeah, I think.
No, I don't think that's unfair at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I always do that. When you have me guess stuff, I usually have like kind of a list of a depth chart or something.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, that was fun. Did you have fun playing that in your car? Text in. The people that texted in yesterday enjoyed playing that little game in the car. Little game down memory lane.
I poisoned the well a little bit with the 2002. I planted that seed in your brain.
That's
that made
okay.
It tougher.
I don't think it was done nefariously. I just think you were just laying it out there, the framework for it. I like to think it wasn't done nefariously to make me look stupid.
Just for the quarterbacks, because they've only drafted so many quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a lot easier.
That's true.
And all that, and honestly, the quarterback descriptions, they make it pretty easy. I'll give you a Davis Mills really quick. I didn't even bother. This is the only anonymous report about Davis Mills.
Gigantic neck. Oh.
He's like a one-read robot where he just stares down receivers. Just not a lot of natural feel for the game. His arm's good enough. He can run game. He can run some. He's not a playmaker. He's just kind of a one-read systems type of player.
I would have gotten that one right, and I would have gotten it when you said he can run some.
Yeah.
Because remember, you and I talked about like Davis Mills 40 time, faster than you'd think. That kind
Our
of
skepticism over his 4.6 40 time.
Yep.
That was a COVID 40 time.
Text message, good game, loved it, definitely enjoyed it, keep it going. Seth did that on purpose.
I did with the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I did. I admit to that. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for bleeping us, Seth. That was really good, guys. Let's see. There was one. God, the texts are flying in. Oh, someone says, man, I remember Seth losing his mind regularly over Zach Cunningham.
It would drive me so crazy. It drove me insane.
Oh, my God. That's funny. All right. When you were giving me hints on that one, I'm like, God, I can remember this. And then when you said didn't want to go to the ground, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Old Zacharoo up there grabbing those shoulder pads and trying to throw guys to the ground like he's a bouncer.
It was so odd.
Oh, my God. All right. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Mets edition. We're getting you ready for opening day a variety of ways on this show today. And we're going to do 5 Reasons I Hate You, Mets edition. If you want to text in, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and fire some reasons at us, 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
Hey, look, there's plenty.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Mets edition. Football season staple rises up from the ashes in baseball season. You got it? You going to be able to collect yourself, my friend?
Yeah, I was laughing at. I sent you a commercial of the Icky Shuffle. Icky Woods doing a shuffle in the supermarket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because a lot of kids that do the Icky Shuffle drill on the agility ladder. Woods, 1980s running back.
That's right.
So we need to educate the youth.
That's it, man.
Go ahead and Google Icky Woods Shuffle.
That's it.
And then watch, yeah.
All right, here we go. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Mets edition. And I crowdsourced this a little bit. Crowdsourced it, Seth sourced it, Sean sourced it. That's what this list is. Got a lot of people texting in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer with this one. Number 5. The Carlos Beltran signing after the 2004 season. You were actually here in Houston. I wasn't here for that.
Yeah.
That's in my that's plunked down in my somewhat Houston blind spot because I was gone from 01 to 07. So I didn't feel the hyper emotion of talking about it every day on the radio. But man, the Astro fans I talked to, you can see the reaction to Beltran for years and years after. Astro fans booed Carlos Beltran up until the day they signed Carlos Beltran in 2017.
Yeah, and then nobody followed my advice that we should just keep booing him because he'd performed pretty well when getting booed. He was like Jose Altuve getting performed well when he gets booed in New York.
And as it turned out, we should have booed him because he was the mastermind behind the trash can thing. Like he was.
But I still couldn't do that because he provided a lot of veteran leadership in other regards too, outside of just the trash can banging.
Yeah, that's true. That
was part of those championships. So,
but we hate him. We hate him for.
But we hate him now.
We hate him now. And we hate him for stringing the Astros out back in 2004 and making it feel like they had a chance to keep him.
And specifically because of the Mets dynamic, since the Astros play the Mets. And Beltran, it wasn't that he left in free agency because they traded for him. He didn't have any loyalty. He Kyle Tuckered his way into town.
Yeah, it's true.
But in the Astros did with that guy.
Yeah.
But then he just strung them along to the point where they didn't, they withheld other decisions because of him. And then he skipped town.
Yep. And then responded by making the World Series next year, you a-holes up there in New York. Take that. All right, number 4. Juan Soto is on this team. Juan Soto, richest deal in sports history. I had no idea that he had these extra accoutrements in his contract, Seth.
Luxury suites at home games, other premium seats. His number 22 uniform was part of the contract. He did end up giving the previous 22 holder.
Yeah, Beatty.
He gave him an SUV.
Yeah.
That kid's going to have to pay taxes on.
Yeah,
thanks a lot, pal.
And upkeep and everything else.
Yeah, thanks for making it public on social media and everything.
Well, if I know anything, I know that people in New York love to have a car that they can drive around all the time.
Yeah, a huge, gigantic SUV.
They love to drive around New York in their gigantic SUVs.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
So, it's like having a gigantic SUV in Rice Village.
Yeah.
Like, you're freaking dad.
Right, exactly. But Soto said, quote, when a player goes to free agency, he's allowed to ask for anything. So I asked, and they gave me everything I wanted. It was a big part of it. Anything I wanted in my contract, opt-outs, season tickets, I got it. Boy, what shrewd negotiators these Mets are, huh?
Yeah.
Here you go. You want that? Sure.
Wow, this offer already blows everybody else out of the water. But do you mind if I tack 10 more things onto this?
Yeah. Hey, Steve Cohen, what's your wife up to? Huh? Which, number 3, Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets.
Right.
Who is completely created, along with the Dodgers, I would say. The Dodgers have all of a sudden gotten into this Mets swimming pool of who cares how much we spend. Luxury tax, what? Don't know what that is. I was told by, it was funny, back when Verlander was thinking of going to the Mets, I had bumped into and had an encounter with some people close to that situation with the Astros, and it was made very clear that Jim Crane, along with others around baseball, Jim Crane was far from alone in this, viewed it as there is the market, and then there's the Mets. And they operate on their own. Yeah. They're on their own planet when it comes to this stuff.
Well, he's operating like he's a Russian oligarch or something. Like he's trying to Prokhorov his way into glory. And it's annoying because he's just got unlimited funds, and who knows how he procured them.
Yeah.
He's in the He's in the hedge fund industry, is he not?
He
Which
is.
basically the legalized Ponzi scheme industry.
That's right.
And so whichever loopholes he's exploited, whichever people's futures he's destroyed to just do whatever it takes to become a mega billionaire, then good on you, Stephen Cohen. Let's see how it plays out.
The most legitimate business in the world, in my mind, the logistics business.
Yes.
The logistics business is
a man, Jim
Americana.
Crane.
Yeah.
He takes products and he delivers them to people who need those products delivered, damn it.
On time.
Yes.
On time.
In the tradition of the Pony Express.
Thank you.
Minus some of the exploitation of labor and whatnot. A man that's gotten his hands dirty, he'll roll up his sleeves and earn his money.
That's right.
Instead of bilking people with financial intricacies that nobody can understand.
Well put.
Damn it.
Yep, well put.
Yeah.
I can't put it any better than that. All right, so that's number 3. Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets. There's the market, and then there's the Mets. I'll never forget that. Number 2. All right, this is the audio I somewhat teased. Back in the day, back in about 2015 or 2016, there was a teenager, maybe preteen, about 11 or 12 years old, Mets fan, who I believe lived up in Dallas. And you can tell from his accent, as you're about to hear, Southern accent. But the kid went by Mets Maniac.
Yeah.
And, boy, this kid would go insane on the regular on the internet. He had a YouTube channel. And you're going to listen. Ben, I apologize for all the heavy labor and bleeping here. It's only 20 seconds of audio. How many bleeps in 20 seconds, Ben? Had to be 7 or 8, right?
Something like that.
It's a crazy number. But this kid would, and this is back when the Mets weren't very good and Terry Collins was their manager, this kid would daily go on Instagram and go on the internet and just go off on the Mets. And we would play it on the Triple Threat, and Ted Johnson would get so uncomfortable with us playing this. I have no idea. It takes a lot to make Ted Johnson uncomfortable about anything.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, Ted Johnson was just really uncomfortable with us playing audio like this on the show.
Fire this man! Terry Collins! Just want to smash! Give me something. So done with you, Terry! Idiot! You not know the man is a team? This team is so goddamn bad! Robles, you too! Out of New York! Go somewhere else, Robles! Go chew some more tobacco! Go wander eBay! I don't give a shit!
Okay, I didn't count. That had to be 10 bleeps right there. It was 25 seconds of audio.
What years was this?
Mets Maniac. This is back in 2016, 2017 maybe.
His last post was in 2017.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, he
might be an adult by now, right?
Yeah. He's probably maybe like a junior in college or something like that.
This guy's got to be out there just with a different social media account somewhere. I'd like to follow up because this was this kid presumably not drunk. I need to see drunk and angry Mets Maniac.
Okay.
Maybe he was drunk. Maybe that's why Ted wasn't comfortable with it. He was like, they're just obviously this kid's had half a fifth of whiskey.
You know who actually interacted with him on social media when he saw him? And this is how he wound up on our radar? Lance McCullers. The kid did a shout-out video to Lance McCullers.
Really?
I have to go find that. He's like, shout out to my boy Lance.
I wonder if Ted was uncomfortable for it because it was everything that can be bad about social media is like, all right, you've got a kid who's a minor,
I think Ted,
putting the worst possible behavior out there that at some point might come back to bite him in the future.
Ted's kids were about that age at the time too, and so maybe, who knows that was uncomfortable. All right, the last one, and I want to make sure I respect longtime Houstonians with this one. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Mets edition. The 1986 Mets, who I didn't live in Houston at the time, but I can go along with the hate because we know they knocked out the Astros in the NLCS in one of the most memorable league championship series of all time. It was incredible. And then they won the World Series against a team I rooted for at the time, living up in New England, the Boston Red Sox. We all remember this.
5-5 in a delirious 10th inning. Can you believe this ball game at Shea?
Oh, brother.
3-2 to Mookie Wilson. Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
Now, it'd be one thing if these improbable wins in the LCS in the World Series. You know, against teams that I root for and our audience roots for, it'd be one thing if it was a likable team.
Yeah.
This was a bunch of drug heads and perverts and Lenny Dykstra. There was nothing likable about this Mets team. Like
Lenny Dykstra gets his own category.
He does, because he's all of them.
Does.
He's all of them. Yeah. I mean, what a and that's the last time they won a World Series. We would be going back to 1969 if it weren't for that team. Yeah.
Was Lenny Dykstra's reputation like that while he was a player, or was it all stuff that just happened when he was done and social media kind of blew everything up?
No, his reputation went from, like 4 to 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. Some shady business stuff.
Right, yeah.
He's just a bad dude. He's a bad dude. I think he was viewed more as a player. I think he was definitely viewed as being super gritty. I mean, his name was Nails, his nickname. He always had the tobacco in his mouth. Like, I think he was. If you didn't know anything,
an old school ball player.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways,
He was probably, you know what, Seth? Probably very swarmy, I would imagine, as a baseball player. But we learned later.
He was willing to do anything to benefit himself and his team.
Yeah.
Including using steroids and blackmailing umpires. That was the part that came out afterwards.
Yes. Yeah. Not a good guy. All right. So that's
from his autobiography, everybody. That's not from that's not just a it was when he started dishing on stuff and talking about some of the stuff that he would do that was when the reputation took a downturn.
Yeah, I'm not going to ignore the fact that if Lenny Dykstra does an interview, I will listen to that interview because you don't know what the dude's going to say. He's wild. All right, one from the text page here. I hate that the Mets are so dumb that they gave a contract that makes them pay a guy for 25 years plus interest, and now he's recognized, and now he has a recognized day because of your incompetence. That's Bobby Bonilla Day.
Yeah.
The day Bobby Bonilla did a contract with the Mets where he got a lot of money up front, but he chose to get paid like $1 million and change it's like July 1st or something like that every year.
It was deferred compensation, but a good chunk of really to the point where it was. Remember, the Mets owners were going through bankruptcy, and one of the big hang-ups was the fact that they still had to pay him $1 million every year.
Yeah. He was one of their creditors. Yeah. All right, that was fun. 5 reasons I hate you, Mets stuff. Again tonight, the biggest storylines as data tracked by Twitter. Are we viewing these as the biggest storylines for March Madness? Is this what's compelling us the most to watch or discuss March Madness this coming weekend? We'll go through these, and we got some great crusty basketball coach quotes as well. That's all coming up next. But first, let's talk prize.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast. March Madness gets kicked back in tonight. Cougs are tomorrow, 9:09 tip-off. I like the Cougs that I know are getting their game face on, and you know how I know that? They're mad that it's at 9:09 on Friday night.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
They feel it's a little disrespectful. I would say
taking one of the 1 seeds and plopping them down. It's disrespectful.
Well, and the big thing too, Seth, is they're playing Purdue in Indianapolis. That's the part where it feels a little weird that a 4 seed essentially has a home court advantage over a 1 seed.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not like a bunch of upsets that got you here. The tournament is playing according to how you seeded it, and you've given Purdue what I think is going to be a Purdue. I think because Purdue people are going to be rooting for Purdue, and then Kentucky and Tennessee are the other 2 teams that are there, and those fans are going to be rooting for Purdue as well because you want the 1 seed to get knocked off.
Yeah. It's Indiana, which is a huge basketball state because they're generally too stupid to keep track more than 5 people at any given time.
There you go.
So, they're very passionate about lower-numbered sports.
Yep. The folks at betonline.ag did a study on the storylines that people are talking about most with respect to this tournament. They're using data off of X, tweets that people use certain phrases on to compile, hey, what's everybody talking about the most with this? They've got their top 10 things here. They had about 100,000 tweets that they culled for this thing. The 2 biggest ones are kind of tied into each other, and it's no Cinderella team that's made it to the Sweet 16. It's all Power 4 conferences. We've not seen this in a long, long time. And big conference domination is number 2. I feel like those 2 are almost the same thing. No Cinderellas, big conference domination.
That's where the Cinderella stuff, that's honestly where one of the more poignant things that is probably related to NIL to a certain degree, because some of these smaller schools where, hey, at least they've been playing together, they've got a good coach, they're scrappy, this, that, and the other thing, those teams are having some of their best players plucked by NIL and the transfer portal being so fluid that it's just harder to keep a band of scrappy underdogs together even if they're not big name guys.
That would be, the evidence, if you're using this tournament as evidence, it supports that. I think what's really interesting is that I feel like NIL and the transfer portal have made for a much more even 12-team football structure and a much less even 64-team basketball structure.
Because one player makes such a big difference in basketball.
Yeah.
The other, and when it comes to the tournament, I'd say probably schools like the Ivy League schools, those, because the Ivy League doesn't have NIL at all, but those guys will transfer to schools. I've seen it in football. Guys will transfer out, and some of the best players end up elsewhere. So no matter what type of smaller school it is, I think as long as the current state of affairs remains in college basketball, I'm guessing that we're not going to see nearly as many Cinderella stories.
Now, there's a lot of randomness, but maybe not. Now, here's the thing. There's people out there that are thinking this is going to kill the tournament if there's no Cinderellas. Here's Stephen A. Smith on First Take earlier this week saying this could be the death of the college basketball tournament.
If there was no NIL, if there was no trade portal, Shay, right? And you have zero, the mid-majors go 0-6 in the second round. Please, we ain't sweating that. But when you're able to point to rules that have been implemented that ultimately shows itself to have inflicted upon the game itself, that's dangerous. Because what you don't want is a situation where nobody has a chance because those players from the mid-majors, like y'all said, you know what, we're going to get some money from Kentucky. We're going to get some money from UConn. We're going to get some money from some other program that we can't get them in. You don't want that to be the reason you have these kind of results in the NCAA tournament. If people continue to get to point to that, then college basketball as we knew it, which to me is all about March Madness, will cease to exist.
Okay, cease to exist that might wind up in tomorrow's show on Take a Mania. Cease to exist. Get out of here with that. Yeah. This is where I'll say to Stephen A. Smith, and I'm guessing he didn't have these numbers. This was the most watched first weekend of the NCAA tournament since 1993. They averaged nearly 10 million viewers throughout the second round of the tournament. And I think too, Seth, there's an effect. Yeah, we love Cinderellas until we get to this weekend and we want to start to see the good teams all playing each other.
Yeah, people are so full of crap. It's one of those things that then people answer surveys. Like, generally, a lot of times they're lying to themselves as they answer the surveys. They're answering the version of themselves that they'd like to be.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no, I care about the things that really matter in life. Yeah, the Cinderella stories are nice, but people aren't changing their dinner plans or what have you because of the Cinderella story, unless it's a really, really awesome one. But by and large, that's not what really drives business.
Well, they're nice until Kentucky beats them by 25 in the Sweet 16. And so I am very anxious to see what the viewership numbers are for this coming weekend with no Cinderellas around, because if they're good, that completely torpedoes the argument of Stephen A. Smith and others that, well, without the Cinderellas, this thing just isn't what it normally is. The other most discussed topics, Amir Khan, the McNeese manager, who we've spent plenty of time on, the viral sensation that he was. Cooper Flagg is the best player in the tournament. He's the number 4 topic. Number 5 topic is the NIL effect, which I think you can combine with the transfer portal. I think those two things are inextricably linked, the NIL and the transfer portal. You want some crusty college basketball coach audio, Seth?
I've been missing it in my life. I was wondering what was missing this week, why I felt so empty. And it's because I haven't had a crusty college basketball coach ranting on our airwaves.
Nobody crustier than Tom Izzo ranting about the lack of logic in the transfer portal opening this week during the NCAA tournament.
And so excuse me for being passionate about it or pissed off about it, whichever words you want to use. I'm not going to talk about it because it's not fair. It's not fair to the people. You could say it's fair to your program. I'll run my program like I want to run my program. And people have a disagreement with that, God bless them. But these guys that gave me everything they could give me are going to have a chance. And I'm not going to screw it up by spending any time on other stuff other than, I don't eat, I don't sleep right now, so why in the hell would I do something else that might benefit me a year from now? And really, it's not going to benefit me now because I don't know what I have. I don't know how much money I have. I don't know which players are leaving or staying. I don't have any idea. So why would I do that? Waste of time.
All right, so obviously he was being asked, do you focus on the portal with it opening this week? He's still in the tournament. He's a 2 seed that's still playing right now.
Did you run the clock on how long he spoke after he said he wasn't going to speak about it? Because he ended
how long
up.
was that clip? How long was that? At least a minute, right?
58.
58 seconds.
58 seconds.
So about 56
he said, I'm not going to
seconds.
speak about it, and then spent about the better part of a minute talking about it.
Yeah.
That's the old Jim Rome trick, where Jim Rome will be like, there's a topic that, frankly, it's not even worth discussing on our airwaves, and I'm going to tell you for the next 10 minutes why I won't be talking about this topic.
I'm not going to read faxes like these on the air right now.
Brilliant. It's brilliant.
It is. It is. So I'll back up Izzo on this. The transfer portal opening the week of the Sweet 16 college basketball. Yeah. That's tough. Pitino versus Calipari is the next one down. That's number 6 on the top most hotly discussed topics. Here was John Calipari after the Arkansas win over 2 seed St. John's over the weekend.
They missed a lot of shots. I mean, they made more shots than probably beat us. But these kids, I'm so proud of them, how they play and fight and persevered. They threw us in the coffin. They just forgot the nails. We pushed it open and we come out.
I like that. Like the Undertaker. They threw us in the coffin. They forgot the nails.
It's like the movie villain who tells his minions to just go ahead and execute somebody, like Dr. Evil, and just, I'm going to assume that it all went according to plan and not think about it again. Yeah.
Yep. Calipari versus Pitino was the 6th most discussed topic, which I put a poll up on this, Seth, because the more I look at these brackets, the more intrigued I am about the coaches than I am the players.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wonder if I'm the norm in this. And so I asked my Twitter following, coming into the NCAA tournament, you haven't watched any of the games yet, before watching any first-round games, which could you name more of, head coaches in the tournament or players in the tournament? And you think about that, like just on sheer numbers, the numbers should be players, right? There's 1,000 players in the tournament. There's 64 head coaches. What percentage of people said they could name more head coaches coming into the tournament than players in the tournament?
That's a tough one. I'm going to handicap it by remembering that a lot of the Cougs fans could, both just read off the depth chart.
But they could probably also name 12 coaches, too.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. They could still name, even if you know everybody on the depth chart. I'm going to say 80%.
84.7%. Give the man his ding, Ben, if you could. Give the man his propers within 5%. 84.7%, which is it's just I don't know if it's good or bad. I think it just is. This is the sport now with one and dones and everything else, and nobody pays attention by and large to the regular season compared to the tournament. You look at every other sport with the regular season compared to whatever its postseason is. NFL, way more players than coaches named. MLB, I don't know if the average person names 10 managers. They can name.
You know what college basketball's got to start doing?
What's that?
They got to start recruiting European players to come over and be like 15-year-old freshmen on their schools. Because, those Euros are over there playing pro sports from a very young age. So just have them come over, get them a nice NIL deal, and then you can have a few years with your Bojana Stojakovic or whoever it is, and you have some name brand recognition in the college program.
They just get drafted at age 16 into the NBA. Yeah. They'd stay for 1 year. All right, so that's what people are talking about, man, for the tournament. Just to round out the top 10, Arkansas's run, number 7. Replay reviews, number 8. That's people complaining about how long they take. The Danny Hurley attitude, number 9. Warren Buffett bracket winner, number 10. I have no idea about Warren Buffett's bracket, but if it's his bracket, he's probably giving away a lot of money.
He gives away a boatload of money to somebody that has impossible to get the perfect, damn near impossible to get the perfect bracket.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Astros opening day today, 3:10 first pitch. Don't worry about the rain outside. Roof closed. It'll be fun. Good day to be inside watching baseball. A good article about Dana Brown from Chandler Rome that has me feeling really good about the direction of the Astros decision-making. There's some really good stuff in here. We will get to that coming up next. Let's get you guys some 2020 vision, though. I would
Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dude, Stephen A, man. Stephen A, right off the top, responding to LeBron's comments on the Pat McAfee show.
Well, okay,
all these
so
spats between people right now.
I don't know if LeBron said anything specifically about Stephen A. The one I had seen was LeBron taking a shot at what everybody assumes is Brian Windhorst, right?
Yeah.
Because and LeBron said something along the lines of, "Oh, you mean that guy that claims he's my best friend?"
Right.
Which is, it's one of those things that I'm honestly kind of surprised that LeBron falls for this in this day and age, and because he's been around for a while. It's when athletes mistake things people are saying about somebody as opposed to what the person himself actually said.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, Brian Windhorst has never tried to claim that he's LeBron's best friend or anything. He's just actually, he's been clued in on a lot of stuff because LeBron has given him a lot of information over the years. So other people might act like, oh, yeah, Windhorst is just present himself like that.
No, he's been kind of anointed as the guy who's, if there ever needs to be a history of LeBron James written, Brian Windhorst would be the guy to write that book, probably.
I'll tell you what, it'd be a cautionary tale to a lot of budding young sports writers that these guys are not your buddies at all. And I'm not saying Windhorst thinks that LeBron is, but various, like, the Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
He's not your buddy.
He's not.
He's not your buddy, and he's using you. Like, they're using you in the way they should be using you. If they want their side of the story to be put out, then so be it, but they're not your buddies.
Yep. Chandler Rome has a really good piece, dropped a couple days ago as we head into opening day for the Astros today. We'll talk about that between now and the end of the show for sure, probably multiple times. But Mets in town, Framber Valdez on the mound. We're excited about that. It's a really good piece. It's a profile on Dana Brown and kind of what he's learned these first couple years, Seth, about being a GM versus his multiple decades as a scout or directing scouting. You know, his upbringing is in the scouting community as opposed to some of his predecessors where the upbringing was far more in the analytics community. You know, Jeff Luhnow, 2 GMs ago, wasn't even brought up through baseball before he got
in
to
the
the
garment
Cardinals.
industry.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it's a really interesting article because you get a feel for a couple of things that I think are important. That Dana Brown at his core is still a guy who uses a lot of gut feel, a lot of what he sees with his eyes, very open to the analytics side of it. And there's a good anecdote in this piece about Philip Maton. When Dana Brown got here, Philip Maton was one of the guys in the Astros bullpen. And Dana Brown would watch him and he'd be like, how does this guy get guys out with this stuff? Like, he's looking at him as a guy like, I don't know that I would ever sign or trade for this guy. But then he got with the analytics people who kind of gave him some data on spin rate and things like that.
Yeah.
And so that's just one player, but the gist of the story is he's a guy who's not shutting off that side of the building. He's a guy who's very curious, Dana Brown, and very eager to learn and incorporate that into his old school scouting methods.
Yeah, and it's a really good article by Chandler Rome. As I've told you guys many times, The Athletic, if you want to read good stuff, it's worth a subscription. I get more bang for my buck out of it than I do out of Netflix. So it's a very good article by Chandler Rome. The entire time I'm reading the first half of this article, what really struck me was that it feels like Dana Brown is the GM version of Brent Strom, where, like, Brent Strom was a grizzled old baseball player turned coach who was very open to the analytical side of things.
Yeah.
And that's the perfect spot in baseball, I think, is the guys that know the human side of it and they know the nuts and bolts of the way the players operate and the way the players play, but that that you've got blind spots and that you've got to always be willing to learn. And that's where you can blend the analytics with the actual real baseball world. And it's a sweet spot.
Yep. So there's that. There's Dana Brown kind of knowing now he needs to be more cognizant of the business side of things, specifically salaries, competitive balance tax. There's a quote in here from Dana. I kind of knew the business side. I just never had to worry about it. Now as a GM, you know the baseball side, but you have to worry about everything you do. There's a business reaction to every move we make, and you have to keep that in mind, end quote. And And I would say, like Dana Brown, you got to be cognizant of it. But if you were overly cognizant of it at the trade deadline last year, you maybe don't make the Yusei Kikuchi trade. Like if you mean by business reaction how fans are going to react to things, everybody crapped all over the Yusei Kikuchi trade because you gave up Loper Fido and you gave up Will Wagner and you gave up Jake Bloss. Dana Brown is his own man, and that's where the quote that really got me excited in this article was about Jim Crane trusting him, and I got to find it here. But he says Dana Brown says Jim Crane has really allowed me the opportunity to be a GM. You go to some organizations, there's a GM, a president, you got the owner, but being able to go directly to the owner and have a conversation about what you want to do, and for him to understand and have confidence in your baseball eye, I think that's a welcoming thing for me because he trusts me. End quote. That's what gives me the confidence that we aren't operating with a five-headed monster making all these decisions anymore.
Right.
They're letting Dana Brown function like a real GM. They're letting Dana Brown function like GMs function before there were other people in Jim Crane's ear in the building.
Well, no, and the whole thing, too, is and I do think, that but when it comes to finding that right balance between all the tools that you have available now in terms of analytics and everything else, but also your old world baseball knowledge, it always felt like Bagwell was way too far on the side of the nerds don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because the fact of the matter is, even if you think that 90% of what they're saying is false, that 10% can be really, really valuable. And you got to be open to just understanding and seeing that, okay, all right, I got to look at this differently because I don't want to pass by an opportunity or what have you, that you got to be able to stay open to some of that. Dana Brown is much more in that world than it felt like Reggie Jackson and Jeff Bagwell, and I guess to a lesser degree, or maybe just because he knows to stay in the shadows, Craig Biggio. Biggio's done a great job of just having a voice and an influence without necessarily attaching his name to anything.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Dana kind of alludes to in this article the process to arrive at doing the Tucker trade. Like the Tucker trade was not some low-level move you just make and then you tell the owner about later. This is your all-star right fielder who's in the market for a big contract extension. And it sounds like he was able to just go to Dana directly and explain to him, hey, this is the trade and this is why it makes sense.
Did I say Reggie Jackson or Reggie Miller?
I think you said Reggie Jackson. I think if you said Reggie
in
Miller.
In my brain, I was thinking of a former player who doesn't seem like he knows what he's talking about when you see him talking. It was Reggie Miller. So me getting Jackson out was good.
Yeah.
Not to say that Reggie Jackson didn't know what he was talking about. It was just it was a weird. Had this council of elders that felt like they were actually making the real decisions, and who knows how much the baseball people are actually allowed to operate.
Probably a much more difficult council of elders to deal with for James Click than Dana Brown. Dana Brown actually probably connected with them to some degree because he views baseball through a similar lens as they do. And
he's come up the normal way.
Yeah.
He's come up as a scout. He's kind of put in his dues and all of that versus the fancy lad showing up with his slide rule.
Wasn't some Yale grad writing for Baseball Prospectus before he got into GMing. Yeah. You can text in 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. What channel's the Astros game on today? It's on Space City today. It'll be broadcast.
But tomorrow it's on Apple.
It's on Apple TV, and we're having Heidi Watney on, who's a sideline reporter for the game. She's going to join us on the show.
Did we have her last year?
We did. Yeah, she was really good. We liked her.
Good.
Yep. So it'll be on Apple tomorrow, and then
do you get a free subscription for the baseball, or do you have to pay for it now?
I think it's just part of Apple TV. I think it's baked into the normal subscription.
I got to clean up my Apple subscriptions because they still all the receipts go to my old Hotmail address, and I don't know how to log into it. So I see these charges come up from Apple, and I have no idea what it's for. Somebody help me get into Hotmail later today. Reach out.
Hotmail. I get like 5 emails a month.
Yeah,
they're each for like $2.99. But they're all for some degree of storage on an iCloud somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I have no. Or if I'm even storing things, or if I got a bunch of like the equivalent of like squatters sitting on my storage right now, putting their things on there, I have no idea.
I'm gonna start going to cloud storage for all my stuff that my Apple computer refuses to let me see.
Yeah.
God help you if you try to search for a file in your downloads because you can type in the exact name. Like, nope, doesn't exist.
So I wake up this morning to a text from Sammy. It was actually a text from his Venmo account where he was Venmoing me like $20 or something like that. And the description is Chat GPT premium subscription. And I'm like, oh, this is nice. Is he sending this to me so I can get a premium subscription to Chat GPT? No, he had subscribed. All three of my kids are still on my Apple account. So when they download an app that costs something, it hits Pop's account still to this day.
They're not kids anymore.
I know. I got to fix that. I got to fix a lot of things. But the other thing I woke up to, and I'm guessing this is what he was up doing for, till 1 a.m. last night, is he's taking a bunch of pictures from our family and turning us all into South Park characters. I wake up to 20 pictures of pictures through the years of our family as South Park characters. I'm like, yeah.
He's a lawyer now.
Those
are billable hours. Some clients getting billed for that.
It was late at night.
He was going to use it as a display in a case or something.
That'd be hilarious. It matches a mugshot of somebody that he's in a court case against. Dude, I had dogs as South Park characters. Last night. He's 25 years old. All right. Hey, The Athletic also, Seth, real quick, as long as we're talking about the Astros, they had 10 bold MLB predictions by Eno Saris of The Athletic. And these articles are tougher to click on nowadays because the Astros have floated off the grid a little bit. Like the Astros, if there was any superlative article over the last 7 or 8 years, like 5 of this, 7 most of this, there was always an Astro. The very last one in this article, Hayden Wisniewski is the Astros' newest coaching win, to your Brent Strom point.
Yeah.
They've sort of kept some of the remnants around that have allowed them to still develop pitchers.
They've still got the Astros car wash.
Yes.
The Kikuchi car wash.
Yes. Dude, if Isaac Paredes is a good everyday third baseman, if Cam Smith is who we're hoping he is, and this prediction comes true, just give Dana Brown the keys to everything in the building.
That trade is worth that would offset 20 miserable trades. If you trade away a guy on an expiring contract who's an awesome player, but you end up getting back, if Cam Smith develops the way that people are optimistic about him, if Paredes performs, and then if Wisniewski is a bona fide everyday starter, that's a hell of a trade, man.
Yeah,
and then especially, even though it doesn't affect the Astros at all, if Tucker is not on the Cubs 2 years from now, especially, it feels really good.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, look, if Wisniewski, if they all three turn into something that's contributors, they could sign Kyle Tucker to wherever they want to, and he could be an all-star every year, and that's still a good trade for the Astros. Like that's still a good trade. So, Payne and Pendergast, they said the key in the article said the key with Wisniewski is that, like a lot of pitchers, because he was a bullpen guy for the Cubs, he started out as a starter, got sent to the bullpen, and they said that the common misconception that's now being sort of the codes being cracked a little bit by these pitching coaches is that as opposed to leaning on what you do really well and just hammering that, that generating a large degree of unpredictability in what you're going to do.
Yeah, and just offsetting whatever your strength is, have something, at the very least, have something that offsets. Hunter Brown started to do better last year, too.
Yep.
Your strengths, especially with the simulators that the batters have now, they get pretty good at seeing the strengths of a pitcher and not making it as much of a strength. So if you just introduce that little bit of uncertainty.
Yep.
So, do that, Wisniewski.
Yep, do that. Do more of that. By the way, the Texas Children's Houston Open, all first-round morning tee times are delayed 5 minutes at the Texas Children's Houston Open right now. So
that's not bad.
Yeah,
okay.
It's delayed 5 minutes. They've been playing out there. It is raining out there. It's not lightning. Until there's a lightning delay, they're playing what's called lift in place, where you're able to lift, clean your ball, and place it in a general area where it was. So that's what they're doing out there right now.
Is that frowned upon at other times? I'm just thinking of the way I play golf.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, the rule book is not a thing for me.
Yeah.
So thank Frazier. Her husband's out there right now getting the on-the-scene reports for you here.
Patrick's out there in his rain slicker.
He's out there.
He's got his Weather Channel rain slicker on, and he's sending us back. He's doing that thing where he leans he artificially leans to make it look like the wind is worse than it actually is.
Yeah. Got his galoshes on. You don't get to use your galoshes very much.
That's right, yeah.
You got to love the galoshes. And by the way, we're proud to partner with the Texas Children's Houston Open. It's happening all weekend long at Memorial Park Golf Course. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, part of this field, number 1 and number 2 on the tour right now. The PGA Tour's best are on the course right here, right now in Houston. Again, delayed tee times right now by 5 minutes. But if you're headed out there, head out there. Grab a beer, enjoy it, enjoy the rain, bring an umbrella and your galoshes. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and ticket information, head to tchouopen.com now, tchouopen.com. Up next, a wild trade rumor that generated yesterday in the NFL. Is this how I'm going to stay relevant as I head into my aging years in radio? We will explain coming up.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Funny, this bit of video, which y'all are going to hear as audio here in a second, was one of those ones yesterday, Seth, that you open up X these days and it tends to push things to the top that it thinks you'll be interested in. And the first 3 or 4 tweets, the first 5 tweets when I opened it up at the time that this video dropped, 3 of the 5 were either 3 of the 5 were aggregators aggregating this video from Bruce. From Bruce Brennan, who is I guess a longtime Cleveland media member. I guess he's a streamer now, right?
Angry in the old way. The old he honors the old sports radio guys of being angry all the time. At least the clips I see, he tends to be really angry.
He pops when he's angry, for sure. He may be nice, but that don't pop. Stuff like this pops. Like this one yesterday where he got the rumor mill churning. Now, let's be clear. Immediately, this rumor was shot down by Dallas people. But it's fun to think about. This is Bruce Brennan. And I have a question. I have a question about our careers, Seth, you and me, after we play this bit of audio. This is Bruce Brennan, who has his own streaming show. He's based in Cleveland, about the Browns. As he is speaking, he says, they are trying to trade for Dak Prescott from the Cowboys.
Get ready for this one. I got a pretty darn good source within the Browns organization.
Ooh.
Couple. I heard, since our last show, that part of the reason Myles Garrett was so willing to sign this extension for contract, money. The Browns are negotiating as we speak with the Dallas Cowboys for a trade for Dak Prescott. And Garrett got all giddy about it. Why, I don't know. We're not going anywhere with Prescott, even if they pull it off. Newsom's part of it, and draft picks. Now, Prescott has a hamstring injury as we speak, and he may not be ready for the start of training camp. But this comes from a couple of different sources. And if it does come about, remember where you heard it first.
Okay, when it does come about, remember where you heard it first is always funny to me, because when it doesn't come about, can we come back to you as well?
Right.
Can we come back to the store also? Yeah.
Because there are some huge barriers to this, which are making me even more interesting if the Browns indeed are trying to trade for Dak Prescott. Because for one, Dak Prescott does have a no-trade clause. So he would have to approve going to Cleveland, which I don't know. Is it any worse than being in? He might be sick of Dallas. Who knows? But two,
it's worse.
It would be a $95 million cap hit to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Which they can't afford right now.
Nope.
They couldn't sign any free agents because they don't have any cap room. And then to the Browns themselves, who only have $18 million in cap space, they wouldn't be able to afford it either without some extreme gymnastics. So there might be a couple of people in the Browns organization that are suggesting that they trade for Dak Prescott or something, but it seems almost mathematically impossible that it would actually be seriously discussed.
Seth, my question with this, because at the end of the day, whether Cleveland trades for Dak Prescott or not doesn't affect us one iota. I don't think the Texans play the Browns this year. I don't think, to Bruce Brennan's point, even if Dak Prescott were on the Browns, I still think they are forecasted to be fourth in that division, probably. They are the biggest underdog in their division. They're the biggest division underdog in football. It is 22-1 for the Browns to win the AFC North. I believe the Giants are 20-1 to win the NFC East. So the Browns are thought to be one of, if not the worst teams in football this year. I don't think, in a pretend world where Dak's their quarterback, I don't think he gets them to where they want to get to anyways. My question for you is this. So independent of all that, is Bruce Brennan the blueprint for you and I to stay relevant into our 70s? He got a lot of traction from this just by throwing a wild rumor out there that he attributed to a couple good sources that nobody is going to come vet him on. Nobody's coming up to his front porch today. No, there's no police knocking on the door, showing their badge in the window Bruce, we need to come get you. These rumors you were spreading about Dak Prescott, you're under arrest. You
know?
know?
The answer is no, just because then I wouldn't be alive in my mid-70s.
You couldn't handle that.
Every time I try to do something that goes a little bit against my gut, or somebody will suggest that I throw something out, or anytime I come close to any type of clickbaity type material or unethical bait, because that's just flat out unethical.
Yes.
If you're suggesting just throw stuff out there and claim unnamed sources, no, because even when I have sources the legitimate way, I don't even feel comfortable with that sometimes because I never trust the actual sources.
Yeah.
Like even if they're telling me what they think is the truth, I know that people are wrong a lot of the times.
Yeah.
So no, I would die within 5 years. So it might be a good strategy for those 5 years, but I would have a stroke or something.
I think I could do it. I think I could pull it off. I think if there's desperation, it's a rumor.
That's true.
A couple sources, it's
okay. Well, so maybe we need to get myself into a pinch where I feel like I've got no other choice.
Yeah, you need to get involved. You need to be the victim of a Ponzi scheme so we can get you to where you're desperate for some.
Where I'll just flat out do anything.
Streaming money. Yeah.
I don't know. So the Cowboys. This would be the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
If we were going to find a way where this would actually make sense.
Yep.
Cowboys sit at the 12th spot right now. They have the 12th pick in the NFL draft, right?
Okay. Yeah, they do.
There is a guy named Shedeur Sanders out there who supposedly people wonder if, maybe in some of these reports of him being unlikable in some of his meetings at the Combine where other meetings went smashingly well. I don't know. Is there any angle where maybe they're trying to engineer a way to get Shedeur onto the Cowboys, and then the Cowboys would be open to biting the bullet and doing a bunch of exotic cap stuff to try to trade Dak Prescott, and that they might be able to pull that off? Is that possible?
I hear he's from Dallas, this Shedeur you speak of. I hear his father is a football coach as well. Coached him at Colorado.
Like Derek Stingley, right?
And
so some situation like that?
And he used to play for the Cowboys, his dad did back in the day. So
that takes it up a notch.
So the conspiracy theory, and then the head coach the Cowboys have hired appears to skew more towards the David Culley end of the spectrum than the DeMeco Ryans end of the spectrum.
So maybe I have so if we're going to go our unethical route, we just got to claim we have
in the Star up in Dallas. We've got to call it the Star. Yeah.
My sources in the building tell me this.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I don't think even that. Trying to engineer your way into the 12th pick of the draft, it's one thing to pull a Manning and flip-flop the number one. And let's see, what was the Eli Manning scenario?
It was a 4-1 split. The Giants had the fourth pick, the Chargers had the first pick, and they flip-flopped.
Okay.
And the Chargers got some stuff.
The Cowboys would have to work out some kind of if
Shedeur starts
the Browns
falling.
have the number 2. Oh, no, they could draft Shedeur.
Oh, if they get that pick from the Browns, if that pick is part of the trade.
No. The Browns could just draft Shedeur and then trade Shedeur for Dak Prescott.
They could do that, yeah.
Okay, that's what my source tells me. That's the deal. My source.
This one sounds the best. Yeah.
Hey guys, forget everything about me just working my way into this logic. The Browns select Shedeur Sanders, according to my source.
Yeah.
And then they trade Shedeur Sanders to Dak Prescott for Dak Prescott.
Okay. Yeah. As long as we're talking about quarterbacks in the AFC North, Andrew Filipponi is a radio host up in Pittsburgh. He's on our sister station up there. I read this, and I'm like, I can't wait to bounce this off of Seth. He says that there's a theory among Steeler fans that Aaron Rodgers has already agreed to his deal with the Steelers, but he's waiting to announce it at Pat McAfee's one-man show at PPG Paints Arena. It's kind of like what the Jim Rome tour stops used to be, where it's big celebration of Pittsburgh sports. It's sold out. Pack the arena. Probably has a bunch of guests that come up there. It's big, almost like a.
So he's not doing his show from there. He's doing just a standalone. He's not doing the Pat McAfee show from there. He's doing just a one-man event where he's gonna get up and do some.
He may be
stuff.
doing both. I don't know, but yeah, like he may be. His show that day. It's on a Friday, maybe in town that week. But the theory is that Rodgers, an FOM friend of McAfee, is going to use that forum to announce it. Keep in mind, announce it in an arena full of Pittsburgh fans where I'm guessing the expectation is this gets some sort of standing ovation, that Aaron Rodgers old aging quarterback and victim of an Achilles tear 2 years ago is
Who hasn't seemed like he's all that enthused or eager to get to Pittsburgh in the first
or
place.
anywhere for that matter. Yeah, it was 5-12 last year. What are we expecting the pop to be for Aaron Rodgers getting introduced as the new quarterback?
You got to remember the showman that Pat McAfee is. It would be huge. Because especially everybody there is going to be a huge Pat McAfee fan and or a Steelers fan. Yeah. And they're going to – Pat will hype it up in a big, big way. Yeah. It's probably getting to the point now where McAfee's going to have to address it beforehand because it's almost like an Oprah scenario where the audience members are kind of disgusted if they reach under their chairs and it's a commemorative sweatshirt or something. Instead of a brand new Mercedes. Yeah.
If you think about what the equivalent of this is like the DJ at a strip club introducing like a wrinkled 70-year-old nut start throwing like, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the big stage, Edith. You know.
Helga, the lunch lady.
Yeah. Welcome, Helen, to the big stage. Yeah.
My most annoying Aaron Rodgers headline, I'd have to scroll too far to find the exact headline on Pro Football Talk. Florio had some headline that was basically, Steelers fans will like Aaron Rodgers if he starts winning football games for them.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks, Nostradamus.
You don't say.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah, they'll change their tune if he starts winning games. Oh, is that the way human beings operate?
Really.
Seth, I get it now.
Seth, yeah. You have to go to Florio to get that kind of analysis, man. I didn't hear you saying that.
Yeah. Oh, all right, boy. Yeah, that's a big if. That's a big if then, right there. I don't know.
By the way, no extra fee to watch the Friday MLB games on Apple TV.
Real quick before we get to that, here's the headline. Yeah. Winning would cure any Aaron Rodgers hesitation for Steelers fans.
Oh, my God.
Thanks.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, if they start off 8-0 and Aaron Rodgers is playing like an all-pro, do you think are you telling me there won't be Steelers fans who are still hesitant about the Aaron Rodgers signing?
God.
All right.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll hit opening day on the way out here for sure in the final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. Are we going to get a lot more J.J. Watt back in our lives next year? We may. I think we might. We'll tell you why. Coming up next. First.
Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sneaky fun sports day we've got lined up here. We'll talk about that in a second. If you haven't seen the news, J.J. Watt is getting a bump up the Mafia family chain. He's getting a bump up from studio analyst to capo, or color analyst. He is going to be, and this is actually, Seth, when you think about it, there's on any given weekend, there's 5 or 6 CBS duos that are doing NFL games. J.J. Watt is leapfrogging a lot of dudes. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to, and he's a huge star, obviously, and that plays big into this. And I suspect that he's going to be very good. We've gotten a taste already of J.J. doing some color analysis, and the reviews were pretty good. He did the Christmas Day game between the Steelers and the Chiefs on Netflix with Nate Burleson. And I forget who the play-by-play. It might have been Noah Eagle, the play-by-play guy. I can't remember. It might have been Ian. But Ian Eagle is going to be his partner. Ian Eagle is the clear number 2 at CBS, and I say that in a good way. Like, he's high up the food chain behind Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. This will be the number 2 team at CBS, I suspect.
So I believe it's been reported as such that it's going to be the number 2 team because Charles Davis, who had been Ian Eagle's partner, he's going to move to full-time college football in 2026. They're going to do Charles Davis this year, but this is basically the replacement for Ian Eagle, and Charles Davis will be Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt. That's the way I understood it. So they'll be leapfrogging. So at least according to last year's lineup, J.J. will be leapfrogging Trent Green, Tiki Barber, Jason McCourty, Adam Archuleta, and Jay Feely. And other than maybe Trent Green, I don't see where any of that feels like it's inappropriate or that JJ's getting an unfair advantage.
No, I think Archuleta's good, but the star power weighs into this. He's JJ's a big star, and he's good at what he does. And I think this is great. I think, look, if you want JJ Watt on Texans games, I mean, the ultimate goal is to be like the Chiefs, where you're getting Nance and Romo every week because it means you're the best team in the conference. But I think the Texans are kind of in that sweet spot where they occasionally get Nance and Romo. They largely get the 2 and 3 teams, the B and C teams for CBS. If I had to guess, I would think J.J. Watt is going to be the color analyst on at least 3 or 4 Texans games this year. I do wonder, do you think they maybe avoid putting him on there just because he was a Texan, or do you think they put him on there because he could get better insight on the Texans?
I think they don't. It doesn't seem like they put much weight into that at all with broadcast teams. They just assume the guy's going to call a good game, and that I know people don't feel this way universally. I feel like Troy Aikman does a pretty good job of keeping it clean when he does Cowboys games. If anything, a lot of times he sounds maybe extra frustrated with the Cowboys. But on color commentary, people always feel like the announcer's screwing their own team or what have you. But I think Aikman does a pretty good job with that. Romo, I just never know what the hell he's doing anyway. So I don't think Romo shows any extra. Sometimes maybe with the Cowboys, because Romo doesn't ever seem to do a whole lot of homework before the games, that maybe he does a better job on Cowboys games because he pays more attention to them. But I don't feel like he gives them any extra leeway or anything.
If you're someone that is hoping that eventually Tony Romo is not on the first unit anymore for CBS, because let's face it, Romo jumped ahead of literally everybody in the HOV lane to get to that spot. He replaced Phil Simms. He didn't start out with Spiro Dides for a year and then grind his way up. He's Tony Romo, and he got put there because he was a Dallas Cowboys quarterback first and foremost. I would say of the names you just rattled off, like JJ is clearly the one who, if star power is the thing, and I'm Tony Romo, like all of a sudden there's a guy in that number 2 seat that, like, all right, well, this guy actually is as big, if not a bigger star than I am right now.
So that'll
crossed.
be interesting. We'll see. I think JJ will do a good job with it. I enjoyed the parts of the game where I was able to listen to him during the Netflix one. They had him paired up with Nate Burleson. And so there was good chemistry between him and Nate Burleson. It can be hard in a 3-man booth when you're doing that job for the first time to know exactly when to talk or when to lay back, and I thought JJ did a good job with it.
3-man's tough, man. That's you have to have a really good guy steering the ship on that.
Archuleta points out some of the nuances from a defensive back perspective that I really like. I think Archuleta does a better job of explaining quarterback decision-making than a lot of the quarterbacks do.
Yeah.
Because I think he understands where they get duped sometimes and where they don't. But yeah, none of the CBS doesn't seem to lean into the star power stuff as much, which is ironic given that with Tony Romo, they 100% leaned into that.
Yeah. Charles Davis will be their number one guy on their college football package. Is that what it says? I think he's going to be
in 2026.
In 2026, he'll be their number one guy. Would you, if you were a color analyst, would you rather be on a big network like CBS? Would you rather be the number one college football guy or the number 2 NFL guy?
I'd rather be the number 6 NFL guy. Yeah, I don't want to
ahead of you. So you don't want anything to do with college football.
Yeah.
I got you. Just pays a lot more to be that number one on anything, though. You know.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm just doing it for fun anyway.
Yeah.
So it's I think I just have a lot more fun with the matchups in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's hard enough with college. It's there's just so much more. Because you don't get to break it down on a granular level as much with the matchups, and then also the names. The names are frequently changing so much.
Yeah,
that it's probably probably a lot of people like it as a challenge in that regard. But I feel like with football, you get more of an actual. All right, I know these guys, and I know what the strengths are, and I know exactly how this team. Might have to change what they did in the first matchup, all that stuff.
Compared to college football. The NFL now, even with free agency in the NFL now, compared to what college football's become, the NFL may as well be the NFL from back in the 70s when the Steelers guys were all on the team forever because there's no free agency. College is just such a revolving door right now. Payne and Pendergast, text message, all caps. Can't stand Nance and Romo. We didn't mean to trigger you. We're just happy for J.J. Watt, okay?
The other thing, though, too, about college versus the NFL is NFL, there's still more time between plays. Even though the NFL has increased its pace a little bit to more in line with college, it's still there's time to actually talk and rewatch and do all that compared to a lot of the super up-tempo college stuff.
I think I would have more fun doing college, the stuff surrounding it. The game is the game. I don't know if I have a super huge preference of whether I would do college or NFL. Being on a campus for a college weekend, though, and doing a game would be a whole lot of fun, as opposed to being in an NFL. Although being in an NFL city can be fun. You go out, get a nice steak dinner or whatever. But college campuses, yes. That's where
who gets leapfrogged here, Sean?
Who?
You know who gets leapfrogged?
Who?
And I'm surprised you haven't brought him up yet. Ross Tucker.
Oh,
J.J. Watt just swooping in. And just higher on the pecking order than Ross Tucker, despite his brilliant work in the Texans versus Titans game late in the season.
He was Ross is excellent. Was he not on that list that you read of all the guys there?
He's listed as a sideline reporter because he doesn't do the color commentary that often.
We'll have to ask him to get leapfrogged by J.J. Watt.
Let's start some heat.
Yeah. Between
Let's get him talking smack about J.J.
J.J. and Ross Tucker, for sure. Man, today is a very underrated sports day, and it's raining outside, but we got Astros opening day at 3:10. We've got the Rockets tonight in Utah to take on the hated Jazz. We'll always hate the Jazz, no matter how bad they are. And they beat the Rockets in Utah last time. We've got college basketball coming up tonight. I can root for my janky-ass bracket to try to come through. I need Arkansas to go win the whole thing for me to win it.
Who's winning our brackets amongst the hosts?
Lopez just walked into the studio, and I think he's in the top 3, so I'm guessing he can recite chapter and verse who he's chasing and who's nipping on his heels right now. Are you, John, where are you right now in the bracket?
I believe I am in second place, maybe third place, I think second.
Do you know who's in first, or are you
Patrick
one of the
Creighton.
Okay.
Patrick Creighton is up there.
You know what? Yeah, Creighton. That makes sense.
Parker Hillis is up there.
Yeah. Yep.
Creighton's the most, I think, across the board, the best versed old school, hardcore sports guy, in terms of baseball, college basketball, anything like that.
Dude, if you need Wimbledon takes.
Yes,
Patrick Creighton,
give it to you.
Hardcore.
Yes,
he watched John McEnroe, fellow New Yorker back in the day, do his thing, and Jimmy Connors.
100%. Olympics, you bring up Olympics or anything like that. Yeah, he's that guy. He's very well-rounded.
Creighton's the guy. He's the jukebox at our station where, you know what, I think I'm going to look for category Wimbledon. I need some hot takes. on Wimbledon. Yep, he's the guy. So he's in first right now. I was expecting your answer to be something along the lines of, I don't know who's in first. I'm just following my process. If I follow my process, I will prevail.
Oh, I'm going to win.
Okay. All right. Hi, Reggie.
What's up?
How's it to do a show with this guy over here? He's the I'm going to win guy in the brackets here.
Oh, man,
How's your bracket, by the way?
It's hanging on there. I thought there would be more upsets early, so that's not fun. But I still got, 7 of my Elite Eight teams in there.
Oh, so you're in good shape.
Yeah,
I do, too. Right. The problem is that the one that I lost is the one I had winning the whole tournament. So I just need Arkansas to go on a tear and just kill everybody's bracket.
I think it's a fun place to be. Like, at that point, you're rooting against other people.
It's not the best, but it's all right, I guess.
And maybe that says something about me.
Yeah.
What's our question of the day?
We've got a good question of the day for you today. What things or what makes you feel like a kid again based on opening day? I'll give you a little thought starter here. One of mine is swimming pools. Like, I still do cannonballs.
Public swimming pools or swimming pools in general?
Pool, Any swimming pool.
You still do cannonballs?
All the time. I'm a big cannonball guy.
Do you yell cannonball as you're jumping in?
Maybe occasionally.
Yeah, you should.
I also have a dive. I have a patented dive that I do that my kids line
There's
up.
a name for it because you love naming things. What's the name?
Well, it's the old school dive.
Okay.
Here, I'll show you.
Wait, what? We don't have any water here.
Heels together.
Okay.
And your hands like this, and then you squat, and then just dive.
Oh.
That is like the
Not a good
name of the actress 40s that was in those water musicals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Every time we go to a pool, they say, "Do the dive, do the dive."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, you're quite the showman.
I am the showman.
Yeah. By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Yeah, I got to do it one more time. All right. Don't start cheering for me yet.
Mm-hmm. So what makes you feel like a kid again?
I will tell you mine. You asked me this question when I poked my head in over there, and unlike sometimes where I struggle to come up with the answer immediately, this is an easy one.
Mm-hmm.
Arcades. Any arcade game, any old school arcade game. I have toyed with the idea for a long, long time of getting one of those old school arcade games that you can get now that have like 50 games embedded inside of them.
Yeah.
And I'm getting closer and closer to getting one, just putting it in the corner of the living room there.
Yeah.
Who am I out to impress?
Yeah.
The one person I'm trying to impress lives with me anyways. She'll learn to deal with it. Yeah, she's got no choice. Yeah. What about you, Seth?
I had a vision of you at like the old school arcade of like you down at the dirty Nickelodeon, wearing a newsboy cap and knickers and just scamming people for nickels so you can go in and watch the dirty pics. Yeah. Or the Esther Williams movie.
There you go.
Yeah. The Farmington Valley Mall. That is where the arcade was in town. The Farmington Valley Mall.
Space Invaders, your game?
Space Invaders was my game.
I knew it.
Space Invaders, and I even knew the code back in the day to get you double bullets on Atari.
Nice.
When Atari came out with Space Invaders in like 1981, because it had come out in the arcade first. A lot of the Atari games, Atari invented them. Space Invaders was so huge back in like 1980, 1981, and Atari coming out with it, I think it was probably right before Christmas time, was so massive.
I was in college. I went to the Thirsty Turtle.
Yeah, the Thirsty Turtle. All right.
All the arcades you can
the Mount Rushmore of early 80s arcade games. We're really, really siphoning off the audience right now. Frogger, Space Invaders, Asteroids.
Good call.
And I would say Defender. Remember Defender?
Defender, but what was the one?
Pac-Man. Sorry,
Pac-Man.
Defender, you're out. Pac-Man, Frogger, Space Invaders, Asteroids.
Yeah.
Asteroids is stressful. Ooh. That moment for me. Okay, remember when you were a kid and it seemed like when you watched fireworks on the 4th of July?
Oh yeah.
It just felt like the fireworks filled up the entire sky. It was so incredible. And then when you're an adult, you're watching and you're kind of like, all right, yeah, I know. It's whatever. It doesn't look as magnificent. In my wife's hometown, the Allegheny River runs through it. And one year with my wife's family, we got canoes and we floated down the Allegheny River to where on the 4th of July they have the fireworks display. But what you do is you sit out in the river next to this park where the fireworks are being put off, and it's pitch black, like you can't see anything, but you're just floating on the canoe, and like the river doesn't move that fast at that point, so you're just kind of backpedaling, staying in place. And the fireworks fill up the whole sky, and it feels like you're floating in space.
Yeah,
that was really I haven't been sober for. I was like, man, I wish I were affected right now. This is even that much better. Yeah.
Text message, someone saying Galaga. Galaga would like a word. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, am I reading this right? Because I'm guessing that was just a autocorrect here that Dyken Park has, or is that Dirksen Park?
No. It's an autocorrect. It's Dyken Park. They said there's an arcade by Dyken Park. It's called Joysticks.
Oh yeah,
it's awesome. The owner is named Charles. He's a big listener of the station.
Okay.
I see him sometimes at Lizards because Lizards has like 2 or 3 video games there that they got from Joysticks.
Okay.
So he pops in there sometimes to, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever service is required. So yeah, Joysticks, it's cool.
Good. I've been in there.
I will say this too. These are not live reads. These are Cidercade is fun as well if you're looking
100%.
for arcade games. They have all the old school games and you pay like $15
and you just play?
All you can play. And I said this to Seth during the break a little earlier when you had told me what the question was. And I said, can you imagine back in the day when you were pumping quarters into arcade games? If you had an all-you-can-eat arcade or all-you-can-play arcade fee, there would have been fights.
Yeah.
We would have had our first
just
viral
hogging
fight.
the game.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It would have been bad, man. All right. Glad we had this talk. That's a good question.
Thank
man.
you.
That's a good question. 1040.
Who brought you that question in this moment?
That would be Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Good looking out, Reggie.
Yeah. I got you,
Appreciate
my boy.
you, brother.
I got you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, man, it's opening day. The vibes are high, brother.
I know, man. This is an underrated sports day.
My goodness,
we got Astros, Rottweiler last I checked, and we got March Madness as well. So this is a whole lot of fun. Gentlemen, have a great show.
Thank you.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies as I download Galaga.
That's the thing now. Yeah, like you can play it on your phone now if you want to. Holy crap.
We just took up some of his weekend. That's all we did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We've lost Seth.
Took him off the anonymous scout quotes, and you got him playing Galaga now. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KALT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, Galaga is fun, or I guess I assume it's fun. I've actually never played Galaga myself personally, and I'm sure there's people that are very
spider
upset.
web goes all over the place.
I have played Asteroid. I have played Space Invader. Pac-Man is, and of course, haven't played any of those. But what's more fun than all that is opening day baseball, baby. Opening day baseball, baby. We getting it today. Astros, Mets, Dyken Park, 3:10. Can't wait.
3:10. Don't forget.
Yeah, right. In fact, I saw T Mill on social media. He was showing. I think he pulled up like a video of Chaz McCormick going yard. Not the video of that, but the video of the fellas reacted to that on the drive. And I'm like, we might have an opportunity to get that going on day one.
Yeah.
Game day one, we might have them reacting to a bomb at Dyken Park, and maybe get the train moving, which we're trying to figure out. What that's going to look like, because that's been a whole level
they've got it
of
under
intrigue.
wraps.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
In fact, we'll talk to Ari Alexander, KPRC2, in the next segment, and I want to see if maybe he has any level of intrepid reporting that he's done in that way. But before we get there, thank you. One text line.
The Texas Hammer.
What up, Jim? You excited?
Yeah.
713-572-4610. I am indeed wearing a different Astros hat. And when I saw it online, and I had to get it because it's like a corduroy brim, so it's got a real cool color to it. But also, it made me feel good because on the side of it, I noticed that this is actually a 2017 Astros hat.
It's a 2017, not a 22.
Yeah, so it's got a little World Series patch on it that I was like, that's kind of cool. Maybe we could start the vibes that way, even though I'm not particularly superstitious. But even with that, let's get into our bold predictions. Let's get some bold predictions for the Astros season and for the MLB season at large here. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Also, appreciation to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
On YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is Sports Radio 610. Twitch is 610 Houston. Like, what are we going for? What are the bold predictions that we have? Because this is that time of year with all the publications are putting them out. And honestly, if we want to get on to the disrespect-o-meter,
we can.
It's coming through for the Astros this year.
I think the Astros are going to have a big old chip on their shoulder this year for, a number of reasons.
Like a Ruffles?
Let's see, what kind of big old chip with it? Well, Ruffles is the go-to, so let's go with Ruffles for now.
Okay.
But I really do because,
Cheetos?
That's my go-to right there.
I never think of Cheetos as a chip. I kind of hate
I could see that, but I think of it as a chip.
Okay.
That's actually my favorite chip is Cheetos.
There's no way. Cheetos as a favorite chip?
It is.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, dog.
Which one, the crunchy Cheetos or the puffs?
I like the puffs, the one that get all over your hands.
See, that's the grand final. Because Puffs are exactly the type of chips that you give to a child.
Oh, it gets all over their face. It gets all over their face.
They be holding on to that one little puff.
Yeah, they're holding it for like an hour. That was probably me, by the way. I've always liked them. No, they've got a giant chip on their shoulder for like a number of different ways. Number one, they ain't going to win it. I mean, I was looking I was just bouncing around yesterday evening, didn't have anything to do, looking, and then into this morning, just looking at predictions and MLB previews and all that. So I kind of stumbled across everything from USA Today to Yahoo to CBS Sports, all these predictions. The Astros are not picked to win the division in 6 of the 7 that I looked at, that I called up. It's the Rangers. One of them has the Mariners, and one of them, the Astros, are picked 3rd in the division.
Damn, 3rd in the. So we really doing this thing where we believe in the Mariners for real?
Yeah.
Like, you know what this is getting to? Mm-hmm. This is Charlie Brown trying to kick the football levels. I will not be had again. Get some bats. Like, I understand they went and got Randy Arozarena. I kind of liked that move, and we'll see if he actually hits and he's able to turn it around. I know they got J-Rod there and everything. Yeah. I need to see it. Yeah. I'm sick of y'all talking about how good this Mariners. Yes, I know they can pitch. They can pitch their asses off.
Oh, I stand corrected. I just saw my notes. 2 of them had the Astros finishing 3rd.
Okay, all right, good for them.
2 of them had the Astros finishing 3rd. So that's one. The whole. Oh, they ain't going to do it this year. Number 2 is like this team has so many question marks. Individually that they're going to have a big giant chip on their shoulder. We'll start with Jose Altuve, the most obvious one. Oh, Cam Smith, you brought him up too soon. Oh, is Fromber an ace? Pen look like? I mean, just across the board. And I'm not talking about the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah.
The bullpen. Just across the board. These guys, have a big old chip on their shoulder. So that's kind of where all of a sudden the Astros, the big bad wolf, the boogeyman, whatever you want to call them, are all of a sudden feeling like they're disrespected, as they say.
Yeah. There's been a lot of predictions in that space. In fact, I know that Sean was talking about this earlier. I was looking at the same thing. Like when it comes to kind of bold predictions, the Athletic put one of these joints out, and in rolling through it, I saw one of the. Or you're used to seeing a lot more of like Astros popping up, and the bold prediction that is there for the Astros that I was actually kind of surprised because in going through various baseball things, I've kind of gotten used to them not necessarily showing up in a way, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Hayden Wesneski being the Astros' newest coaching win, the idea of Wesneski coming in and
that would be good.
Them building him up to being like a really solid pitcher, and I mean his stuff by all accounts looked really good in spring. So I'm looking forward to that. But I also pair that with various things where I'm looking at preseason, or it's not preseason, but I guess in a way preseason because the season starts today. Power rankings where the Astros are 10th, and I'm seeing, 12th, and I'm seeing the damn Texas Rangers at 6th, right? And I'm like, we look at all these projections, and those teams are supposedly relatively neck and neck, right? If we look at win totals, I was looking at the over/under. I think for the Astros is set at 60 or 86.5, and I think the Rangers are 87.5. So like that's in that way. But yeah, man, when we start getting to bold predictions for what this looks like, I think that one of those is just. It feels kind of bold, even just calling the Astros as a winner in the AL West, doesn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely does. And then you can go even further into the weeds a little bit. Some of the individual awards, the Astros have always been considered, some of the best players on the planet.
Yeah.
The only one that is in the MVP top 10 that I saw is Jordan.
I mean,
that's it.
But that actually feels fair. Like I don't know that you have, and that's been kind of a shift that they've had to make. I don't know that you have very many of those guys that are like the top end, best of the best.
I mean, Altuve can still swing the bat.
He can.
Yeah. But there's no Tucker,
Yeah, there's no Tucker. And even when you talk about Altuve, like he can swing the bat, but you're not talking about him being like a masher in that same way.
Yeah.
Right?
No, not close, which is going to lead to a lot of MVP votes.
Right.
Yeah. And then in Rookie of the Year voting, Cam Smith, he's either first or second.
Yeah, he's leading the clubhouse now, which is nice. I think that's cool. So, I mean, there you have that. We already have some bold predictions coming in on various spaces. Kix Rock says, and this seems like it's just for opening day, which if this starts like this, imagine if, we get to 6 o'clock when the game is fully over 100%. And you look at the box score and your shortstop, Jeremy Pena.
Yeah.
3 hits and a homer on opening day.
Okay. That would be huge to get started like that. I feel like, and this is some of the bold predictions as well. Which player is going to have, I'm not going to say a comeback year, but a huge year. team is of that big year? I think Jeremy Pena is at the top of the list. That you have to have that. You know, Cam Smith, whatever. You know, it's all found money right now with him. You know, and I think Jeremy Pena, one of the veteran guys now, obviously great on defense, but he's been up and down offensively. Here and there. If he has just
he been up and down?
Well,
he's been relatively steady. If you actually look,
at his season numbers,
yes,
they're relatively. You could throw a hat on them, but
I've never understood this.
Over the last,
I'm gonna be completely honest.
What's that?
Throw a hat on it.
Toss a hat on. In other words, they're so close together. You can
okay.
Toss a hat on.
See, I literally have never understood.
Yeah,
that
like they're all in a little bunch.
Today, I have learned.
You learn things.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
But he's had long stretches. In fact, I looked at it over his last 96 games last year. He had 16 walks, 70 strikeouts. That's a problem.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think that's good.
And he batted .243 over the last month. He batted .233 and had an OPS of .590. So his numbers overall, you can throw a hat on him.
Sure.
But he's had those long stretches. He needs to just mash. And then I think he could be key for this season.
Okay, so in the way that you described that, again, zeroing in on Jeremy Pena, are you cool with a season if it's tough because, again, marathon, not sprint, when you talk about the length of a 162-game season. If he finds a way to just kind of be neutral, even if it's not, quote-unquote, mashing, if it's not like an incredible, at bats, if it's not like necessarily him, being putting up incredible those merge, divots where you have a large stretch where he has 70 strikeouts or what have you. Are you good with that? Because I don't know that it's a fair expectation to go, oh well, we need Jeremy Pena to just become this offensive powerhouse, akin to what you saw in that ALCS and World Series, right? Like that felt like that was more anomalous as we get more and more data. Which I think that he has the capability of being that, but it seems like the majority of the data set for him to this point has been he's a average, maybe just below average offensive player with great defense.
I'm good with it, but tell me first what Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes are doing, because those guys are going to be that's my second thing about you gotta have some production offensively, because you can only protect Yordan so much. Altuve's leading off, and Yordan's going to mash, but if you don't get the protection over the course of the entire season, then all of a sudden it gets a lot more difficult for Yordan and everyone else. You know what I mean? So that's the other thing. What's Paredes going to do? What's Walker going to do? I think that's going to be crucial for this team.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Paredes. I think Walker is going to be a steady force, and that's what you pay 3 years, $60 million for, is that, okay, he's going to be a steady force. If I'm getting back to like the idea of bold prediction, I think Cam Smith out-homers Kyle Tucker. I think Isaac Paredes out-homers
Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
That's bold.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think both of the hitters that you got in the Kyle Tucker trade out-homer him. Now, there's more to, getting out here and playing baseball than just hitting homers, but that's a large part of this. That's how much of a win this trade was. And of course, I know Ron was telling us yesterday, pump the brakes, and I do think that it's fair. But I'm in a bold prediction, man. It's opening day. I'm the juices are flowing, so I'm going to that place where I think that you can have, and it's feasible because we've seen how disciplined he can be, and like the power comes out very almost effortlly for Cam Smith, and then Isaac Paredes. We immediately saw when he got into Dyken Park what his particular pull power is, the way that the Crawford boxes are going to help him out. And I was reading an interesting piece on MLB.com this morning about like with the added tracking that they have to be able to see where in the where at the plate, whether it's deeper at the plate or earlier at the plate, that a batter is able to make contact. And it seems like Isaac Paredes is very good at making contact ahead of the plate.
That's what you want,
which actually really helps the ability to send it deep. I think that you have the ability or the possibility of both of those guys mashing in that way.
My boldest prediction is kind of a 1-2 punch. The number one is I think Brendan Rodgers plays more than 100 games at second base.
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up.
I really do.
I'm glad you brought this up.
Number two is that makes for the best middle infield the Astros have had in maybe 5-6 years. Because with Pena and Brendan Rodgers there, and the reason I believe that in Rodgers at second base getting that many starts is you can afford to give up a little offense at second base, because he doesn't swing a great bat. If Walker and Paredes and Cam Smith and just go down the line are having good offensive plays usually on most teams. Second baseman, hey, we can give up a little offense because he's a vacuum. So I feel like Brendan Rodgers can play a lot at second base.
Yeah, and I mean, I would be remiss if I did not bring up, and I'm being a little bit of a jerk, but you know this, your seeming, I would like to call it disdain, but that'd be unfair. Your seeming want to just keep Dubon as a utility player.
Yes.
We have not seen him have extended periods of time at a single place, which obviously you can use as a good thing, where you're like, hey, if he's in that place consistently, playing second base with the same spot in the lineup, is he going to find some consistency? Or you could take that to the negative, where you go, we haven't seen it, and I don't think we can expect that to be the case. I was a little uneasy with second base, but when I think about it in that way, where yes, I understand that you're not going to need, you can sacrifice a little bit at that. And both of those guys have had Gold Gloves in their career, and I keep thinking about the fact that they are projected to be heavy ground ball as a team, pitching wise. I'm just going to lean on the idea of defensively, both of those guys seemingly can do the job to a high level at second base, and that'll be a majority of the issue, or a majority of what you're looking for there. But yeah, I still am. I'm going to be watching second base and seeing like what you're getting there, because that's the other side of moving Altuve to left field is how much better are they defensively at second base to justify that move? Because I mean, he was bad at second base. Don't get me wrong, but how much better is it to justify what you're going to have as a step back?
And then the other thing is, I guess I should come up with a bold prediction, but I'm kind of caught in the middle. I'm caught in the middle here.
We're here 4 hours
between
baby.
Who plays the most outfield between Myers and maybe McCormick. Because McCormick, if he has a hotter bat, which he's been up and down too.
Sure. But there's plausibility there. There's no plausibility with Jake Myers. That bat is
right. So
let me not
McCormick,
be that bat's not good.
So this is a really bold prediction, but I'll go ahead and say it. I think McCormick plays more center field than Myers.
Oh, just like straight up more games.
I think he's going to have a good year offensively. And boy, I feel dumb saying that after the way he ended last year. But every time the Astros have been really good, McCormick's had a good year.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah.
I see what you're going for there. The only thing that gives me pause there, and it's a big level of pause here, is hey, you have a left fielder in Altuve who's never done it. And then on top of that, you have a right fielder who I think it has like the athletic ability to play defense, but he just hasn't done it. He doesn't know that. So how much more ground are you expecting center field to cover? And I know Chaz can do it, but Jake Myers absolutely has the range to do it. So that might be where you really want to use it. But yeah, I also am looking at this lineup, and I've seen the lineup ranked in like at the very bottom of the top 10.
Yeah.
And where it's like, you kind of need a really good lineup. That the Astros have always had a menacing lineup when they've been really, really good. And if you can take what feels like an easy out in Jake Myers and make it into a reformed Chaz McCormick, where it's not an easy out, and at least it's a good AB.
You make that trade, don't you?
You would hope that. You would absolutely hope that. All right, we're just getting going on opening day for your Astros. They'll take on the Mets, and you have a Holmes. I don't think we talked about a ton.
Yeah.
This is a dude who
is a reliever.
Who has now come, and he's now a starting pitcher. Like after
some
dude
named Soto's playing too.
Yeah, Juan Soto's also playing.
Yeah,
he looks like he's going to be a problem. But yeah, I was looking at Clay Holmes, and I was like, hey man, I went and looked at the games that he played against the Astros in spring training. You know that they put up a single solitary hit on him?
Get out. I did not know
in spring
that.
training.
That's my way of saying I did not know that.
6 innings pitched against the Astros, so it's not like, but one hit, and he had 5 strikeouts. Dang. So I guess I probably shouldn't have put that right here at the very end of this positive, bold prediction segment. But it should be a very interesting watch that happens in this game, 3:10 p.m. And I know that the fellas of the Drive will be watching eagerly, as I will be too. But I just won't be here. I'll be probably somewhere, maybe smoking a cigar.
How about that?
How about that? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, actually, you know what? I could probably ask this gentleman about Clay Holmes, and I want to ask him about the train that we haven't gotten an eye on. Let's talk to our guy Ari Alexander of KPRC2 ahead of the opening day for your Astros. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about your next vehicle.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always love.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we're really baseballed up, man. Everybody's in real baseball mode. As on the Jim Madler, the Texas Hammer text line, we got someone who is, waxing poetic, and I appreciate it, about the MLB really needing to concentrate on contracting the playoffs back so that you don't end up with a team like the Tigers last year, where look, they were not that good, but they get in, they win around and such.
Who'd they beat?
Hey, don't bring that up. Don't worry about that. It's not about that, Lopez. It's the principle of the matter, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
You need you to understand that. It's the principle of the matter. All right. But yeah, opening day today. Also, Texas Children, Houston Open going on. They are playing. They are actively playing golf right now in maybe not the most pristine conditions, to be fair. But yeah, they're trying to get the round in because it's going to be
more rain tomorrow.
There's more rain tomorrow, and I imagine there's heavier rain later today. In fact, as well. So trying to get some golf in. If you're headed out there, make sure that you got something to cover yourself up. Unless you feel like being drenched, that's on you. You can do that if you would like. But other than that, right? Go out there, see Scotty Scheffler, see Rory McIlroy, see some great golf at the Houston Open.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of sleep on it, but it's one of the great events. It's one of the great events in Houston, year after year after year.
Yeah, it would have been cool to be out there, but rain.
It's cooler to be in here and dry.
It really is. It's nice. This corduroy hat wouldn't have suffered.
I like that look.
It wouldn't have went too well. In that rain. Now, before we go there, I did want to mention this, and we kind of started talking about this when it comes to the game that's being played today. Versus the Mets. I think we both kind of got locked in on two different players. For me, it's Clay Holmes, who is the starting pitcher for the Mets. He's their opening day starter tonight, obviously. He was previously a closer. Like he's one of, I think, two pitchers, if memory serves me correct, to be a saves leader and then have opening day the next year. And it's so wild. And one of the things I'm really hoping is that the Astros, seeing as the Astros only they played him twice in spring, obviously getting a chance to play in the Grapefruit League, and in the combined 6 innings, there was one hit that they got off of him, and he had 5 strikeouts. Like clearly he has the stuff. And you were talking about in the break, like the Mets have a very good rotation, so for him to be named as the opening day starter, he's been cooking.
That means he's been dealing pretty lately because they have a really good pitching staff. They have a really good team. And for him to get named the opening day starter and have had success already, obviously, against the Astros, that's a big thing. So it's going to be – this is no cupcake here. Everybody's like, hey, let's go to the park, see the Astros win their opening day game. There's this fella named Juan Soto that is playing for the Mets. What was his contract? I forget. It was
a lot.
A gazillion?
The richest contract in – was it American sports history?
Was it $11 billion?
Technical term. I think
something along those lines.
765.
Man, 765.
765 million.
This guy is got the pressure of the baseball world on his shoulders, and he is willing to live up to it. They're calling him a combination of Superman, Batman, and Captain America in New York. That was in a story that I believe was in The Athletic. And he says he wants to be the greatest hitter in the game. He's all eyes in New York, all eyes on baseball are going to be in Houston, but not necessarily on the Astros. It's going to be on Juan Soto, and I think Astros fans go into the game, if you're lucky enough, enjoy it. I mean, hopefully the Astros win, hopefully they get it done, but that guy is going to be a transcendent player for a long time.
Now, I'm hoping that the Astros can win, and the path that I forward through that I'm seeing is I am concerned about like the first 3-4 innings maybe versus Clay Holmes. I am interested, though, as a dude who's going to probably go 5-6 innings, the third time through the order, which is typically generally what you're looking for anyways. can they really hammer him? Because, being a guy who is being extended out. Now, of course, he's had the whole off season. It's not like that's happening over the course of a few weeks or what have you. But he is being a guy that's extended out. This is not something that he typically has done.
Right.
Pitching, a full kind of starter's load of work. Can you maybe see if you can get at him the third time through the order and really make him pay? Because I think that might be the place where you really need to open this thing up in a game like that.
And I think that you're going to almost see a template tonight against Holmes of how the Astros are going to have to do it. Obviously Altuve, leading off is going to be crucial. But then get that traffic, get that, go deeper into counts. What's been one of the sort of the pet peeves, if you will, that Astros fans have had with a lot of the Astros bats? They're impatient. I just talked about Jeremy Pena over the last 96 games, 17 walks, 70 strikeouts. You can't do that against pitchers like that, and I think that's going to be, especially on opening day, and I think you can't do that all year. With this club is not the same anymore, where one swing of the bat, from any number of players is going to be able to get you in control of the game. You got to have traffic on the base paths, and you got to be patient.
Yeah, so excited to see that game. Apparently, according to our guy T Mill, he's going to be right behind home plate. Which I got questions, man. Like, that man has been living large this week. What is happening with T Mill? Like, is he just have the bets been going really good? Like, are the locks really locking for him? Because he was at the Rockets game. I think he was damn near courtside.
He was on the floor.
Yeah, a couple nights ago, and now here he is in a place where he's going to be behind the plate. Like, what is happening with him?
Does he sell drugs?
It would be one way that would actually answer this question. Like, it would give me some level of understanding as to what was happening there.
I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he's just a bookie on the side, whatever it might be.
All right, let's turn ourselves to the hotline. I don't think that he has any reporting on this, but our guy, Ari Alexander, KPRC2, joins us on the hotline. A busy day for you, my man. Like, what are the vibes like at Dyken Park right now?
Routine, I put the banana peel on my face, dip in the Saratoga water, and spent about the last 4 minutes diving into the pool in our apartment complex.
Of course.
No, it's good. I mean, this today is going to be a big story in Houston all around all Major League Baseball because of these right fielders. You have Juan Soto, who's the highest paid professional athlete in any American sport, the biggest contract ever given in American sports. And on the other side, you have the most exciting story in Houston, which is Cam Smith, a 22-year-old rookie with 5 games at AA, is your starting right fielder for the Houston Astros. I think that the team is going to look significantly different than what everyone is used to. Obviously, Kyle Tucker is gone. Alex Bregman is gone. All the new faces are going to be a big part of the storyline. If the Astros want to win this division, make the playoffs, go deep in the playoffs, you have to rely on Christian Walker, Isak Paredes, and these younger guys, right? Jake Myers is going to be a big piece of this. Chas McCormick, as much as many people don't want to think about it that way, is going to need to be a big piece in this. And then Cam Smith has to keep doing what he's been doing in spring training, which is play beyond what he should be doing right now. He's 22. He was in college a year ago. He shouldn't be doing this, and he is. And if he can keep up the maturity, and from everything I've heard about him, personality-wise, makeup-wise, and I finally got to meet him this week, he exceeds every expectation of all the glowing things that I've constantly heard about him for months.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely the way we've heard it as well. I want to kind of hone in on a couple of other places. We were doing our bold predictions to start the show, and I think Brendan Rodgers is going to play more second base, more than 100 games at second base, and I also think there's a good chance McCormick plays more outfield than Jake Myers. What are your thoughts on that?
I think the first one is more likely than the second one. As much as I love Chaz, I think that Myers had a really good spring. Chaz is a really good defensive center fielder, really good defensive outfielder. Jake Myers is a better defensive outfielder. And it's also sort of based on how the rest of the lineup performs, because if everyone else above Jake Myers is hitting, you don't necessarily need to rely on Jake Myers at the bottom of the order to hit. So if you have the guys that are supposed to be doing their jobs, you can hide Myers in there and get the elite defensive center field from him. Because if you look around center field the rest of baseball, it's all Jake Myers's, except for like 4 guys around the league. This is not a strong position offensively around all of baseball. Like, off the top of my head, it's Julio Rodriguez, who's also had a down couple of years since his rookie year, Jaron Duran, Jackson Merrill, and then that's kind of it. Everyone else, Aaron Judge is going to move to right. We saw what he did in the World Series defensively. Like, all these other center fielders around the league are either good glove, no hit guys, or the guys that hit don't have a good glove, or there's, 3 or 4 legit stars. But why get out of Jake Myers when you have 24 other Jake Myerses around the league, and you can just coast on that good defense and then hope that he can get you 100 OPS? And if he can't, you have Chas McCormick waiting in the wings, and he plays a plus defensive center field as well. Rogers, I do think, will play a ton of games. My guess is Dubon gets the start today, just out of respect. But Rogers playing more games at second than Dubon.
Okay, we're talking to Ari Alexander, KPRC2, right here in the loop. And real quick, I did want to ask this because Jeremy Pena is one of those guys who it seems like he's having to step up even further in the hierarchy of that clubhouse. What's a fair expectation of him? Because I think we got skewed because of the ALCS and the World Series, and I keep trying to be reasonable about what he is. But what's a fair expectation of him going into this season? Whereas you're talking about you need more guys to hit.
Well, I'm the wrong person to ask to be reasonable about Jeremy Pena. That's my guy. I think that his ceiling is 30-30. What I've heard this offseason, one of the things that he'd struggled with on the bases, and keep in mind this is the fastest player on the team, is his understanding of the pitcher's moves. And so his reaction time is just a split second slow, or at least had been, whereas Kyle Tucker was a guy, not a fast guy, but he's elite at reading what the pitcher is going to do. So this offseason, I was told that Pena worked really hard on that, and he's gotten significantly better at it, and that's why Dave Clark, the first base coach, has been kind of joking with him that if he doesn't steal 50 bases, he owes him a car, because Pena has shown the tools to be able to steal a bunch of bases this year. So I'm looking out for way more stolen bases. If you watched him in spring, you saw the power return. Keep in mind, he got hurt a little bit his rookie year, so he only played 135 games, and then they had those 13 postseason games. So he played 148 games total, which is a pretty solid number of regular season games for him to play this year, and he hit 26 home runs, 22 in the regular season, 4 in the postseason. So if he can hit 26 home runs in 148 games in 2022, what's stopping him from having the ability to add 4 more home runs? He's changed his swing. He is now more used to his new swing. I think a ceiling for him is 30-30, but I would not be surprised if he's definitely 2020 this year or 2030. The big thing with him is walking more, getting on base more, and he's shown the ability to do that. August 2023, he had more walks that month than he basically had his whole rookie year, and even last year the walks dropped off. So there was a month where he showed that he can be patient. He's one of those guys that has absolutely every single tool. He's just never put it together all at once, except during that ALCS and World Series run. So we know he has the ability to put it together all at once. It's just waiting for him to do it.
Real quick, we haven't even mentioned the biggest story on the team, and that would be Jose Altuve. How do you see that playing out? I mean, I know we're all just going to be – it's an all-year thing to me. I think all year people are going to be analyzing and overanalyzing Jose Altuve.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really rough to start just based on what we've seen from spring training and just the reads and things that he's not quite yet understanding the nuances of playing the position. I know everyone's worried about the arm, but based on what I've seen him working out at Dyken Park, just throwing these last couple of days, the arm doesn't look to me as much of a concern as you would think. I've always kind of thought the reason that his numbers are so low in terms of throwing velocities, because he played second base and he just never really had to uncork it, but I don't see why he wouldn't have the ability to be average-ish arm-wise until he proves to me otherwise that he doesn't have an average arm. And also keep in mind, this is he's slightly below average, whatever. My biggest concern with him is reading the jumps, reading the ball, especially when he gets into opposing ballparks, especially when he gets into ballparks that don't have a roof. I think this weekend might be, it's nice for him to start at home because he knows the environment, it's a controlled environment. I do think that you'll see some of the struggles pop up, and then it's going to be a huge topic among Astros fans. And I just think that for what they want to do with him long term, they stay the course, and he's just going to have to go through the struggles. That being said, if he hits like he has his whole career, that definitely lessens the blow of 1 or 2 embarrassing errors, which we know are going to happen over the next several weeks.
All right, Ari, we appreciate you joining us. Real quick before I let you go, do you have any insight into the train? Because they've been keeping it really hidden, and supposedly there's a big thing that's supposed to be coming through with it.
Yeah, they're going to announce it in about, 2:40 from now, 4 hours from now, something like that. All my insight is that it's not trains and it's probably not it's trains. It's not ice cubes and it's probably not air conditioning units.
Okay.
But I can't tell you what it is.
All right. Well, no, that's more than we knew 30 seconds ago. So, Ari, we appreciate you greatly. Have a good one, and make sure that you put some more Saratoga water on your face.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. Ari Alexander, KPRC.
Figgy's got Saratoga water.
He sure does. He sure does.
What are we doing?
I got it this morning, man. I told you yesterday.
We're doing bits. What you mean?
I told you yesterday, man. I'm gonna have to try it. So,
how much was it?
It was like $9.99.
Oh, for water?
Yeah, it was like
that's the whole play.
No, it was
the whole play is curious.
Now it was like 6 of these, but that's still a lot, man.
Water.
And a fair point that is made here is one of the things that nobody's talking about is the harassment that Altuve is going to get. We mentioned it earlier, but he's
100%.
Don't drop it.
He was already getting harassed.
Yeah, he's gonna get it. But second base is a lot different. You far enough from everything.
He's getting harassed at the plate.
They're gonna be
Boston, New York.
Oh man, he got to hear.
But not today. Not today. Not at the friendly confines.
You gonna get some of the fools that's trying to throw stuff at him and all that.
There's gonna be some Mets fans out there. I'm sorry to inform you guys.
Ooh, that's true.
There's gonna be a lot of Mets fans.
Astros fans, handle them, man.
Yeah. All right, well, I don't know what you're saying.
I tried starting.
Yeah, I was about to say it sounded like you talking about yoking people up.
All I said was handle him.
All right, like Stephen A.
You're in the loop right
Just
here on
take
Sports
care.
Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. What makes you feel like a kid again, like opening day does? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
All right, guys, let's get you to. Hey, the weather, I know. We see it. It's raining. Probably going to rain tomorrow. Probably going to rain a lot. Saturday, gorgeous down.
themensclinic.com.
It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That ball's hammered to right field. And for the third game in a row, the Astros in front 1-0 thanks to a solo home run in the first inning. It was Tucker on Tuesday, Tucker on Wednesday, and today the DH, the big man, Air Jordan connects.
No more Tucker, man.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day. What makes you feel like a kid again? 713-572-4610, because it's opening day. Baseball opening day absolutely does it for pretty much everyone. Funny enough for me, like I never really got to like participate in like opening day festivity type stuff as a kid. So it really doesn't take me back, but I have that childlike exuberance at the very least.
Oh, I can take myself back to the playground. At Agnes Cotton Elementary School. Opening day, a lot of times they were, 1 o'clock games. There were a lot of afternoon games. They would roll the TVs in.
Nah, you lying.
Oh, yeah, they would roll the TVs into the classes.
And you see,
they never did that.
I ain't never get to watch no baseball at
We would
school.
watch opening day in our classes.
The most they let us do is, hey, you can wear your gear.
Yeah,
exactly.
You could dress down on this day.
We watched on NBC, I believe it was.
See, and y'all be out here complaining about the babies now.
Yeah. We're out there watching baseball.
Yeah, y'all was just watching baseball during school.
But arguing on the playground, I can remember a specific argument I had about a buddy of mine that was a big Cincinnati Reds fan. Keep in mind, this is the 70s. That was a Big Red Machine.
Yeah, Big Red Machine.
And I was an Oakland A's fan back then because, I hadn't really, the Astros were barely around for 12, 15 years. And the A's they were like the squad, man.
Yeah.
They were the new squad with Gene Tennis and Reggie Jackson and Raleigh Fingers, and I could name the whole roster. I'm just arguing, almost throwing hands.
Was Vida Blue there at that point?
Vida Blue was there. Yeah, the whole Catfish Hunter. I can go on if you want.
I was going to let you enjoy it. You felt like you were going right there now.
It makes you, that's the question of the day. It makes you feel like a kid again. So what else?
Coloring on kids' menus that they took from their kid at the restaurant. Just go ahead and ask for them.
Yeah.
Like the people at the place, they don't care. And even if they do, bleep it. Y'all don't pay for this. Let me get another kid's menu. I'm trying to color.
Yeah.
I would do it every once in a while, 100%. Somebody said every time they catch nice redfish.
Absolutely. Fishing to me is just like a lifelong thing, so it doesn't necessarily make me feel like a kid again. Playgrounds. I took my granddaughter to a playground 2 weekends ago. I ended up swinging right next to her for like half an hour. Yeah, she's one of those that refuses to get off the ground.
If you're there with the child that you know, because if you're not, then it's probably problems. But if you're there with a child that you know and you don't get into that mode where you're playing with them, I think you're a jerk.
I do too.
Yeah,
you're a jerk.
Yeah,
right?
You got to play with them.
I was swinging like crazy. And then I got off and I told my wife, I said, well, I guess I'm never going on a roller coaster again because I used to love roller coasters, but because I was like, whoa. That was a lot.
Like a kid, whenever I go to an amusement park, like when I'm in an amusement park, it's just like, oh yeah, it's time to get down now.
Yeah, and then you get sore.
Yeah.
At the amusement park?
When you get older, the next day you're sore.
Oh, okay.
How about the tech sport had a great one?
This was a really good one. Someone said that on rare occasions, when I eat it in a cafeteria setting, my mind goes right back to high school laughing with friends at lunchtime.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah, cafeterias really do that. Now, I don't think that I've eaten in like a cafeteria setting for school, but like something like a Luby's cafeteria. I was at a Luby's like a couple months ago, a month or two ago with my mom, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm right back there. I am right back there in the 90s, 100%. And yeah, that absolutely has that feel.
That's sure.
I honestly, like when my wife used to be a teacher, just going into school, it just kind of bring back memories. Like, dang, I remember I was running around here, and then you just see the kid, hey, where your hall pass?
And every time you go to a school, like for whatever reason, it always feels so small. Remember when school used to be like this giant monster building? Yeah. And then you go in there like, this is little.
It's tiny.
It's like tiny.
Although, hey, we are in Houston. Some of these joints are big, though. Like, there's one over there in A-Leaf right there off of West Park. Every time I drive by, I don't even remember what the middle school is, but I'm like, damn, that's a middle school, man. That's giant, bro. So, yeah, no, there's some of them that are just big buildings.
Yeah, no, it's kind of cool seeing the teachers like, hey, make sure you get the class. They all nice.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, they were mean to us.
How about snow? Snow is one that makes
Nope. Stinks. I am snow's number one hater.
Man, I seen so many big ass kids when that snow hit.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just like, what are y'all doing?
I almost ran over a couple. Remember going backwards?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
There's a couple kids though.
Yeah,
right?
it was kids. Kids.
But yeah, I think snow is good for like the first hour of a season, which of course works here because you don't get snow very often. But that first hour is cool. After that, it is nothing but a mess.
Man, when we got that snow here, I ain't even go. I went outside to take the dogs out. That was it. I'm like, man, I ain't got time for this, man.
Oh, I made a snowman.
That's good. I'm glad that you had that moment of childlike enthusiasm.
That stuff is it's over with.
Yeah, that year that I spent in Kansas really hit me the game. I was like, oh, so
I'm done on snow.
Because you think of snow as like, oh, the nice white powdery stuff. But in about 2-3 hours, it's just slush.
People don't talk about it getting in your shoes, getting in your socks.
The entryways where it's just like brown mess because it mixed with all the
dirty snow.
Yeah. And then when you start getting black ice when it melts and then freezes again, then you're in a real bad place. So no, I think snow stinks.
You are a snow hater.
100%.
Driving by the old site of Astroworld, that big parking lot over there?
Yeah, but that one makes me sad when it's just the site. Yeah, 832 is right. They said that it used to feel like a kid when it was still there, but when they tore it down, it just makes me sad.
I'm just kind of glad, though, that they haven't built anything.
No,
like
I'm the complete opposite way.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance to bring back Astroworld.
Yeah, sure. I think that's fair. But I'm like, I just look at the empty lot and I'm like, damn, so y'all raised that for nothing? Or y'all ain't putting nothing up there? It's just an empty lot that sometimes we'll park in for rodeo? Like, come on, man.
Oh, eating a snack pack. A snack pack or Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. So what is the food that you most associate or snack that you most associate with childhood?
Little puddings, the little pudding snacks.
So pudding snacks.
I was gonna say peanut butter jelly.
Nothing is gonna make me feel like a grade schooler more than them little hugs, the little drinks that look like barrels.
Yeah.
I feel like a child immediately, and it's not even like Capri Sun maybe, but like them little hugs in particular. I think they were like 20 cents,
cheap little
25
hug.
cents for some folks. Fruit snacks is a great one there.
Yeah, the one that get me. I still eat this to this day. Like right now, I walk around like a kid with popsicles.
Oh, popsicles for sure.
Popsicle,
like straight popsicle on the stick or like the ice pop.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the answer.
What are those things called? I'm drawing a blank. With it's actually like luncheon meat, cheese, carrots.
What, a Lunchable?
A Lunchable. Lunchable makes you feel like
which are just children's charcuterie boards. If you think about it,
exactly.
Frito pie and a snow cone. Oh wow,
snow cones.
Oh man, that one just hit me.
Yeah.
Oh man,
snow cones do it.
I didn't think I would have
Get it all over your chin. You get it.
I don't know what you were doing, dog. What? That's crazy. But yes, someone said feel like a kid again when their wife surprised them with Now or Later's favorite candy. You know what candy makes me feel like a kid? And it's a candy that I'm sincerely, I don't think I've ever seen it in a store. I think that they magically appear in the purses of nice old ladies. Is them little strawberry candies?
Oh yeah.
I've never seen the candy in the store. You see it in church or something like that?
Yeah. Carton of chocolate milk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
That'll do it.
All of that, and all of that feels like opening day.
It's opening day.
All of that feels like opening day. Hey, man, it's from us here in the studio, and hopefully for you out there listening, wherever you're listening, appreciate you making us a part of your day. All right, coming up next here in the Loop, we'll get into, we'll go around the NFL, including, are you in on this particular potential rule change? And then also, Netflix is out on draft coverage, but what is the NFL trying to do in selling that? We'll talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans and trying to figure out
in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL, but it is indeed Astros opening day, and we were just talking about like the how opening day makes you feel almost childlike. It gives you that kind of exuberance, and various people were talking about the other things that made them feel like a kid, as was our question of the day. Fruit roll-ups is a great one.
Oh, yeah.
Like your candy or snack.
Do you eat it like a kid, or you just take the whole gob?
No, I roll it out.
So you sit there and roll it.
Oh,
just,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've done both. I'm more likely now to roll it out now than just like throw the whole wad of candy.
I haven't had a fruit roll up in years.
I haven't
man.
either. I'm about to go search one of those out. A great one that came in from the 832 on the Jim Out of the Tex Hammer text line. Going to the water park.
Oh, yeah.
They said they're 46. What really gets me is, you know how the kids, running around, especially when it's hot out and you out here with no shoes and you just running like just twinkle toes up the hot cement.
No, my favorite is around water parks and stuff, you're not allowed to run.
No,
so you try
walking.
to walk. Yeah,
fast walking.
They get their
arms going, and they get their arms going like this. Look, I'm walking.
Yeah, you walking fast. You walking fast as possible.
That's exactly what I look like as well at my big age as well. So yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you as well, man. Great feel. This is like there's a possibility that there's nostalgia in it, but I imagine that this first around the NFL topic is going to take you out of nostalgia and make you mad.
Oh, wow.
So this is, I was going to give you a dateline, but there's not really a dateline here. Mike Florio put this up. The Titans is already not going to make you happy.
I'm already mad.
I'm like, oh, brother.
Has announced that for 2025, their Titans blue alternate jersey will become the official home uniform.
Come on. Oh, my gosh.
Go.
This is so bad. This is...
So the one they wore...
They're wearing Oilers uniforms every home game.
Now, is it the Oilers that Titans...
That color. Yeah,
it's that color, the one with the...
They're using the Oilers color for every home game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, is there any chance that this is some get back?
Any chance? Any chance?
I don't think so. Nah.
What? Are y'all insane? Are y'all insane? This is a bleep you to the Texans and specifically Hannah McNair. 100%. Like 100%.
Hannah, what you gonna do?
What are you gonna do, Hannah?
Court.
713-570-4610.
We gotta treat this like the Kendrick Lamar and Drake.
Yeah.
Oh, it's your
get in the booth, Hannah. You up?
Yeah.
Get in the booth, Hannah. It's your turn. Yep.
Did you hear what she said? Did you hear what she said?
You on the clock?
Yeah.
Speaking of feeling like kids again, like the kid that would instigate fights in the hallway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Bet you won't hit him though. Like that's what we're doing to Hannah McNair. You see that, Hannah?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're wearing that blue.
It's your move,
dude. This is a direct. And here's the other thing. And the Texans will never say this, but I know people around both organizations. They have she has sort of subtly taken little shots.
Who is that?
Amy Adams Strunk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, has taken sort of little shots at the Texans time and time again. I'll give you just one example that I heard about. Like, the tradition is when you go to the opposing stadium, there's a little gift from ownership there for you in your suite. You get a suite. They designate welcome to Nashville, blah, blah, blah. The gift, I believe it was last year, might have been the year before, was a couple of really, or more, I don't know how many it was, bottles of wine with the Oil Derrick logo on it. That was the gift they gave Cal and Hannah.
Rich people petty is crazy.
That
man.
is a flaming Amy Adams Strunk. This is a direct hit. Well, this is a direct shot at the Texans and specifically Hannah. Well, she got to get that broom out again this year.
Yep.
Nah, I was going to, never mind. I'm like, she might have to get something else out.
Wow. You say she got to go to the trunk?
But you're not going to say that.
I'm going to go to the car. Get my other broom. Sweep everybody's ass.
By the way, if somebody ever goes to the trunk, just don't be around when they get there. Just a public service announcement from In the Loop. Well, I probably shouldn't put that on Sports Radio 610 at large. All right, some other things around the NFL. This is from Front Office Sports. And so this is a little bit of the business of sports. But the NFL draft, obviously, is coming up soon. In fact, we're less than a month away at this point. Like, it's kind of crazy to think about it because just a little while ago, it felt like, it's still 3 months away. We're working our way to it. No, we're less than a month away to the NFL draft, the selection portions and such. And one of the things about it is that it has become another one of the NFL's television, properties. It's just they've made what is supposed to be a HR meeting into a television event. And obviously they continue to sell it as the NFL very successfully. In fact, to the point where the bid is up, or rather the right is up, and so people are bidding now. Now, one of the things that I was really intrigued and kind of happy to see is that Netflix is not going to bid on this event, because I thought it'd be really weird for the draft to end up as a streaming property. Although it feels like if
we're all going there, we're all there.
Sure, but it does feel like, though, if you look at all of the properties that the NFL has and you say which is the one that feels like you could most easily move it to streaming first, the draft would probably be one of those, right?
Yeah, it would.
But that's not where we go. However, it seems like the current bidders are Fox, ESPN, and Google.
Google?
Google is in here.
That would be interesting.
So, I was like, that's wild. And I'm interested would that mean that it would just be kind of a YouTube TV exclusive? Because obviously YouTube is owned by Google. Like, how would they implement this?
I don't think it can be an exclusive.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to be. Like, NFL still wants that wide access, but that's what I thought as well with just streaming, right? Having a playoff game on Peacock is more exclusive than the way that they would typically have it, or any of the NFL games where they've prided themselves on making it so that it is on free TV for broadcast television for all of your audience. They have moved more and more to kind of more exclusive ways of delivering these things. Is it possible that they could take the NFL draft and put it in an exclusive place?
Boy.
I think they'll try it.
I think YouTube wants that. Obviously YouTube Premium, YouTube, all that stuff that they have. They want everyone to be a subscriber. It's kind of a tough ask, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's going to get there right away, but I think eventually it will.
Yeah.
Because if you would have told us this a couple years ago, that a playoff game would be exclusive on the app, or any game would be exclusive on the app, I would have thought y'all was crazy.
Yeah. But we're there already, and we're getting deeper there.
Yeah.
But YouTube is a different kind of breed almost, because it's like when you download streaming apps, YouTube is separate from all the other ones that you probably already have. It's like an extra that a lot of people have to
But
purchase.
it is one of the apps that you do have, though.
Yeah, but not the premium. That's extra. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, well, that is just one thought. However, the NFL largely has kind of tried to go the other way. Right? In the past, there's been talk, at the very least, for the NFL of doing like election night style coverage, which I do wonder if their partners would like it. So, and that is to say, where all of their partners have the draft live, where you're just, you're on ABC and you're on ESPN and you're on NFL Network and you're on all of these in Fox and you're on all of them simultaneously, which I do wonder. Again, I can't imagine that all those partners would want to go for it in that way, because that feels like you lose the benefit of that, splitting that audience over all the different channels.
But you kind of getting that anyway, because you got like independent podcasters and stuff like that that's pretty much doing draft coverage without the actual draft coverage. And
but they want the live audience.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they want the live audience.
Yeah, so they might dip it. I wouldn't be surprised if they dip into that.
Yeah, they're already there in kind of a roundabout way. But the live's what they want. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So NFL owners are meeting and trying to work through what the season will look like, at least rules-wise, in the upcoming year. One of the things that they're not going to consider, supposedly, which makes me personally very sad, is a fourth and long alternative to the onside kick. I first learned about this when Greg Schiano put up this as a possibility for a change with the kickoff, where you get the ball and it's fourth and long, right? Whatever the fourth and long is, 4th and 12, 4th and 15, what have you. And then you get to decide if you punt, which would be basically the new version of the kickoff in that instance, or you line up and you decide to try and go for it in a 4th and long situation. And if you pick it up, you keep rolling like normal. So the NFL will not consider that, per VP of Football Operations Troy Vincent. But Like, do you like that as a potential idea? Is that at all interesting to you?
I did like the idea. Now, they do have a bit of a compromise here, and we'll probably dig into these rules changes a little more later, but they're going to, one of the proposals that they're going to vote on, which starts Sunday, by the way. NFL meetings start on Sunday.
Yeah.
They're going to permit the kicking team to declare an onside kick at any point during the game.
Sure,
so that kind of would give you that opportunity.
But you have to be down, though, right? Like if
you have to be down, but you
can
do it at any point during the game. So at least there's a little bit of a compromise there.
But it's still
almost impossible
to declare,
to get.
right?
Yeah, you still have to declare.
You take away the possibility of getting a level of spontaneity. I just don't. I mean, I understand the issues that they have here and the difficulty that is in front of them in making that happen, but. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it fully gets them to that place, especially when you still have to kick an oblong ball in a way to get it to a specific place and pick up the football.
And the tush push is on the docket. Prohibit an offensive player from pushing a teammate who is lined up directly behind the snapper and receives the snap.
Man, I hate that so
I do
much,
too.
man.
I hate that one so much.
So whack.
And then the ones that I like, they're going to vote on as well, and specifically instant replay's ability to advise the on-field officials on specific objective aspects of a play and or to address game administration issues. The first part is what I like. Like, anytime you'll see a play, and there was one in the playoffs, I think or late in the season anyway, where there's like a blatant face mask and there's no flags on the field, they can buzz down and say, hey, there was a face mask.
Yeah, he held that. Yeah, it reminds me of soccer where, you have the ref has a earpiece and, what in soccer they'd call it the video assistant referee would talk in their ear like, hey, you might want to look at this. That feels like that's something that would be really good, especially something that you can make happen pretty quickly. Yeah. I imagine just like, hey, actually, this is what we're seeing up here. And I don't know, because in soccer, they make them then go look at it so that the official on the ground is still making the call.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that's something that, because they are having, in review situations, they do send it back to those officials in, in that, NFL hub. I do wonder if they could, in that way, just have them be switched. Yeah. And if we can make that happen quickly, that feels like that could work out in a good way to get the right answer, but also keep the flow. Because I think that's one of the things that people frequently complain about is how long reviews take.
Another one is they're going to eliminate the automatic. I love this automatic first down. They're going to eliminate it on defensive holding.
Yeah, we talked about that one.
Well, if they approve it,
right?
Yeah, and so that's good.
That one feels like a really good one. Now,
what about?
Yeah, one of the ones that popped up was really weird because
season.
When it comes to unsportsmanlike conduct, it's
slime season.
That's right. They're adding the slime season gesture as a possible as a 15-yard penalty for a violent gesture. And if you're unfamiliar, it is the gesture in which, when a wide receiver, what have you, gets a first down, we've seen them kind of take their forefinger and run it under their nose to then point to a first down. And the question I have is who told them what it means? Because I feel like for most people, it's like, oh, well, he just wiped his nose. That's weird.
He didn't.
No, he didn't.
Didn't Deshaun start it?
I don't know if he started it.
He was I think
he was one of the first.
He was one of the ones I know that was actively doing it
every time.
Yeah.
So
that brother.
We should have read the signs.
No, that brother was doing it they would get blown out.
Yeah.
And he'd get a first down and he'd still be doing it. I'm like, all right, man.
We should have seen it coming.
It probably didn't help the publicity that the Young Thug case got with that RICO case. So if you're unfamiliar, I guess to lay it out as plainly as possible.
And I think Deshaun said he got it from Young Thug.
It is a reference to Slime Season, an album by Young Thug, and just his general clique that has been actually now prosecuted as some level of gang. And so now it's like, oh, well, that's gang-like activities. Like back in the day when schools wouldn't let kids wear the snowman shirts. Yeah. As this related to gangs. Like that is what we're getting here in the NFL. It's like, oh, that's gang activity. We don't want that on the field. But yes, that is happening. And I thought we got out of the no fun league zone.
Well, no, we didn't. And a lot of players are already tweeting and commenting. Like, who was it said, I got something else. I forget who it was.
I know CeeDee Lamb does a good
Maybe it
amount
was
of
CD.
I think that might have been him.
Yeah, he said, I got something else. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. What I was happy about, it's not going to be any solace to our guy Clint Stoerner, But at least the Texans will not be affected because they got that little, the little twirl the hands and then first down. That's the gesture they have. They're not worried about that.
They better watch out. That might get banned next.
Yeah.
Yeah, what gang is that going to be associated with? What violence does that point to?
And then last thing, did you notice the Kiami Fairbairn rule?
No, I missed this.
There is a Kiami Fairbairn rule. 2025 resolution proposals that are going to be voted on. One of them, number G2, if you're scoring at home, was presented by Baltimore, Cleveland, and Houston, which means which offers that you're going to be allowed to prepare kicking footballs called K-balls before game day. In other words, you can rough them up. You can sort of, I guess,
they brush them and they mud them. Although I don't know if they mud the K-balls. I think that's just kind of the balls that they typically use.
You can fix the footballs however you want for extra points and field goal. Houston is one of the teams that proposed that.
Okay.
So I'm guessing Kiami Fairbairn likes them a certain particular way.
Well, I think just generally they're only allowed to make those adjustments on game day. So I imagine this is like
on game day.
If you can do this ahead of time so that you can get them the right way, as opposed to the limited set of time that is currently allotted for those footballs to be broken in the way that has them perfect and ready to be kicked. Are we maybe hypothesizing that that's the reason why Kiami had a little bit of a dip?
Well, at least he's trying something else, trying to get the balls the way he likes them.
Go ahead and cut that one up for me. I appreciate you. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 here. Opening day, Astros opening day. Also, Texas Children Houston Open going on out there. I have not been able to check in on what's happening out there on the course, but I do know that they're playing golf, and it does not seem like they have had any level of stoppage.
Kind of lightened up a little bit.
Yeah, from our vantage point here at our broadcast location at 59 to 610, it does look like it's at least very manageable out there. So hopefully those guys continue to play some good golf out there at the Texas Children's Houston Open. All right, coming up next, we have an opening day lineup for your Astros, including a little bit of a surprise for me personally. I don't know about you, Lopez, but also with that being the case, what would an opening day or what would a lineup look like if you had to use only Texans players? We'll talk about that.
That have been coming in the last couple of days, really, but I saw
entirety at your fingertips wherever you are to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Okay, I like that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We have an opening day.
We have an opening day lineup. Are you ready?
Okay, you want to? Are you going to go full PA?
Oh, we need Luke Morrow.
Yeah, we really should have.
We need Luke Morrow. God, dog. I don't have those pipes, man. Batting first, leading off, and playing.
Now you got to make this hype. All right, you got
put some music down for me. All right. Here is your opening day Astros lineup.
Not bad.
Leading off, playing left field, Jose Altuve.
Makes sense. We expected that. We'll see how left field goes for him on day one.
Batting second, playing third base, Isaac Paredes.
Let's go ahead and send another one to the Crawford boxes, baby.
That's right.
Let's start off with a homer.
Your designated hitter, Yordan, batting third, Yordan Alvarez. I screwed that up.
Yeah, what needs to be said about it? You know what time it is.
That's right. Playing first base and batting cleanup, Christian Walker. Healthy, by the way.
Yeah, he said that the oblique, he has no limitations early on in the season. So excited to see what that looks like.
The backstop catching, Yanir Diaz.
Yeah. Fifth. Nice.
Batting fifth.
Makes sense.
Batting sixth, shortstop, Jeremy Pena.
I don't even know what to say about Pena at this point.
Pick it up, Pena. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like, it's your world, baby.
In right field, making his major league debut.
Nice.
Batting seventh, Cam Smith.
I really like him batting seventh.
I love him batting seventh.
I was like, I could easily see them. Well, easily is a stretch, but I could have seen them having him anywhere from fifth to seventh there. I mean, honestly, if you really wanted to, you could have found a way to try and push him lower. Probably wouldn't have been smart because, you know, the guys at the very bottom of the lineup, not the greatest bats, but lower the pressure, man. Keep the pressure as low as possible. Yes, we know that. I think we believe that he has the makeup to be able to handle the circumstance. However, that still doesn't mean that you need to throw him to the wolves. Like, bat seventh, give yourself a good opportunity to have some good at-bats. I like it.
In the 8-hole. I don't know why I put it like that. And batting eighth, playing second base.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Brendan Rodgers.
Wow.
Yeah, see,
that was a surprising one.
Not to me, pal. I predicted over 100 games at second base for him.
You sure did. Not more than an hour ago, or actually a little over an hour ago.
Yeah.
That is a fascinating one because it felt like Mauricio Dubon had, the lead. It was the leader in the clubhouse, so to say, when it came to second base. This is a guy who's had a Gold Glove at second base. Like, I think the amount of defense that he brings, especially Framber Valdez, but the rest of your rotation being ground ball pitchers, it's going to matter.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see, because I know that one of the things that I read during spring training was the idea of, you typically think of Coors Park there in Colorado being a hitter's park, but that changes the way that you have to,
sure
go about at bats.
Anything from him offensively is going to be, icing on the cake.
Right. Maybe you see a different, more capable batter as well, which would be helpful, especially.
And batting ninth in center field would be Jake Myers. I like it. It's about what the best you could hope for. Altuve, obviously, you're going to keep an eye on him every step of the way. Walker, great to see that and great to hear that he never thought it was much of anything. And then, of course, Cam Smith, all eyes on him. Brendan Rodgers at second base, keep an eye on that as the season progresses.
For sure. All right, so that's the lineup that we'll see from the Astros today. But if we had to have the Texans out here playing a little baseball.
Putting on those Astros uniforms?
Sure. The City Connect ones in particular?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. How would we build a Texans lineup? And I feel like that we should stick with the easy ones. I don't even know if we need to necessarily put the lineup together right now, but at least
I gave this a lot of thought. I gave this a lot of thought. Your starting pitcher, and keep in mind, I know who you might think would be the starting pitcher. That's not who I have as the starting pitcher.
Did you go Davis?
But I'll tell you why. Starting pitcher is Davis Mills. Davis Mills has an above-average arm.
Is it him being taller, having better leverage?
Above-average arm. And plus, I think where you're going to C.J. Stroud, I think it matters. So that's your starting pitcher, Davis Mills. Let me go through the lineup.
Okay.
I spent far too much time doing this. I'm not going to give the lineup per se, but position by position.
Okay.
Catcher, Azeez Al-Shaair. Now, here's the logic behind that.
Okay.
Would you want to run into home plate with Azeez Al-Shaair down there? I think he blocks everything.
You're like, I'm going to throw this back to a different era of baseball.
Yeah.
Go ahead and protect that plate, big dog.
Plus, as a catcher, I think he'll get in front of everything. He's not afraid to get hit.
No.
I don't know about his arm, but, I mean, it can't be bad. It can't be that bad as a catcher.
Okay. And I mean, he is the quarterback of the defense. You imagine that he could call a good game for a pitcher.
Yep.
Okay. I like what we're doing here.
Very smart player, that kind of thing. First base is going to be Trent Brown, and the reason is that dude is 6'8". He's 6'8".
So when he reaches for that, he might be halfway to across the mound.
He can take it out of the rafters if you have a bad throw.
Oh yeah. You're not going to throw it over him.
You're not going to throw it over him. Second base. All right, I like this one. Well, I like them all because I did it, but
sure, of course.
I like the quickness, the defensive ability, the way his hands. Christian Kirk is your second baseman.
Okay,
sort of a second baseman's build. That kind of thing.
All right, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Now here's where I put C.J. Stroud, shortstop. Smart guy. He's got some range. He can move. He's got a great arm.
Good arm. Yeah.
He can probably left, right. He can scramble all that. I put C.J. Stroud at shortstop.
I don't hate that. Definitely has the athleticism to handle that, which I see the difference between what you're doing there and the pitcher and Davis Mills.
Yeah.
From the 8-3-2, they say Stroud is a closer, though. Like, if you have him coming in as your closing pitcher, because obviously the arm, but then also the intensity.
Well, the closer's Derek Stingley. We all know that.
Boo. Boo.
You got him closing the game and knowing how well his hands are.
He's the closer.
He can't.
But he's the closer. We know this. We've established this. It's a very popular nickname. No, I don't have him.
But he can catch.
No, I have him somewhere else.
I was like, do you have him somewhere? Okay.
Yeah, I do have him somewhere else. Third base, the ball finds Kalen Bullock.
You got him at third? Hot
base.
Corner?
The hot corner. Yeah, he's got 6 interceptions.
Yeah, no,
I thought he would have been center field.
Exactly.
Or
like,
hold on, center field. You're gonna like.
That's the typical natural. Like when we use baseball analogies.
We call him a center fielder.
Yeah,
hold on.
Out there free
hold on.
All right.
You're gonna love the center fielder, but nothing is gonna get by him in the hot corner. At third base.
Well, last year there were some instances where people got by him, and of course it was the kind of the rookie mistakes that you imagine him to grow out of. But people did get by him, and there's just the quarterbacks miss those connections.
Yes, this is true. Your designated hitter, 2-time J.J. Watt home run champion, I believe, Will Anderson.
Okay,
Will Anderson.
He won the J.J. Watt home run.
I think he's won it at least once, maybe twice.
We might need to check that.
Right,
no, he won it. I'm pretty sure
Will Anderson.
I think Will Anderson won it.
Man, it looked like he played baseball for the first time when we saw him swing a bat. Yes.
Well, maybe I'm off on that, but
yeah, I think you might be way off.
I want Will Anderson to be a DH.
And I was like, if I'm just looking at and this might not be
sitting there laughing at the way he swing the bat.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I was thinking of someone else.
And I don't know if this man can swing the bat either. But if I'm just looking at the size and strength of a DH, I was like, Daniil.
Oh, okay. Daniil's on the roster.
He is.
Yes, he's on the roster.
So we got outfield spaces left here.
Yeah.
So I'm
left field, be able to handle all the angles in that Astro in the Dyken Park left field. Good hands, cover a lot of ground, closes. Derek Stingley is your left fielder.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Center field is what we were talking about earlier. 6'3", super fast. Unbelievable hands. That's where Nico Collins is. He's 6'3", dude. He's at least 6'3". I mean, he can climb the wall.
I feel like we might need to switch center field and third base. Yeah. Look, I hear what you're saying, but it feels like you should have Kalen Bullock in center. He already plays something that's akin to that. And
you got to have that Nico Collins ability, athletic ability in there. He's a center field because Kalen Bullock at third base, nothing's getting by him.
But do it seem to me? Nico seemed like more of this badass shortstop. we saying like a
shortstop is C.J. Stroud, rangy, all that stuff. And then right field, I don't know, what kind of arm he has, but on his arms, Daniil Hunter is your right fielder. Have you seen his arms?
He's a very strong individual. He's a very stern individual.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go ahead.
So what do you like? What would you change?
I'm okay with. I see where you're going with Trent Brown there. I feel like there's a lot of guys that you could put at first base on this team just because of the size that you have there. I definitely like catcher. I'm good with your shortstop. I think that obviously there's a lot of guys that have the quick movement that you could put in that space. I see where you're going with CJ. I like that there. I think you've heard already the thing that I feel like Kalen Bullock in center field is a match made in heaven. I probably would have wanted to switch.
Somebody said Collins at third base. You don't want a 6'3", 6'4" third baseman.
And also, I feel like we're not utilizing C.J. Gardner-Johnson here. I feel like we need to find a place for C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the team.
Oh, that's right. Well, he's the enforcer. He's coming off the bench.
He's Dubon.
Yeah, he's Dubon.
He said put Davis Mills in right field. Oh, that's right.
Well, he's got the arm strength.
You just wonder, does he have the? Well, I mean, he is.
Can he get to the ball though?
Yeah, when he came in the league,
Daniil Hunter can get to the ball.
He was decently athletic.
Yeah.
Didn't he run like a relatively good 40?
4.6 or something?
Yeah.
Right?
So I mean, you could put Davis Mills in right field, 100%. All right. I like what we're doing there. That's your Texans as baseball players lineup on an opening day. We're excited for opening day Astros baseball here in Loop. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping on this day, including they released a report on the automated ball and strikes system that I think is very interesting. We'll talk about that and your Houston Cougars more next.
The OG has thoughts on the Texans' offseason so far.
Don't forget that this defense has gotten appreciably better, and there was a really dang good defense as it was. The problem is this offense could have some big trouble again if they don't protect the quarterback and run the ball.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
It's Ron, the show, and you've heard at the clinic, and I've watched them help a ton of people. I've seen their product and used it myself, and it can help and change men's lives. If you're struggling with ED, the men's clinic, I said it, the men's clinic is the spot. And right now, I need your ears. I want you to hear this. Listen, many of you have fought it, said, oh, I'm too embarrassed. No, now the men's clinic is hooking you up with a special that you cannot walk away from. Saving big bucks. They're going to give you a package for $299. This is nearly $1,000, but they're going to give it to you for $299. It includes an office visit and a free consultation with Dr. Randolph, the best in the business. Also, you get to do a test treatment to see if it works. If it doesn't work, they won't make you pay a dime. All supplies needed for future use you can get with this, as well as 1 month worth of treatment. Don't pass it up. Make the call today, 713-828-1476, or visit themensclinic.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
There's a lot on the line in a divorce. Your home, savings, retirement, maybe even kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions it can take, you really need a partner. Depart Cordell & Cordell. We're committed to helping protect your personal interests and the life you've built. Don't let divorce take more than it has to. Talk to us today.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
Then he was asked specifically about, that and the Villanova job specifically. And he went into, the game breakdown of who they need to stop on the other team. I mean, this guy's a turd. Absolute turd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and you want him to win.
Yeah, he wants him to win. That's exactly what
I said
he's
you
rooting for.
Cougs fans should
you
want
want him. You want
I personally do
You
not.
want that head coach to win.
I personally do not.
Man.
Cougs fans, absolutely, in terms of down the road.
Look at Lopez the turd. Want another turd to win.
Somebody said our snow cones in the on the text line. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line said on MLB The Show, you see that they're big baseballs as well. So there you go. MLB The Show also giving another version of Elite. But yeah, I think there's 4 games tonight: BYU, Alabama, Maryland, Florida, as you mentioned. Arizona, Duke is going to be a very good one because I think Arizona might be one of the best matchups for Duke in this. And then Arkansas, Texas Tech is not one to sleep on.
That's the best game, I think.
And maybe this is a hot take, and so be it. I think that tonight's portion of the Sweet 16 will be better than the first weekend combined. I think that.
Oh, really?
I think you've got 4 really, really good games situated.
It's going to be some good games, man.
Oh, yeah.
I think I seen Stephen A talk about this been the worst because there was no Cinderella story. I'm like, no, this is some damn good teams.
Great games. Yeah.
And generally, this is the weekend, right? The second weekend is the one where you're like, okay, now we're getting to some real fun basketball itself as opposed to
no, these are some powerhouse teams, though.
I take that back. BYU, Alabama's going to be fun.
That'll be a really
2 high-scoring teams.
Yes. Defense optional.
Really fun.
In that instance.
Really fun.
But yeah, honoring 25 years of the ballpark, the team had the new Phillips 66 home run train that will have baseballs. All right, some other things that are going on. I found this to be interesting personally. MLB released their report on the automated balls and strikes system in spring training. And when it comes to calls overturned, it overturned 52.2% of these calls.
That sounds like it's getting it right.
Which is pretty much fairly similar. A couple percentage, and obviously they've been doing this in the minors. And 2.6% of the pitches were challenged. So it's not that many.
Yeah.
And there are four challenges, just over 4 challenges per game. But I found this to be the most interesting. 13.8 seconds were added per challenge, which is actually quicker than what you had in AAA. So it does feel like, man, this ABS system is really working.
Yeah. And
for
quickly,
baseball.
and quickly, which is clearly what baseball wants as well. So I like it. I wish they would, have it all in all the major league ballparks right now, but they will soon. They will soon.
Yeah, I'm ready for them to implement it in full. Like I'm good on it. I think that it works. I think that it could be incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
And we've already seen there's some people that have been curmudgeons. In fact, Aaron Boone, I had this audio before. Don't worry about it, Figgy. I was like, if there's a reason to not like it or to like it, Aaron Boone apparently hates it.
Good.
He's like, oh man,
I love it then.
Exactly. I was like, come on, dog, really? He's like, oh, it'll add too much time. Oh, 13 seconds is really what's throwing you off 4 times
seconds.
in a game.
Come on.
And he's like, well, we might end games on a challenge. It's like, no, you won't end games on a challenge. Well, or maybe you will. But if it was, that means that was the pitch that should have gotten.
And they got it right.
Yeah.
They got it right.
I'm like, you know what? Don't challenge nothing then. Don't use it.
Exactly.
Oh, that's right.
You don't use it. You're not allowed to use it.
Everybody but him.
Yeah, it feels like baseball they've had some wins, man, when it comes to altering what the game is. And I feel like that 13.8 seconds, it's a small price to pay for what you're trying to get on the front end, especially with all of the advancements that they've made to try and make the game quicker. I think that comes out in the wash when you talk about adding the pitch clock, that you're still in a net positive situation there.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other thing is popping on a fantastic sports day where we got opening day. We've got the Texas Children's Houston Open going on, and it looks like the rain is cleared up, so I'm sure that they're doing some work in this gap. We got obviously NCAA Sweet 16 stuff going on. There's other basketball happening. The Rockets again back in action, play in Utah to play against the Jazz. I'm sure that our guy Vernon Maxwell is very excited about this opportunity. And this just feels like this is another instance where you just step up and you knock it down. This should be an easy win that continues to either keep your space or add more space in that's second place in the West spot for you right now.
Yeah, get this one. You got a little bit of momentum now. Get this one. We all talked about what happens at the end of the season, the last 5-6 games or whatever it is. Got to get this one. I think you got the Suns coming up at some point too. So you got to get those when you can. And on the Texas Children's Houston Open, we mentioned it. They're playing right now. They got the featured groups that are on the course. If you want to hop by there, if you're heading over there, they expanded the rideshare area.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I would recommend going on the rideshare, Uber, Lyft, whatever. It's going to be a lot smoother. It's going to be a lot bigger. Don't worry about parking or anything. Don't worry about parking. You can go see. One group is Rory McIlroy, Maverick McNeely, and Wyndham Clark. Another one is Scotty Scheffler, Ricky Fowler, Sungjae Im. So they got Tony Finau out there in a group with Steven Jaeger. So, I would recommend it if you're thinking about going. Doesn't look too bad. In fact, it's lightening up out there.
Yeah, sure. It's light. Make sure that's clear. But yeah, the Utah game tonight for the Rockets starts a 3-game road trip. Utah, then Sunday you get Phoenix, as you mentioned, and then Monday is going to be the real fun one because that's another national TV game against the Los Angeles Lakers, which will be a really fun one for to really start ramping you up towards playoffs. Man, we're almost there with the Houston Rockets, and they're really positioned themselves incredibly well for this postseason. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next on opening day, let's start looking towards the season that will be for the Astros. What do you define as keys to a successful Astros season? We'll do that next.
The Texans signing of new left. Odyssey Sports Station. It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, happy opening day to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Excited for that 3:10 first pitch of Astros baseball. I'm also personally very excited just for the drive, because those guys, when the baseball game is live, it's fun to listen to, because obviously you get all the great content that they give you and their just immediate reaction.
That game, whoever get a home run or a hit or something like that, take a shot.
They do like drinking when it comes to.
I forgot how it went, but I think it was hitting a lot of home runs. So I forgot who it was.
All of a sudden, it got complicated.
Yeah, or either I think it was home runs or scoring. It was something like that.
Okay, yeah, we might have to ask those fellas if they've got anything like that intel for this Astros season. Which, I mean, I think we all hope and pray and maybe anticipate. I mean, maybe people aren't in that same space. Is a success. But what's it going to take? What does it take to get to a successful Astros season in the upcoming 162 plus?
The marathon, not a sprint.
That's right. Where
is it? Where's the bell? Where is that bell? Because, I mean, it really is.
It's early.
It's early.
It is
it's
early,
guy.
You know all what? The cliches. Right
Today,
now.
I'll let you have that.
It is indeed early.
At least until let's say next week.
It would still be early then? What are you talking about?
No.
When does it stop?
I meant like week after next. Like let them play about 10 games.
It's early though, man. It's early. No matter what it is. If they're doing bad, then it's early.
It's early until like the third month of the season.
Now, if they start off 10-0, let's go,
early.
baby.
Okay, see, that's my point. Hey, they're going to the World Series.
What, you're going to take away my ability to be self-serving?
That's exactly.
What a jerk.
Yeah. That's exactly my point. They go 10-0. Like, hey guys, where's the criticism? However, first of all, we're not really criticizing this team. We really haven't. We're very hopeful.
To be fair, its early guy does also hit you after a 10-game win streak. No, it's the guy's consistent.
No, some of them.
There's fewer.
It's a few that come out like, guys, pump the brakes.
Yeah.
It's still early.
Shout out to It's Early Guy. You're doing a community service.
No, It's Early Guy. They're gonna be feeling themselves this season, because last season I think it was like July. We was like, nah, it's over. Man, they beat the odds, man.
Yeah. They sure did.
I'm interested in your thoughts. Like 3 things immediately came to mind for me
as keys to a successful season.
Like if they're going to get where we hope they get, you got to have these. At least you got to have more, but these 3 things immediately jumped up to mind. To my mind, you got to get some semblance of upper level production at first and third base.
Agreed. Strong agreed. Those were your 2 big acquisitions to the team.
And you obviously lost the heart and soul. One of the members, if not the member of the team, that has been the heart and soul at third base. But Paredes at third. You don't have to be Alex Bregman. You have to show us some characteristics, though, some numbers at least. And Christian Walker, first base has been kind of a mess, man. I mean,
that is an understatement.
It's been a mess. You get the leadership and the numbers and production from Christian Walker. I feel like everything else gets better. Like your questions about, whomever is playing second base, whether it's Brendan Rodgers or Dubon, your questions about Cam Smith, it just all gets better.
Yeah. Because those will be the tempo guys. Those will be the anchor guys in your lineup, right? Obviously, Yordan is always going to do Yordan things. I don't think anybody's really concerned what you expect of Altuve. Do you have any concern about that? I'll ask that one as a question.
Yes. Altuve, offensively? Offensively, not really.
Okay, that's what I was talking about.
No, not any. It's just going to be like, just keep doing what you've been doing. It'll fall off at some point. I just don't think it's going to be this year.
But that's the marathon version of the portion of this.
Exactly.
But yeah, the whole idea is, especially if you're not going to go 8-9 deep when it comes to your rotation, or when it comes to your lineup, rather, you need to have enough big bats to really float what you're doing here. And and Christian Walker, you pay him big money to come in to be that, to fix first base production. And I think that he's absolutely capable of that. Isaac Paredes is the one where you might be looking a little bit like, hey, this is the one where they're doing the numbers and projecting some things and hoping that the dimensions of the ballpark and, some of the car wash analytics type perspectives that this front office takes is going to help him be the best version of himself. I'm inclined to believe that it will, but I mean, you do need to say it. It is worth saying that those guys being the best versions of themselves, particularly with power as well, right? Obviously, you still need to, have good at bats. You still need, and that's one of the things that Joe Spada was talking about in the offseason as well. I think he might have told the Clutch City Territory podcast the idea of one of the things he likes about those guys is their bats, but also their discipline at the plate 100%. And their willingness to work at bats long.
Which this team needs desperately.
In fact, if we're going to talk about keys, I think being a patient team at the plate all the way up and down the lineup is going to be matter as well. This is a high strikeout team, right? And you don't, and maybe you still will have strikeouts, but at least making pitchers work to get those strikeouts is going to matter a big deal in my mind.
Second one. We know there's going to be ups and downs with Cam Smith. We know Altuve might have some struggles. He's going to have some struggles in left field. We know their second base is not going to be offensively what you think it was. You got to have Jeremy Pena take another step. You have to have Jeremy Pena take another step. He's number 6 in the lineup today. He'll probably be in that area all year long, barring a big run where he moves up. You got to have Jeremy Pena have a better eye on the strike zone, walk to strikeout ratio, because it was pretty bad at the end of last year, and increase those numbers. So I think those two things on the corners, Jeremy Pena. And then the third thing for me, ultimately it's about pitching, right? Fromber. Be the ace we've asked about for 3 years. Be a stopper. We all talk about the ups and downs of the season. They're very real. But you got to have, but we're giving the ball to Fromber tomorrow. This 3-game losing streak, whatever it might be, is going to stop tomorrow because we're giving the ball to Fromber. You got to have that anchor on the pitching staff.
Okay, so I want to go back. You mentioned Jeremy Pena. With the Pena, we were talking earlier to our guy Ari Alexander, and he admittedly a Pena lover, right? Not saying that everybody doesn't love Pena, but he has maybe an outsized respect on him. He put a few numbers forward on things that he thinks Pena is capable of. He mentioned 30-30, he mentioned 20-30, and he mentioned 20-20. Which of those are you looking at as, okay, I'm willing to buy in there?
20-20 I'll take.
Okay.
Yeah, 20, as a base runner, being able to move off into better positions without the double play balls, without all that stuff. I'll take 20-20 in a heartbeat. 30-30,
well, yeah, if you can get it.
We're excited.
But I'm just saying, does that feel like it's feasible, or is that just I think it pie in the sky?
I absolutely do. We know we've seen what he can do, over and over. And he's been relatively consistent in terms of overall numbers, as we talked about a couple of hours ago. But, be a plus player that is, reliable, that is a day in, day out plus player that they game plan for. And then they have to, in game, they have to adjust, what their pitching approach is, what their fielding approaches, et cetera. You got to.
Yeah, for whatever it's worth, Baseball Reference has him at a 15 steal season. I think Fangraphs, when it comes to stolen bases, which I actually don't see here, they do have him as a 15 home run guy. So like again, we're in that space, and they have him 15-15.
Okay.
So like it would need to be better than his projections in order to get to that 2020 place. But if he could, that'd be huge, and that I think that would absolutely represent that step up.
Yeah.
That you've been talking
and
about.
And then Fromber, just be the guy. This team for the last 7-8 years has had a stud, or if not more than one, that can be the stopper of anything bad.
Sure.
happening.
So you try and get that high water mark. I hear you. For me, when it comes to pitching, is I feel good about Fromber. I feel good about Brown. I'm fairly solid about Arrighetti, Ronald Blanco. Like there's possibilities within there that people have tough seasons. You can't assume necessarily that everybody's going to be great.
Yeah.
Hayden Wesneski, I'm excited about. After that, are you going to have to call on guys like AJ Blueball to step up? And that's why I think one of the keys to a successful season, especially leaning into the marathon version of it, this being a long season, reinforcements are going to matter a whole bunch, right? Lance McCullers coming back, Christian Javier coming back at a certain point, and then the question mark that has been raised is Luis Garcia. But I'm like, if those guys can come back, that changes what you're doing here in your rotation, or maybe it doesn't change what you're doing necessarily specifically in your rotation, but I think it gives you more arms to maybe use in a bullpen, possibly, that you haven't felt like that. You have the back end, and you feel great about that. You feel great about Hader. You feel great about Abreu. Yeah. There's a lot of question marks with the rest of the guys in the bullpen, and I don't hate them by any means, but I'm like, if I can get some really great, pitching from guys that I think we feel confident in, you just need to find them being healthy.
Yeah.
Then you can kind of move some things around. It gives you a little bit of malleability, some feasibility to get your best arms into those circumstances and really help be a better pitching team, because when this team has been good, they've always been able to pitch well.
Yeah. And then another thing that I feel is going to be very, very crucial for this Astro squad to be successful, if you're not going to be just mashing up and down the lineup, if you're going to lose guys like Tucker and Bregman, improve your defense. And I think they have.
Infield and specific.
Infield specifically, yes. That's. I mean, I wasn't talking about the outfield. We'll see about that.
Yeah, but that's what makes it more important that your infield is on, because your outfield, there are some questions.
Yeah, but you're a ground ball, by and large, ground ball pitching team, and I think you're good at third base. You're really good at first base. The reason I'm saying this, and on this, Brendan Rodgers is going to play 100 games kick, because if you have a middle infield of really good Brendan Rodgers, who's won a Gold Glove, and really good Jeremy Pena, that middle infield, double plays, balls in the gaps, balls in the hole, and then you're good on the corners. They ranked 19th in defensive runs against last year, and that's overall defense. Infield is probably worse. So you got to be better defensively on the infield.
Yeah, that was my last note. Was just your defense needs to be really good because of the ground ball nature, and also offensively. I think that you have the possibility of being good, but I don't think you have as many like guaranteed, outstanding players.
Yeah,
and you're you need to find the balance there somewhere, or even like you need to find a way in an odd way to have a level of imbalance where if your offense. I think you have a possibility of having a really good offense, but if your offense isn't incredible, then your defense needs to find a way to be really good to kind of stifle those things and find a way to give yourself to have more runs than other teams at the end of the games, right? So I think that's what I'm also looking forward to. A question that was asked on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line, I thought it was a good one from Ocho. What do you view as the identity of this team? Because I think that matters in all of this.
I don't think they have an identity right now. I think that's something that we're going to have to create. Now, the identity overall of the organization, of the team in general, is, a team that can you just can't count out. You just can't, they're the big bad wolf. I think they've lost a little bit of that. We've talked about it, Boogeyman and all that stuff. Do they still have their swag? We talked about that on Monday.
It's Monday.
Yeah, Monday was when it was. I think they've lost some of that identity. I can't say, do you have an identity of this team? I hope it's going to be a really good, particularly infield defense, but I don't know if they have one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that they have one, and if I was trying to find one that was going to, come about, it feels like it would just be like a team that's solid all the way around. Mm-hmm. Like, solid defense, solid pitching, solid offense, and then you make it over that way, which... I don't know.
That ain't a great identity to have.
As I say that, that's kind of scary. Because, I don't know that do you look at this, and especially when you look at playing Altuve a majority of games in the left field, and I think Cam Smith will come along, but there's going to be some growing pains with that. I don't know that I could say, well, this is going to be a great defensive team.
No.
This is not a Mariners incredible pitching team either. I think that it's going to be a good pitching team. I firmly believe that, but especially looking at lists or what have you, they're not top 5 when it comes to anybody's starting rotations. Even if you get reinforcements back and they look good, I don't know that your reinforcements put you into, we're definitely a top 5 rotation. And you look at the lineup, and I don't think they're near that quite, right? Like they're probably a top 12, maybe top 10.
That's a really good question.
Offense.
I don't think they have an identity right now. That's going to be part of the story. I also hope not just what you're talking about, but I would suspect they could still be a team that you better beat in 6 or 7 innings, because the back end of their bullpen might be pretty good.
Yes, that's
that's not necessarily an identity.
No,
but maybe it's part of it. Part of the pitching identity.
I'm very interested, tasking to kind of watch as we go along with this Astros season that starts today. Some texts that have come in. We mentioned Larry Dierker is going to he's going to throw out the first pitch today. You mentioned Jose Cruz is saying play ball.
Play ball, yeah.
They played together in 75 and 76 as 7-1-3.
Yeah,
so
I thought they did, but I couldn't remember it off the top of my head.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
However, and then from the 936, we were asking earlier if you had to have build a. I guess in some ways you're building a defense. Really, we didn't really set up the lineup, but building a baseball defense with just your Texans players. 936 says this is what they would go with. Davis Mills is your starting pitcher. They said that's a good call, good arm. Right amount of accuracy and inaccuracy won't lose you a game. CJ they have at catcher because the cerebral nature of it, and then obviously the arm to throw guys out.
Yeah.
Trying to take bases, which I like. They went then from there. They were talking about Christian Kirk at shortstop. And when you're talking about the athlete,
I had him at second.
Sting in left field, great range as well, easy adjustments.
I had him in left.
They went with Bullock at center. Like myself and Figgy, so haha, you're wrong. But they did put Nico in right field to continue that range. So.
You're wrong.
Yeah, and I just want to. They put Titus at first base, same concept, big guy that has.
I want that 6'8" dude in first base.
We were forgetting, and maybe I don't know how does this translate from football to baseball. They put Tank at shortstop or at second. Of course, he's injured right now. He's not going to play this season, but a healthy Tank.
That'd be a good call.
I think it's a good call. Great athlete, and maybe not necessarily second base. And then they put third base at. They put Daniil Hunt. Dude,
dang, that big old dude.
I mean, you got to imagine that those biceps can get that ball across the diamond to first, right?
Dang. That's a good call.
Somebody said their identity might be the worst outfield ever constructed.
Maybe. Again, we're going to find out. Oh, yeah, one more thing that you definitely have to have, we didn't even mention. Stay healthy, Jordan. Please.
Yeah, I don't think you have a good replacement.
That's almost like a must.
Stay healthy. Dubon is the replacement.
Yeah, because, if Jordan gets hurt, then at least in those instances you could put Altuve
maybe
in DH,
Altuve,
and maybe your defense.
No, that's what I think. Altuve will be the DH if Jordan.
Please stay healthy.
But you don't have enough big dogs on this roster. Even though I think you have good bats to sustain a long injury from Jordan. Obviously, baseball there's going to be nicks and bruises, and hopefully him playing almost exclusively DH will minimize his risk factor of injury. But I think that's fair. But I don't know. I thought that segment would help me kind of be more optimistic. I don't know. I kind of a little bit of the scary crept in there because of that identity question there. I'm excited to see what it looks like for this Astros team at the very least today. 3:10 versus the Mets. Clay Holmes on the mound. Framber Valdez, his 4th time as the starting opening day pitcher for your Astros. From the 832, what did they replace the oranges in the train at Minute Maid Park? Now that it's Daikin, baseballs, baby. Big old baseballs. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time for our lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. We'll do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm gonna touch on this LeBron Stephen A thing a little bit here in my confession, and a couple things in buy or sell. But stay tuned for Figgy's mixtape because it's going to be a deeper dive.
We're going to talk about it.
Deeper
We're
dive
going to talk about it,
into it. But here's my confession of all the crazy stuff, and people are taking sides, and he's not telling the truth here. Again, stay tuned for buy or sell. I'll give you some more specific examples. There's one thing that LeBron said that I 100% believe he's telling the whole truth.
During ball drop, during the lottery drop, Cleveland got the number 1 pick. I just don't think that was just
what are you
coincidence.
Don't you see
Wemby with the Spurs?
Oh
my God! Let's keep LeBron home. You know what? Patrick Ewing to the Knicks. Derrick Rose to the Bulls. Like, I understand the assignment, guys. I had to make sure that, I had to do my part. I didn't want to be a f*** up. I just didn't want to be a f*** up.
I absolutely believe that's true.
Oh, you putting your conspiracy theory hat on?
I've always believed the Patrick Ewing thing.
Well, yeah, the Ewing one feels like the one that's the easiest to get through.
Yeah.
The easiest to get to. And plus, also, you can understand very easily why they do that. And when it comes to a big market in the Knicks, who had been woeful. Some of the other ones, I'm like,
but LeBron,
we was really going out of our way to try and make Cleveland work.
The chosen one, got to keep him home,
Figgy.
help the Cleveland organization, which...
Why?
Because they want to keep everybody, happy. All those owners. There's 30 of them.
We really needed to keep the Cleveland Cavaliers happy. Okay.
Yes.
I just thought it would make a great story
and a great story.
Great story, and it did help this. It did help.
All right. So I got it very much I don't care a lot about my birthday. It's just another day on the calendar. However, I'm trying to get better about being a person that acknowledges that life can be bleepy enough as is. And so when you have an opportunity to celebrate, you do it. And so if you don't know, today is indeed someone's birthday.
Bastards.
Lopez.
I thought I was going to get through.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
You want to do it? All right, here we go.
We're going to sing a cappella.
2.
Oh, don't.
1.
Please don't.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, my God. I hate
Happy birthday, dear Lopez.
No.
Happy birthday to you.
I hope that was as painful as it seemed like it was.
In more ways than you can imagine.
Excellent.
And absolutely.
You thought we forgot.
I thought I'd just sneak.
We was gonna start. You look. We was gonna start the show off like this.
We're gonna slide on out of the studio.
Nope.
And I've said it before for those who don't. This isn't like, oh, you're getting old, you hate your birthday. I've never felt comfortable with birthdays.
Hey, man.
Ever.
I told Reggie, I'm like, we got to do it because he is not about to bring it up at all.
That's right.
And I didn't.
I'm damn sure you wasn't going to bring it up over the air.
Right.
Not in no pre-show or nothing.
Nothing. Never.
Yeah. But, hey, man, look.
Well, it is appreciated.
If there's a reason to celebrate, go ahead and celebrate, my boy.
How old are you?
63.
63, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to be peeling out of here in 2 years. No, not 2036. Not 2036. No, I always appreciate it. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like... I actually have another confession that has to do with that just occurred to me. But
go since we still
Wait, before we go from the 713, that was awful, and in some ways, that was the point.
Yeah, that was the point.
These are my confessions.
Some of our listeners know Leroy. He's always at the front desk. Hell of a guy. I love Leroy. I don't know anybody that doesn't love Leroy. My confession is, I think Leroy hates me.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure Leroy hates me.
What'd you do to Leroy?
So for years, I could get away with coming to work, coming to the studio, and no one knowing it was my birthday. I'm talking about like for 10, 12, 14 years that I've been here early on or earlier. I would always just sneak out and then, the perfect crime. Nobody knew it was my birthday because they would never send out these emails. But now Leroy, for everyone's birthday, sends out an email.
So last year he sent out this email, and I went up to him on my birthday, and I said, Leroy, please don't do that anymore. But just please don't do that. And he was laughing, like cackling laugh that he has and everything. And I said, no, really, don't include me in the birthday emails. I just like to just kind of go through the day. Like, what did he do this morning?
Send out an email.
Happy birthday, John Lopez.
Cakes and candles, baby. Cakes and candles.
Does Leroy hate me?
Well,
no, I think that's him
he
showing
hates everybody because he putting all our birthdays
But
out
I specifically told him, don't do that.
Well,
don't do that.
I'm pretty sure he has his marching orders from above you that says do that every single time. So, yep.
Oh,
yep.
well.
These are my confessions.
So not only is it a happy birthday for John Lopez, but it's a happy opening day.
Yes, sir.
So I'm excited about it. And you see a lot of people on social media posting like happy opening day and all this other stuff, like big wig accounts and stuff like that. I was scrolling on Instagram and I ran across a happy opening day, go Astros. But it was from Mayor Sylvester Turner.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh.
I got to confess, it kind of freaked me out a little bit. I'm like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
And wait, they changed the profile picture to him holding a baseball. And I'm like, wait a minute.
But it was today. It wasn't like.
It was today.
Oh,
so I end up looking on this account because I haven't been on this account. Yeah. That account's still active, man. He's still posting like he's still here, man.
Is part of your confession, because I'm just thinking of this as you're talking.
I'm not a fan of it.
It's a little creepy?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of
a little creepy.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the account where the person moved on.
Yeah.
And they still running that account. I'm not
How do you feel about that? To me, I'm a little creepy.
I'm not a big fan of that.
You got to make it very clear that it's not like that person's still like, oh, well, from the office of or something, or what have you. I don't know how you actually go about it, but it's got to be real clear.
They did not do that.
No, it was like him.
If I was like gone for a long time and this, I would have thought he was still alive.
So what you're telling us is, if you do go to glory, that we need to delete your accounts and your search history.
I'd be good with that.
I was good. I was good with that. Like now, I'm more on board that just keeping my account, but don't post from it. Just leave it there, so in case people want to just go on the account and just say miss you or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm more on board with that, but don't run my account
or just say something in a third person, like this was one of Mayor Turner's favorite days, even from his account.
Yeah,
you know, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. I still think it's a little crazy, but I'm fine with that. If you
just make it clear.
Yeah,
you know, we still have
Mayor Turner would have loved opening day or something like that. But
exactly,
he put hashtag new profile picture. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no,
I thought that's a little too much for me.
These are my confessions.
Okay. Oh, my sports one I already got off. You know what? I'll circle back to it. I think that this slate of men's college basketball games that we have tonight is going to be better than the whole first weekend combined.
I don't think I'll disagree with that.
Right? And
there's some great games.
Inherently, though, like the second weekend is usually better than the first one, in my opinion, just because you get out of the space where you have some of the games that are just going to be what they are, right? A team who is better. Getting a team out the paint, right? You'll have some of those games, you'll have some upsets, but that's usually what the first weekend is about. Just it's a massive game, so it's just a lot of them, and then you have, some upsets and those types of things to keep you going. Second weekend, though, feels like now we're getting to the real basketball of it.
Yeah.
And night as well, and it don't even include Houston. So tomorrow we're back at it again with even more fun when Houston takes on Purdue. Mind you, how do you feel about this particular geographical disadvantage that Houston is at? Because in there, it is the Midwest region that Houston is the number one seed in.
Yeah,
and that's being played in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium.
60 miles from.
You are 69 miles from the campus or from where
and
Purdue
there will
plays.
be 30 to 40,000 Purdue fans there.
Yeah, so Purdue is going to have effectively a home game against the Cougars. I think the Cougars are still a better team. However, that's a little disconcerting.
It's a little disconcerting.
Should they win tomorrow, Friday night, then they'll play on Sunday versus the winner of Kentucky or Tennessee. And both of those teams are within 400 miles. Now, of course, that feels a little bit
Big
different.
Blue travels like crazy.
Oh, yeah. Kentucky fans travel something fierce, right?
Yeah.
I think I have the actual numbers here if you give me 1 second because I wrote them down. I think Kentucky is 188 miles away.
Oh, that's nothing.
But then Tennessee is 359 miles, and I'm like, at that point, I feel like
Kentucky would take over.
Tennessee.
Buy all those Purdue
We're really
tickets.
traveling, right? If we're talking about like 360 miles, we're really traveling. But 188 miles, yeah, man, that could be another like pseudo road game for the Cougars, who are supposed to be the 1 seed in this bracket.
Yeah, no, I my answer to you is I'm not real concerned because the Cougs are awesome on the road. I mean, think of the teams they've beaten on the road this year, but it just doesn't feel right. Do you have another one? Because I have one that's related to that.
I don't.
These are my confessions.
I started to text Josh Pastner last night. Say, hey, because we said, hey, come back.
Yeah, we did.
Had him on last week talking about the NCAA tournament. I picked up my phone, and right before I texted him, I got a message from another mutual friend of Josh's and mine. Said, hey, did you hear? And I went, hear what? Josh got the UNLV head coaching job.
That's right.
So
nice. UNLV snaked us for a guest.
So Josh Pastner, if you were hoping, because he said, anytime, guys, anytime, come on. I think you said we'll call you next week.
That's right.
So I started to text him, and I was like, oh, well, we're not going to have Josh Pastner today.
Hey, we can have him on as the coach.
He had the press conference, I guess, yesterday afternoon. Or maybe it was in the morning when I texted, because it was before the press conference. Anyway, so good job, Josh.
Yeah, that's our guess.
That's our guy.
Yep. We're going to have to find a different college basketball guest.
Selfishly, it kind of sucks when you have a guest on a lot and then they get a coaching position where you can't have them on. Yeah. That's how it was with Gerard Johnson. We used to have him on every Thursday.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, he take off and be a head coach. It's just like, dang, man. What we going to do on Thursdays now?
Come on, man.
Yeah. What we going to do on Thursdays now?
Actually, a little trivia. I actually coached with Josh one summer.
Okay.
The whole summer. Yeah.
Okay.
With some of the elite team the players that were.
You coached with him, so y'all was on the same squad.
Yeah.
Okay. He was giving them his water or something.
I was learning everything I could.
He's
from
the water boy.
I gave him a couple of inbounds plays that he likes.
Okay.
He actually still uses one.
Oh,
okay.
You can ask him. Ask him when he comes on. He still uses one.
When he comes on?
Yeah.
He can't come on no more. Lopez, that was the whole confession.
Right. That was a trick question.
We got to go through his agent now.
Unbelievable.
Trick question.
The SID. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is a Thursday. Let's get some buy or sell. Are you buying what these various personalities in sports are selling? We'll do that next.
Cam Smith has made the Astros.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, fun sports day going on here in the great city of Houston, Texas. We got opening day, 3:10 p.m., and I'm so excited that we live in Houston and that Houston has Dyken Park with a nice roof over top of it, because there's not much that is worse than an opening day rain out. Like, that make you feel like that's crazy team.
Or even without the rain, just raining on opening day.
Yeah, but at least you're playing.
Right.
No, like a rain out, you get all keyed up. You have your tickets. Like, oh, sorry, guys.
But if they didn't have a roof and it was just still raining and they not rained out yet or all that stuff, that would have sucked.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I'm saying, though, is there's still a possibility of rain. So I'm not going to let the rain come through. You know?
I mean, you just got to go right into the stadium.
Right.
That's it.
But that's where you're trying to be anyways. Also, shout out to the Texas Children Houston Open, where Sam Ryder currently holds the lead, 600 today.
600?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, with the wet greens, it's sticking.
I guess so.
Yeah.
So he's doing some good stuff. Although it seems like we have the split tee starts happening. I wonder if do they do that consistently, or is that just because of the weather?
Because of the weather.
Yeah. Okay. So
because they're probably gonna have to cancel some tomorrow or later today.
All right, so I'm trying to understand here, because it looks like it's the split tee start for him, but he's on 13th. So I'm like,
he started on the back.
Yeah, but I'm like, if he started,
no, he started on the front.
I was like, he had to have, because I'm seeing the star that they use for the split start. So I'm like, there's no way he's 600 through 3, right? That's what I'm saying.
No. He started on the front. Some guys started on the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm reading this wrong. However, but I know that last time I checked, I believe Rory is 1 over right now, and I got to check on what Scotty Scheffler is doing. And Scotty Scheffler has not started yet, so he's set to start at 103. So that's some of the things that are happening at the Texas Children Houston Open, with those fellas playing out there, getting going round 1 today, making it happen around the rain. All right, let's also make happen what we always make happen on a Thursday, a little buy or sell.
All right, buying or selling, boys and girls. Well, boys here. First one, let's go back to earlier this week. Dana Brown, Astros general manager, said he thinks Jose Altuve will be, quote, an average outfielder.
I can understand I hope he's an average outfielder. That makes sense. He said worst comes to worst, he's an average outfielder. I got to sell the hell out of that, man. Like, he was a bad second base defense. He was bad playing defense at second base. Is one of the reasons why you had to make this move. I don't think you can absolutely say that, he'll absolutely be an average defender there.
Yeah.
No. Could he possibly be? Sure. But, nah, man. I not know worst comes to worst. That still blows me, man.
I think him saying that in general is like, oh man, like if anything bad, he could be average.
Yeah.
I think
But he's saying basically the baseline is average. Worst comes to worst, he's average.
Which is insane. And maybe you're saying like passable for some reason, right? Passable. And passable means a few different things. Like, okay, the bat is so good that you take the defense at where it is.
Yeah, he ain't going to say that.
None of that, right? Yeah. Worst comes to worst, he's average. Come on, dog. We got eyes.
You know why I'm selling this? Because he went there. Like, a general manager will never say, well, he could be average. No, they'll try to hype up their guys, especially if it's a move that they had a say in. Like, for him to say average means that they got some doubts off the top, right out of the chute.
And, I mean, they're not selling this. Like, this one isn't getting over. But, I mean, you couldn't even get close to trying to sell that one, right? The idea, don't worry about it. It'll be all good. No, come on, man.
Yeah. All right, Mookie Betts. We talked about it on Monday when you were out, Reggie, but he had a bad time. Like 2+ weeks, couldn't eat literally any solid food for more than 2 weeks. IVs and smoothies. Up until Tuesday, he was down from whatever weight he was to 155 pounds.
Yikes! Lost 15 pounds.
It started out at 15. Might have been a couple more after that. But anyway, then yesterday he says, "quote I'm perfectly fine and 100%."
Ain't no way, bro. And I think he'll get there very, very quickly. I think maybe that's ultimately what he's trying to do is like, hey, guys, it's not even a worry. But yeah, I have a hard time. What I'm also seeing is that like it was an unnamed virus. Like
they didn't know idea what
they didn't know what it'd be. One thing it's like, no, we know exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's just enough. There's enough kind of confusion, or there's enough uncertainty in there. And I don't know that you can absolutely say that. Oh, no, it's all good right this moment.
Mm-hmm.
What's crazy though is I think that he's still going to play the home opener today and everything. So he'll get out there and do it. And I don't think that he absolutely need to get yourself all the way back to that space, right? You could play at 80%, 85%, whatever, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea that you're absolutely mere days later all the way back on some sickness that had you down 15 pounds plus, I don't know about that, brother.
Yeah, I would be worried. So, like, what you said? Are you buying it or selling it, or
are you buying or selling?
Him being worried or not worried?
Him being 100%.
Nah, yeah, I'm selling that.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm selling that. Nah, there's no way you can be.
You can't. He looks like a rail. Like he looks like unhealthy skinny. All right, you buying or selling this? Let's get into a little LeBron, which I know Figgy's going to dig in deeper during the mixtape in about 45 minutes. All those books, and we've all seen the memes. We've all seen the pictures. He was on Pat McAfee yesterday. Long sit down interview. They gave him a hard time. They actually said, "Yeah, I've read all those books." He says, "Yes, I have."
I have such a hard time getting to this place. I would love to be like, yeah, I mean, he's rich and he has time, but also kind of doesn't have time. Like one thing I think we neglect at times is just how long athletes sleep.
Yeah.
Like in order to use their bodies at such a high rate, you have to rejuvenate, and that happens largely through sleep.
And he's gaming.
So you sleep a lot, you're gaming a lot. He got a whole family. He has all these side ventures. When do you have time to read
I think
these
the
books,
other
dog?
thing that kind of gave him up on this is, remember he was talking about Dwayne Wade talked about the story of the cookies.
Yeah.
They were on the plane playing spades and all that stuff. Like, that would be the perfect time to read a book.
Just read.
Yeah. If you're on the plane, this would be my perfect time. Or traveling, that'd be the perfect time for me to read something. Nah, dog, you out there playing cards. You gambling, man. You ain't reading nothing, man.
And then I also still go back to, and shout out to Taylor Rooks, a fantastic interviewer. At one point, she asked in one of those interview settings, or not even a specific one-on-one, like in one of those
it was
pressers.
it was about the Malcolm X
autobiography of Malcolm X, right? And she was like, "Well, what have you learned from it?" And his answer was one of those answers where it's very clear, "Oh, you ain't really read it yet," which is fine.
He's a very interesting man.
That's exactly what he said. I forgot. He's a very interesting, and he paused, like you said.
Yeah.
All right, one more here from actually maybe two. But he said that LeBron had laid hands on him. He would have swung on LeBron immediately.
I 100% buy this.
Really?
He would have gotten his keister beat.
Well, he
though,
said that.
and he did say that. But don't forget, Stephen A. is real New Yorker, like real life New Yorker. And you could take that to mean, oh well, there's New Yorkers that are not real or whatever, but they still believe it. And I bet he would swing on him if he had been touched. He just would have had to take the consequences of getting absolutely pummeled by a significantly larger human being. But I don't doubt that. Like he seems like a dude who absolutely has a code to some degree, and he lives his life as such. And one of those codes is you touch me, and it's a fight.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious before I buy this or sell it. I'm wondering, like, what do we mean by touch? If he just kind of
like to get his hands on him.
Like, is it like on the shoulder or something like that?
Yeah, just kind of
because
maybe pushing him.
It's hard for me to believe that LeBron did a little shoulder tap or something like that.
Oh, but he did.
And he would have just won on him. I don't believe that part. Now, if LeBron actually tried to attack him, I think Stephen A. would defend himself.
Yeah.
But if it's just like a man, come on, man, like I don't know if he would have just swung on him like that.
Yeah, I see your point. So you buying or you selling?
I'm a sell this one.
Yeah.
Because unless LeBron is attacking him, then I think he will swing to defend himself. But I don't know if it just like a touch, he would have just swung on him.
I thought I'd be an island on this. I'm buying it, but for a different reason. That was at the Staples Center, man.
Sir, you mean the crypto.com?
LeBron puts his hands on him. There's 100 people who are going to be splitting that fight up. So it would behoove Stephen A. and his brand to go ahead and start, don't back down and start a little scrape there. I think he would have done it knowing that I ain't going to do it in an alley or I ain't going to do it on the street, but I'll do it with, all these people watching because they're going to split us up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. Russell Wilson. I can't get past Russell Wilson. Quote, I expect to be the starter for the New York Giants.
Just buy.
Buy?
100% buy. Like, why would he not expect to be
Well, they
the
might draft
starter?
someone.
No,
I guess that's fair, but the way that they've spent, and look, I think it's only $10.5 million guaranteed for Russell Wilson, but I think there's possibility to earn way more than that.
Yeah.
You got 3 people in the room. Not saying that they couldn't cut any of those people in the room. You have Jameis in the room, but he's getting paid very much like a backup, and I don't know that I feel like the Giants have a certain understanding that that's not going to be great. Like I don't understand. I think it very much would make sense that he walks in there and is like, yeah, I will be the starter at a very low cost
See
for
the
a very
videos
short
already?
period of time. Yeah,
Go Big Blue.
you always have to have there's always a rallying cry.
What was the Denver one? Let's ride.
Let's ride.
Broncos Nation.
Bronco Nation.
Let's ride.
Yeah. No, I'm buying this too because it's funny because when he put out that video, I'm thinking like, oh, I know they probably did something with Jameis Winston, right? Mm-hmm. I looked on there. Nope, it was just a picture. We signed Jameis Winston.
Oh, really?
So they are pumping this up a lot like he's QB1.
Yeah.
So I think he did a press conference. He did a podcast organization. He did like random little social media videos. So they pumping them up like he's the QB1. So I believe it. I buying that.
I'm buying it too, but I'm also going to say for now. We'll see what they do. A couple more quickies here for you. Also quarterback related. J.J. McCarthy said he has not been told that he'll be the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings.
I believe that. They've left the door open on the idea of the Aaron Rodgers. Now, they've done things. Was it Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who was the general manager there in Minnesota? I'm very happy and surprised that I actually came up with his name right off the top. Said that, they like the room that they have, which is very much a non-answer when you're talking to a general manager still in that team-building portion of the year. But, I mean, yeah, I don't think that they're going to go and give it to him, and I don't think they should. A guy who is ostensibly kind of still a rookie, even though his rookie year was last year. But because he was injured, he didn't know real football activities. He's still a rookie. You're not going to hand it to him. Let him earn it.
Yeah, no, I'm buying this too. I think because it was still rumors of them thinking about getting a quarterback, even outside of him. So I think they probably going to see what he looked like in training camp and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then decide from there. See if he's
I'm buying
ready.
it too. I think that's just the way they play things in the NFL. Last one, Kendrick Perkins, Beaumont's own. Said that he has blocked LeBron's number. They were talking about all the crazy stuff that you're going to get into, Figgy, but he said he's blocked LeBron's number.
I'm buying it.
I could buy it. I just don't know what for.
I think he's, to me, he come across as petty. Because I think Brown followed him over something petty, and I think Kendrick said, "Hey, you gonna follow me? I'm about to block your number." I ain't talking. I could believe that.
I'm going to sell it because he's also in the business of if LeBron texts or calls, you probably need to answer.
Sure, I just don't have any real feeling that there's been a lot of conversation there, if we're going to be completely honest.
Fair.
Like, I don't know that that's been something that has been huge in his life particularly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I hear you.
But shout out to the Proud of Beaumont, Texas. Don't come see me. I don't want any of those problems, to be completely honest. But yeah, that's a little buy or sell here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Various texts in, one from Ocho saying that he does not think that Taylor Rooks is all that, which God bless, brother. I don't know what's happening with your eyes. I hope that you find healing soon in your eyes.
You liked her when she was underground?
Yeah, maybe.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Jose Altuve in some ways. I don't even remember exactly how we started talking about Jose with, Dana Brown talking about him.
Yeah.
And I was talking about him being a bad defender, and somebody said people keep saying that without context. They're like, what part of his game deteriorated? The defense. Like, there's defensive metrics where you can absolutely see it fall off of a cliff over the span of the last 4 seasons.
Yeah, no, it's a reason why they don't have him playing second. He will still be a second with no question.
Yeah,
right. I could give you outs above average as a a general defensive metric. In 2021 for Jose Altuve was a 2, positive 2. All right, cool. 2022 positive 1. 2023 negative 3. Last year in 24 negative 9. Like, it is. We are in his defense. This is something that's real, and it's tough because defense is one of those things that's hard to quantify. Even outs above average has its difficulties in trying to quantify what's happening there. But in many metrics that you go and you put up there,
that's a big one there.
You see that level of decline. So yeah, you definitely need to find a level of better second base play, especially with the ground ball pitching that you employ. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. All right, well, let's go ahead and call our shots. We've got various Astros seasons predictions. What's the record? Who do you think is going to be the team MVP? So on and so forth. We do it next.
The OG has Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy opening day to all involved in the city of Houston. Also, happy Texas Children Houston Open Thursday, first round. Getting going. I figured out what was happening on the leaderboard. It's obviously a user error. That was evident. Here was what the user error was. So on the leaderboard, Sam Ryder leading the charge right now at 6 under. It shows him as through 14 and it has a star on it. He started on the back 9. He started on 10. Back 9's a little tough.
Oh, but he's on the front 9, but he's through 13.
He's through now 14.
Yeah.
So he's gone through what, 5, the whole 5, and so now he's headed to hole 6.
Yeah.
He's 6 under. He has 6 birdies on the day.
Man.
And, no bogeys. He's playing some good golf out here in the kind of wet environment. So shout out to Sam Ryder making that happen out there. I gave you the update on Scotty Scheffler. He's not starting. In fact, he should be starting like right now as we speak. He's probably starting he's teeing off here shortly. Ricky Fowler, I think, also about to tee off. Tony Finau soon thereafter. Scotty Scheffler will be starting on 1 though. He gets the honor of doing that. Rory McIlroy has found his way back to even as he finished out his first round with a nice 70. So there you go. That's what's happening at the Texas Children Houston Open. Now, what's going to be happening at Dyken Park is a choo-choo train with some baseballs in it, right? I imagine a lot of people copping some Cam Smith jerseys and some opening day baseball, baby. And we're getting going on what is a 162 game, maybe plus
marathon.
Season. Marathon, not a sprint. Let's get our predictions in for this season, and there's various different predictions to get in, get them on wax. The obvious one to start with is the record, right? Yeah. Just for your edification, last time I checked, the over/under on wins for the Houston Astros is 86.5.
Oh, I saw 87.5.
You saw 87. I think it opened at 87.5 was what, and of course, like different odds makers will have different numbers. Once we got to this week, of opening day, we got to
that makes sense.
86.5 as an over/under. What are you calling as your record? Play along on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-46.
Man, all these questions just got a lot. They were a lot harder than I thought they would be. My record for the Houston Astros is 87-75. So, depending on when you got your over under, it's right on the number. And it's not. It's just what they are, but it's also there's going to be injuries. There's going to be injuries on the pitching staff. There's going to be injuries on the field.
Why you got to jinx them, man?
It's 100% of the teams. That's why. Man. Like name a team. There's going to be injuries for them too.
They can have a fully healthy rotation.
No,
man.
They can't.
Come on, man.
No, they can't.
See, this is where I'm going to be. This is where I'm going to be petulant and be a little bit of a jerk.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and see if I can find the baseball team that does not have an injury.
Yeah, there won't be.
Either through this season, or I'm going to see if I can find one in history. Just
now, do rest count? Because some people be giving their
rest doesn't count.
Okay,
no, 100% of baseball teams will go through injuries in the pitching staff and the roster, the lineup. 100%.
What's funny is that you had 87 and 75. That was where I was.
Oh, really?
And so just to one up you, I'm going 88.
88. All right.
88 and 75.
All right.
I do really hope that that you get the reinforcements come through and help you in those instances where you maybe have some injuries or some down portions of the season, especially when it comes to, and also on the field. And I see Ocho really hammering the idea that he thinks Jordan will miss a bunch of games. One of the things that we were kind of chatting about in one of the breaks was the idea that one thing that can help mitigate that is if Cam Smith miraculously lives up to like all of the hype that seems like we're heaping on him. And I think for myself, I've been trying to keep it where I pare that back.
That's a lot of pressure on them, man.
Right. Hype in spring training has been great, and I think I've expressed on these airwaves the idea of, man, there's a lot of things. He's drinking through a fire hose right now on top of, like, whatever it looks like once various opposing pitchers find ways to attack him in the batter's box. So I love him batting 7th. I love it if we kind of lower those expectations. But if he does hit the high water mark, that can mitigate some of the injury issues. Plus, it seems like if Brendan Rodgers does grab a good hold of second base, which it seems like Seems like Joe Espada is saying just because he starts opening day doesn't mean that he'll have a majority of these games, which is all right. Sure, Jose, or sure, Joe, rather.
Yeah,
I don't confuse him with Altuve. That gives you a little bit of mobility with your utility guy, Dubon. Of course, he's still in that second base rotation or platoon. But yeah, the idea of he can work around and find you some spaces. I like this as an 88-win team.
Okay, so 87, 88, which leads to the postseason question.
Postseason, this is where I'm going to get bold with it. I'm going to get really bold with it. I think that there's a lot of ramp up that you're going to have here. I think that this is a team that can rekindle some stuff and get back to the ALCS. But that's where I'm taking it.
I started to make a run. I'll say it right now before the season. They do have the gene, man. They've got the gene. They got the DNA, to be completely trite and cliche. I'm going to say wild card, which...
Wow, so not even the ALDS.
I think the Rangers are pretty good. They've bolstered their pitching. I think it's going to be close. They could win the division, but it'll be close. And 87 may not get you into the wild card even in some seasons. But the American League is... Yankees are hurt. Rangers, you mentioned it earlier, highest ranked, power-ranked AL team.
AL West team.
No, AL.
Really?
Yeah, AL. Looking at it right now.
Oh, I missed that.
Dodgers, Phillies, Braves, Rangers are fourth.
Okay, that's what CBS is?
CBS.
Got you.
And then all the other AL teams, Red Sox, Orioles, Yankees, I mean, they've got a couple issues here.
The AL East, it's one of those weird things where it's stacked, and that means they're probably going to beat up on each other. So that might kind of bring some things down in a way that may be beneficial.
87 wins can get you into the wild card. So I'm going to say wild card.
Okay. I like what you're doing there. All right. Who do you have as the team MVP?
Like I said, this was a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. I'm going to say Christian Walker.
Interesting. How much are you factoring in off-field stuff?
A lot.
Okay.
I think off-field, but his numbers are going to be good. I think he's going to hit some home runs. The leadership thing, as you just mentioned, is going to be big. I think, especially because a lot of times it's local, media that vote on your team MVP stuff, the local baseball writers. I think he's going to be good in the clubhouse. He's going to be, talked about a lot of.
You know what? Nah, I'm gonna go easy.
Come to the dark side.
Give me Jordan.
Come to the dark side.
I was thinking about it because I also think that he's going to be stable there. I think it's going to be such a breath of fresh air.
That's what I'm saying. And the local baseball writer can be like,
oh, out of the first base space. Yeah. I understand that there's and this is where I might play myself is the idea of if Jordan does indeed sustain an injury, you miss time in that. But it's just that is the rock upon which your lineup is built, especially with him now focusing largely on DHing. Like, what you think he gets up to 40 games in the outfield?
Ooh, that's a lot.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is I think that he'll be able to focus on the bat.
Yeah.
Has DH ever gotten the MVP? I don't know if like a straight up MVP. I'm
sure.
I feel like
I'm sure it has.
I'll have to go and double
Ortiz
check.
never got an MVP. David Ortiz.
No, he's saying team MVP. I'm sure it has.
Oh, team
MVP. I'm
sure
it has.
And that's what I was saying. It was like team MVP.
Yeah.
I hadn't even gotten to the idea of like the outright MVP.
Yeah.
And I'm probably I'm sure there's people yelling at their radio like, of course, but in this moment my memory isn't serving me. But absolutely, team MVP. I think I'm just going to lean there. Yeah. Home run leader. Are we?
I'm going to say Jordan.
Like, can we just?
That's where I'll say Jordan. Yeah.
Who do you think is the wins leader? I wanted to do that so bad. I really did. I wanted to be that person who was like, oh man, look how smart I am. But it just feels like, it feels like you're just going to lean on Fromber to continue to be that. The issues that you have seen, like mentally, it feels like one, he's either addressed, or two, typically don't come up in the regular season. Fromber's going to continue to be a very solid pitcher, especially as you have tried to cultivate this defense to play into his strengths in particular, but the entirety of the pitching staff in a general sense. I do love the feeling, though, that you have a 1-2 punch that you can lean on between Fromber and Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
I think it's no need to overthink this in my mind. I'm going with Fromber Valdez.
All right.
And then when you continue on, who do you think is the top defender? This is the one that I'm really intrigued because we're going to need to have. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Ohtani was the first player to win MVP as DH, but he also pitched. Thank you.
Sox.
That's right.
That's what they were yelling.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody yelling at your radios. Always appreciate it. Somehow I feel the energy, even if I don't hear you specifically. Top defender is a really interesting question because this defense needs to be really good, and I don't know that you have one definitive answer. So maybe
I do. I think it's a layup.
You think it's a layup? Who is it?
Jeremy Payne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a bounce back. My thought was, you saw a little bit of shaky with him last year defensively, and of course that's shaky on a relative plane for him. But you feel confident that it's just going to be a bounce back season, back to back business as usual.
I would love to see maybe Paredes, win that award, really step up at third base, but he's not a great defender.
How do you feel about that, by the way? Like, we've talked about the possibility.
I think he's good.
Yeah.
I think he's good.
We've talked about the possibility of him replicating.
I sound like Joe Espada. He'll be average.
Yeah. And Dana. We've talked about the possibility of him somewhat replicating the offensive production that you got from Alex Bregman, especially if he doesn't start slow. But defensively, Alex Bregman, very good Gold Glove.
Yeah, last year.
Corner infielder.
I would love for someone else to be there, but I think there's a few too many questions everywhere, except for maybe Jake Myers, but I don't think he's going to play a lot of center field, or as much center field,
Christian Walker at
Could
first
be.
base? He's a good, that's one of your
Yonner.
Gold Glove. Okay. Also, we feel like he's going to come along when it comes to calling, but then also framing pitches.
It might be Yonner, to be honest. Yonner or Jeremy Pena.
I feel like Jeremy Pena has the higher starting point when it comes to that. The possibility for growth for Yonner Diaz, and then obviously the importance of that catcher position could vault him into that place. Okay. All right. On the text line, they said, I don't watch baseball until mid-August, but
there's its early guy.
There you go. They say the Astros will make it to the playoffs as usual. Yonner is dark horse for the team MVP for Kick Rocks.
Could be.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that both him and Caratini, they just had to consistently, step into the void that was first base and just consistently be there for this team. I think that at back, they might have an opportunity to shine a little bit more. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Geared up for an opening day and for a season of Astros baseball. That's maybe look. Is this the most kind of questions or the most kind of intrigue that you've gone into an Astros season with in the last
I think
decade?
it's the most intriguing year we've had in recent seasons, just because of all the questions. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see those answers start revealing themselves to us today, 3:10 p.m. at Dyken Park with the baseballs in the Phillips 66 train. Excited for baseball season here in the Loop. All right, you are indeed in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is typically where we hand it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, you know what we talking about, man. LeBron James on the Pat McAfee show. Stephen A. Smith clapping back at LeBron James for being on the Pat McAfee show. We're going to play all the funny clips and all the crazy moments from yesterday.
Okay, all right. We're getting into the LeBron James mess next.
The Texans.
8521.
The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Red Raiders as they battle through the bracket? We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. At your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. And yesterday was a crazy day if he was on social media because LeBron, is it fair to say LeBron broke the internet a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, it was all over.
Yeah, it's all over on the sports space. And
maybe my internet, yeah.
Yeah, definitely our levels of internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because this was something I brought it up around this time yesterday, how he was on the Pat McAfee show at that very time. I'm like, damn, he never did anything like that before.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since he actually did a regular interview that wasn't produced by LeBron James' company.
Yeah.
And boy, he had a lot to say.
He did.
He had a lot to say. He was talking about his time in Cleveland and how he squeezed all of that lemon out of the lemon juice out of the lemon. And you see you see who I carried to the finals.
I took that team
He's
to the
not
final.
wrong.
No, he's not.
But you never hear anybody say that. You never hear anybody say that on a public platform like that.
Not until they're done playing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that. But I'm like, dang.
Yeah.
What year was that? Was that 2007?
Seven?
Oh, 7. Yeah, that's right.
06, 07. Yeah. But
Spurs got him in 4, right?
5.
Oh, yeah.
Was it 4?
Was it
No,
5?
they swept him.
They swept him?
They swept him.
Yeah, that was like the worst. I think still to this day might have been the worst finals in history because it was so lopsided.
Yeah.
But he talked about a lot of things, including the elephant in the room, Stephen A. Smith, and this is LeBron James on the Pat McAfee on the Pat McAfee show, talking about how Stephen A. Smith been acting since he stepped to him as a father.
He's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh yeah, we're watching it. We're all seeing it.
Oh yeah,
you're seeing it as well.
He literally, it started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it, but since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Yeah, on fire. Are you
kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video to drop so you could address it, it's your ass. Like seriously, it's. And like another, he completely like missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job to criticize or to. He's gonna be smiling from ear to ear when he hears me talking about him again. Oh my God, he's gonna get home and grab some ice cream out of the freezer and sit in his chair in his tighty whities on the couch.
I hope at some point you two do get a chance. But you're right.
Dude, like relax, bro. Like relax. Like seriously.
Why do you craft this like image of Stephen A. Smith sitting in the basement? That was weird.
Yeah, somebody posted a picture of that too, a Photoshop picture.
They should have never gave y'all AI.
I'm like, man.
They should have never gave y'all AI.
Now we alluded to this yesterday, but it's worth mentioning again and maybe emphasizing. The Pat McAfee show and Pat McAfee don't like Stephen A. Smith.
They had some issues.
They've had some personal issues, so they're sort of tweaking him, egging him along. And I don't know how much of that was really, maybe some of it was really accurate about the stuff Stephen A. said about making it personal. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, both of these guys are telling two different stories,
Yes,
I feel like.
that's the best way to put it.
So, like, I mean, I feel like if LeBron is, what he's saying is true, then I could kind of understand why he stepped to him. But I feel like Stephen A. is saying the opposite.
Yeah.
Like, I would never talk about your son and in that type of way or whatever.
Right. So you got to take it into the total whose interviews it is and what he's saying may not be altogether true.
Yeah. I'm not sure. But LeBron goes on. Not only did he bring up Stephen A. Smith, he talked about Brian Windhorst, the guy that been with him from day one.
Middle school.
Yeah, middle school, and traveled all around from Cleveland to Miami to L.A. He was with him pretty much his whole career. This is what he had to say about Windhorst.
I see a lot of too. Like I seen Brian Windhorst on one of these shows not too long ago. Like
Wendy.
Yeah, you played over high school.
Wendy, you guys played together in high school.
Yeah,
right? He was on your high school.
This guy was like, says he's like my best friend. These guys are just weird.
What was that about?
Was that kind of shocking to y'all?
Yes.
Yes.
And not true. I'm not saying he's his best friend. Brian Windhorst has never said he's his best friend.
Right. I think you can absolutely point to the idea that Brian Windhorst has gotten to the place that he has, in part because he was covering LeBron James at the right time, and obviously he used that expertise, I guess so to say, to kind of carry his wave to a national platform that then he covers the game.
But he's also earned a lot.
He has. Yeah. He has. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that he purports himself to know LeBron personally at any given point, but I think he could speak on LeBron in a way that not a lot of people can because he saw those. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I don't love the characterization that LeBron did there. And I think, you know what it feels like LeBron got into? You know how you get around certain groups of friends and you start talking in a way where you get a little loose?
Yeah.
And, because you just feel like, oh, we're in the space. This is what we're doing. Yeah. This is what it feels like he's doing there.
Yeah, it seemed like to me what's going on. It seemed like LeBron heard the noise of us talking about, and I'm using us loosely, people saying, oh, yeah, he's on the LeBron's payroll, and oh, yeah, that's LeBron's personal reporter and all that stuff. It seemed like he's trying to overdo it by trying to say, oh, that ain't my best friend.
Maybe.
It seemed like he's trying to overdo it a little bit, like, nah, we ain't that cool, and they might not be that. I mean, they have some type of relationship, obviously, because Brian probably interviewed him and, get information from him. But I wonder, did they have that real good relationship at one point?
Well, Brian Windhorst has never said that they were all that tight, but nobody knows LeBron better in terms of outside
as
his
far
circle.
as media,
outside of his circle, yeah,
outside of media,
no one knows him better.
Yeah. So that was a little strange, him kind of going in like that. And here's LeBron right here talking about the deal when he signed with Nike, and this kind of came from the Windhorst conversation too. Of Windhorst talking about why he wore number 23, and he signed to Nike because of Jordan and all of this stuff. This is LeBron talking about that.
They went on his show and said, oh, don't let LeBron fool you. Like, he wears number 23 because of Michael Jordan. Okay, that's a fact. He signed with Nike because of Michael Jordan. It's like, I didn't. I signed with Nike because I got a hell of a signing bonus, and they gave me a 7-year, $90 million contract. And I moved my mom out of it, and ultimately, my whole thing is what do I want to wear off the court? It's I want to wear Nikes. I want to wear Jordans. I want to wear pennies. I want to wear Bo Jacksons. I want to wear Air Maxes. I want to wear so
Primes.
what are we talking about?
What did he say?
I love Pat McAfee. You want to wear Deion shoes too?
Primes.
Just want to put Deion in here.
Yes, I thought that was kind of interesting. I could kind of see where he's going for it with the Nike deal.
Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily anything
money talks.
Yeah,
Jordan or not. He was signing that deal no matter what.
I'm sure he wanted to sign with Nike, for a number of reasons, including
he said that.
He also wanted to wear Jordans as part of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's part of it. Maybe in part. I mean, he admitted he wears 23. It'd been kind of hard to deny that. Because of Jordan. But it sure was nice that they gave him the $90 million too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he was just trying to follow the Jordan blueprint, but he was a fan of Nike, obviously because of Jordan and. He's just a fan of Nike.
Yeah.
But I think the funny part about that day yesterday was outside of all of that, at the end, remember, he was in Indiana.
Yeah.
They had a game, and he hit a game-winning shot right here.
Did.
First one in a while.
Rebounded by Luka. LeBron leaked out. They didn't see him. Here he is down court. Luka with 2 for the win. Tipped up and in. Will it count? LeBron James at the buzzer. He says rack it up. Not always there when you call, but always on time.
Great reference. But on top of that, boy, did he save their keister, though. Because, and I mean, he got himself to that threshold, over 10. I know that there's, he scored over 10 over a long period of time. But, yeah, that tip-in saved their keister because they had a solid lead on the Pacers, and the Pacers walked them back down. It was a terrible stretch, probably 2 minutes of Lakers basketball before they just managed to barely get over the Pacers, who they really should be beating in that situation. So, yeah, they get a win there, but, man, it was ugly at the very end.
That was a way to end the day right there for him. Yeah. But
Lakers on Monday, by the way.
Yeah. So, Stephen A. Smith. Now, Stephen A. Smith was chomping at the bit to respond to him. He responded to him last night. Or it wasn't even last. I want to say it was that afternoon.
Yeah,
he might.
It was his podcast, wasn't it?
Yeah, his podcast. I think he was responding to him again this morning on First Take. So he had having a field day. So this is Stephen A. Smith addressing everything LeBron had to say yesterday.
My issue is with LeBron James, and I just want to say for the record, LeBron James is full of it. And in this particular instance, as it pertains to his son, he is a liar. And he went on national television today, and he lied again. You see, when he approached me while I was sitting courtside at that game against the New York Knicks, when he rolled up on me, I had no idea. But when he said what he had to say, I was in no position to give any kind of retort without making a scene. It was during the third quarter. It was fresh out of a timeout. It was him walking to the basketball court. It was on national television. The cameras were rolling. And had I done something, what do y'all want me to do? You want me to act? You want this to be a reincarnation of Chris Rock and Will Smith? And let me state for the record that while we bring up that, let me assure you it wouldn't have gone down like that. I would have gotten my ass kicked because had that man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately. That I'm not going to tolerate. But I knew he wasn't going to do something like that. There was no fear in my mind about it. It was shock. Because as I have repeatedly stated, I was not talking about his son. I was talking about him.
That's so good. When he gets that little serious mode working.
He need to get back to yelling. I like Stephen A. when he yelling.
But also, he made it very clear, I would have gotten my butt kicked, but I would have thrown.
It's funny. He had to make that clear, too, on social media because obviously social
people
media.
Were just picking the other part.
They was just clipping the little 5-second part he said.
Yeah.
I would have swung on him. Mm-hmm. But
one thing I will say, though, about that is LeBron is clearly much, much bigger than him and much stronger than him. That is not who would fight. In this instance, I feel like it matters a great deal.
Yes, it does.
I do think that that's shady. But, sometimes we be going into these situations, oh, look at this dude with all the muscles. He's definitely going to beat them up. Yeah. Not always. Not always.
I think we realize that, especially in the professional fighting scene, where we say, J.J. Watt, he's about to box some professional. Oh, J.J. Watt will crush him. And then it's like when you get to that professional fighter, it's just like, nah, man, like knockout first round, first 10 seconds.
Got to know what you're doing.
Yeah, we seen a lot. I think Greg Hardy pretty good. Greg Hardy was actually an okay fighter, right?
Yeah, for a little bit.
It was another NFL player that was just he got mollywopped in that octagon.
Isn't Frank Gore doing pretty good?
I've not kept up with.
Yeah, I think Frank Gore's doing pretty good.
I am continually amazed that these dudes who have gotten their money and gotten out of the car crash sport are like, you know what I need to do? Trade on my body some more by getting hit in the face.
That's worse than the football, man.
That's right.
Like, I don't even know. I don't know if we need to.
This ain't even like professional box. This is fighting.
They're fighting.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to grade which one is worse or better. I just know that it is another level of tax on your body that you didn't have to engage in because you got the money. You already hit for the lick.
Yeah,
at least that's my opinion.
It's saying to me, it's always fascinating to me because it be the people that's like the rough people in the NFL, like the Greg Hardys and just the ones that got in all this trouble, and they say, you know what, I want to be a professional fighter now.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Biggie's Mixtape. Every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Something they believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, let's catch up with the fellas of the drive before they take us into what is fully opening day? We'll do that next.
All right, guys, you thinking about getting your
Real people.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun Thursday here in the Loop. Where's your attention going the most, John, as we gearing up to talk with the fellas of the drive here shortly? Like, there's a lot of sports happening today. We've definitely hit on a lot of opening day. Ashway. We've also, but there's some other things happening, right? The Texas Children's Houston Open going on. Leader in the clubhouse has actually a three-way tie at the top. Sam Ryder bogeyed for the first time today, and so there's three guys 5 under. We mentioned that some of the big names, Scotty Scheffler, I believe, he's
just getting rolling, right?
Yeah, he's moving on up a little bit, or actually right now he's even through two as he's just getting rolling. And then Rory had been going a little bit earlier. He's also even, but he's done on the day. So that's happening, or I guess it's continuing to happen throughout the weekend. Then you also have the Rockets are back in action tonight. It's not necessarily a big one, but they continue to add on to, I think they've won 10 of their last 11. Obviously, the loss in there being the loss to the Denver Nuggets a few nights back. But other than that, like they continue to have an opportunity to continue to add to that particular streak. And don't forget, March Madness back in action as Thursday night, the Sweet 16, first night of Sweet 16 gets going. Like, where's your attention?
All right, so you're familiar with the immaculate inning, right? Three batters, 9 pitches, 3 outs.
Yes.
We kind of got the immaculate, remote control, the immaculate lineup tonight.
Okay.
I was looking at it. I was telling you during the break. I've got it all lined up. Obviously, you get home, Astros right out of the chute. You can go right into Alabama, BYU. Starts at 6:09. Florida, Maryland, 6:09. Florida, Maryland, 6:39. That goes right into Duke and everything else. You go Arkansas, Texas Tech. So yeah, I kind of got the immaculate sports TV lineup going today. You don't even have to have 3 TVs.
But if you do, it makes it a little easier. I'll tell you that.
You don't even need 3 TVs.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's tweaking.
I'm gonna make this very easy. Like,
definitely not twerking. He's tweaking.
Not yet, at least. No, I'm too hyped for this baseball game. Excited to see. Obviously, Cam in the major league, like fully major league at bats to see this all come together. Brendan Rodgers, see him in his new number 1 jersey. Apparently, he's going to wear number 1.
Yeah.
Which
is he
fun.
number 1 worthy?
Look, you can ask that. If I'm going to be entirely honest without being a jerk, no.
Right?
Like, he does not feel like a number 1.
That's why I'm asking.
But if the jersey's there, right? Like, were you going to tell him to not take number 1?
Yeah, number 1 has to be like, first of all, like one of the upper tier players, and then just sort of you have to have like a certain aura, right? And maybe he does. I don't know.
Do it seem like baseball is a little different from that though? Because you had some good players as number 77 or like some wild numbers like that.
Right. I mean, a little bit, but I mean, 1 still feels like it carries weight. Pretty much
cachet.
Yeah, cachet is a great way, a great word to use there.
Does Brendan Rodgers have cachet?
I mean, not yet, but we'll see.
We'll find out.
Maybe he's flashing enough leather to the point where we go, all right, well,
Yeah.
One more thing when it comes to the Astros. Joe Espada said about Luis Garcia. Remember, he had some elbow soreness, and he is seeking a second opinion. He said that the first opinion on Luis Garcia's injury was, quote, decent news, close quote, but they're still awaiting a second opinion. A little.
No, I'm selling that. I think he's just basically fingers crossed. What is decent news? Like, we're not going to have to amputate? I mean,
wow. Damn. I mean, for me personally, that'd be at least decent. Yeah.
Right? Isn't that decent?
If we had gotten to the place where that was a possibility, taking that off the board sounds decent to me.
Yeah, I would be very happy with that.
However, I feel like that was not. Yeah, we weren't in that place.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to have elbow surgery again? Yeah, sign me up for that if you don't have to amputate. I mean,
Yeah, maybe elbow out for the season again is decent.
I'm selling that. I think we covered it. You have a second opinion on anything. It's not because the first opinion was good.
Yeah. But hopefully the second opinion is better. Like, I'm still in that place where I have to be hopeful for that. Now, some other things. Lance McCullers is going to have a rehab start in Sugar Land on Sunday. So even though maybe not the best news on the Luis Garcia front, Lance McCullers seemingly, and look, I don't know, do I need to knock on some wood or something? He seemed like he's actually going to make this this return in a way that is real, as opposed to some of the pump fakes that we've had in the recent past. Like actually making a rehab start at AAA is going to be really, really huge to see him come in and be a reinforcement and give you 6 bona fide starting pitchers on this team.
Yeah, this time he really means it seems. Of course, you always have to qualify it with you need to see more than 1 or 2. You need to see him stack them up, respond the next day, etc. I did want to ask rock moves they made as well today, because a couple of them kind of stand out to me.
Really?
I think you mentioned this. Montero, Okert, Brendan Rodgers, and Cam Smith. We all know this already. Ryan Gusto was recalled, all the Major League roster. But here's where it gets interesting. Sean Dubin, Luis Garcia, remember that, Christian Javier, Lance McCullers, Caleb Ort, and Forrest Whitley on the 15-day DL.
IL.
I mean, the 15-day IL, retroactive to March 24th. JP France on the 60-day. So I guess it's pretty good news, and it could change, that Luis Garcia is on the 15-day.
Sure.
Right?
And that does lean into the idea that it was maybe decent news, not noise, not going to be something that's going to keep him away from baseball for the entirety of the season. I imagine that, these are like your gradations of belief and return, right? We're getting a potential rehab start for McCullers, so you believe in his return. Dubin, obviously, I don't think anybody in Ort, I don't know that anybody was like deeply afraid of.
Yeah.
Forrest Whitley, I think that there's a skepticism just because of who he is in his history, but that's not seeming like a giant injury. The JP France we knew was going to be a big injury that might keep him out for a majority, if not all, of this season. I think I'm encouraged by Luis Garcia's. Well, I guess I probably shouldn't have, because he was soon to return. But I think I view him more, if we're looking at this as a spectrum of guys on that 15-day IL, I'm starting to view him more as the potential Christian Javier, where we're looking at maybe second half of the season type stuff, like, or at least the middle of the season type thing, as opposed to in first or second month of the season.
Like, what am I most excited to see today? I think the obvious answer would be Cam Smith, but what else? Because obviously it's going to come back to Jose Altuve, in the field,
right?
But I'm really excited to see Jeremy Pena and Brendan Rodgers in the middle of the infield.
Yeah, I was going to widen that out to I want to see just how good they've made this infield defense.
The middle infield, yeah.
No, just not.
Infield in general.
Yeah, the infield in general.
Because the corners should be better.
And it's going to be important that the corners are better, right?
Yeah.
Christian Walker at first base, I think, is going to be a huge deal. Like, are you going to get a first baseman that is a high-level defender? I mean, by all accounts, or seemingly, you would imagine a Gold Glover at that place will give you that kind of defense. And then, in a different way, how far is Isaac Paredes' defensive play from what Alex Bregman gave you? And if you bring all that together, like that is one of the large sticking points for this defense, for this team, is trying to see if that middle or that infield just in general can be good enough defensively, so that with the way that you pitch, you can really get out of some jams and win some baseball games in that way.
And then the other thing is, we were kind of doing our season award predictions earlier, and no one really bristled at all that I had Christian Walker as my MVP. I kind of expected some people to bristle, so I think it says a lot about what the expectation is with him and how good, how much of an improvement it is at first base with him being there. But is it a good thing or a bad thing if Christian Walker is your MVP? Because Kyle Tucker would be in this conversation normally. Alex Bregman would be in the conversation normally. Jose Altuve would be in this conversation. I think for a number of reasons, the obvious ones being they're gone, but I think Jose Altuve's defense would keep a lot of people from saying that he's going to be the MVP of the year.
I don't think it's bad. Like, Christian Walker is a high-level free agent that you brought in for these particular things. I think if he hits the way that you anticipate that he could, especially with the particulars of the way that his swing path is and with the Crawford boxes, it makes sense that he would be in that conversation.
I from the standpoint that you're saying this is, would it be good for the Astros in their season if Christian Walker
and where they are? See, because I thought Christian Walker could easily be the MVP of the year. Leadership, locking down first base, good player, Gold Glove, all that. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, that's where we are. Because all these other guys.
he's a better MVP candidate than anybody that you name, not named Bregman.
Yeah, but that's kind of where we are, right?
Altuve and Tucker, all those guys are great players, but they're not. But to me, in terms of intangible, leadership across the board on that team, I didn't see that.
To me, if I'm going to say this team is in its best absolute best position, Yordan Alvarez has to be to me the MVP. Like of the team, right? Mm-hmm. Like Christian Walker is cool, but Yordan, to me, if Yordan Alvarez, this team for it to be at its best, it means like Yordan is a top 5 MVP candidate, not
45
on the team,
home runs
in the league,
whatever
like,
it is. Yeah.
It is clear, like that dude is the guy. Now,
I think Christian Walker's defense and leadership. And I said earlier, keep in mind, local MVP and awards is voted by local Baseball Writers Association members. So they're going to see how good he is in the clubhouse, how good an interview he is, how much other people talk about him in the clubhouse. Whereas Yordan's going to be smashing home runs, and I don't know how much he's going to play on the field. You know?
I don't give a damn about the field. Like him if he is doing, I have long said it. I've said it for 3 years. I think Yordan Alvarez is the best all-around hitter in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And they need him to be that. Like the last couple of years, they've got away with it because Kyle Tucker, I would think Kyle Tucker, before he got injured, Kyle Tucker has been the overall best player on the team. I don't know that they can afford that.
Yeah. And this is the D&M leasing auto leasing crosstalk happening. But I think for me, one of the things that also I have a little hesitation on is we know Yordan has a penchant for getting injured a little bit, and that's one of the things that I also considered into it. Hopefully he's not.
Don't fall into that, Reg.
But it's fair.
I mean, he had surgery on his knees 5 years ago, and we're still hanging on to it, man. It's not a big deal.
But what you're saying is fair, and that's even more. Like they can't afford that.
Yeah, I think we were saying. I think the one thing that could help mitigate this is if Cam Smith is the superstar and supernova. But it's fair to say that you don't want to have that as an expectation for the young man.
He got to be the DH, baby. That's how you minimize that.
Yeah.
Well, Altuve would be the DH after that. Oh, you mean for Yordan? Yeah, you're right.
If he's able to play it at that spot, you don't have to use him in the field as much. Not saying that means it's guaranteed, but that's how you minimize that.
That's why we got musical chairs. Speaking of musical chairs, I noticed that Byron is sitting in the chair of T. Mill. Is the money just going? Are the bets going that well that he's just out here courtside at the Rockets?
Nah, he's just that good a guy, man. Where all his buddies just surprise him with.
Oh, these are gifts?
Courtside and opening day.
My goodness.
He had to pay.
Surprise.
He had to pay for the other night.
That was a gift, too. $345 for 2 rows behind the bench. That's a gift as well.
$375.
That is a gift. Yeah.
I'd have bet that was a $1,000 ticket.
I would have, too.
I mean, he literally was sitting 2 rows behind Eason.
I still believe
Sorry,
it.
Eason.
I still believe it. He's lying.
You think he's lying?
Are y'all at least going to make him work?
You think today was a surprise?
No.
Or did he wake up and want to go opening day?
I just think he lowered that $375.
Oh, you think he dropped it a bit?
I think it was at least $5.
Yeah, I think he turned that want to into a surprise too.
Okay. Are y'all at least gonna make him work? Make him call in and tell you about it?
No, man. It's opening day, man. Let him in. Yeah, enjoy it, baby.
Right, speaking of
he gets deep off in that sauce. You know, we got.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, you got to be careful.
Well, that would be a reason that I would want to. But
I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's the best thing for him.
No. FCC would not like that.
He control it. We got dump buttons.
Yeah, I guess that is true. I'll let y'all figure that out. We're done on the day. I'm excited to listen to you guys. I can't wait. I need Chaz to go deep just on y'all first show of the season.
Chaz, he's gonna have a hard time doing that from the bench.
Well, I mean, let him come in as a pinch hitter.
That's Dubon. That's Dubon. That
is true. It would be Dubon, especially with I forgot he was not starting a second. All right, well, never mind.
Hell with them 3-4 bats.
Who are y'all going up for if they go yard? Like
who we turning up for? If they do?
Cam.
Oh, it's got to be Cam.
All right, so
Killer Cam, baby.
So then I'm putting it on Cam. I need Cam to go yard. Sorry, young fella. I need
feel like you're pretty excited for Paredes too.
Okay, all right.
Face.
All right, I'm looking forward to those things and more. 4 hours of the best damn afternoon drive.
I might lose it if Jake
in Houston. Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. All that. I need to see all of that.
Yeah, I want to see.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And you go ahead and call your shot. See who they lose it for, because the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. Bronze Gold Glove got one last year.
Opening day did?
Yeah. He got one against the Yankees.
I'll be damned.
Old Bronze Glove. Jake, he got one against the Yankees last year. So, no, it is opening day. One of the best days on the sports calendar. And I love it when opening day meets Sweet 16 and you got all that action here over the next couple of days.
It's super sweet when your team's playing.
That's all right.
You can't relate this year. It's been 365 days since you experienced that. But
that's fine. You know what? Listen, You get this. You get this win, baby. You get this win. You beat us. Beat us last 2 times in the tournament. I'm not going to come back with titles and things like that, but it is.
Don't do that, man.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's sore loser
gotta take
stuff.
it. Just got to take it.
Sore loser
I'm not going to
stuff.
Stephen A. Smith this and tell you what I could say.
I appreciate
it. And then
Bo.
say it all. But then, but no, man. Big night for you. But I'm going to enjoy it too, as well as opening day is here and alive and well. We got a lot to get ready for both of those events coming up as we 25. We expect to hear from Fox 26, Will Kunkel, who has been covering the Astros. You've heard him on with us during spring training a few times. He'll jump on to get us ready for opening day with the Astros as he's out there. And then a little bit later on, as we sit the Sweet 16, Rob Doster will join us of Field 68. He has been on with us the last couple of years. We'll get his thoughts about Houston's chances, what's going on tonight, what your Razorbacks might be able to pull off tonight. So a lot to get to with all these big events going on here. Tyler is out. Tyler's at the ice box. He said he texted us last night, late last night. His brother Sterling, shout out to Sterling, surprised me with tickets to the Stros opening day, so he had to go. Someone just texted in right now to the Jim Adler, the Texas Amber text line, 713-572-4610. Tyler's at the game today. Welp, that's a guaranteed loss.
Well played.
Damn it, Tyler. No, man. Hey, this is a hell of a week for Tyler. Floor seats with the Rockets. Got opening day surprise late last night.
Fan council, Texans fan council.
Yes, he was a big part of that. And he's got the Houston Open on Saturday. He's going to be there. Him and Sterling are going to be there for the Houston Open.
I mean, he somehow in the offseason, Texans offseason, found a way to hit all three pro franchises and in a 6-day span.
All in 1 week.
Actually, a 5-day span. When was that basketball game? Tuesday?
Yeah.
Tuesday evening?
Yep, Tuesday, yep. Remember he was hungover yesterday?
Yeah.
See what he's like tomorrow.
Boy, I tell you what, I know
he's going to have to pay some of this, man, because that Saturday, the Houston Open, he is going to get.
Look, Father Time's going to catch up with his ass. There ain't no doubt about it. But I guarantee you it ain't today. Opening day?
It ain't today.
There is. I'm not a guy, Ron, typically that like just needs a sporting event to drink and like drink excessively. I need a little more than that. I'm going to tell you, it is opening day is one of those.
One where you could easily just start putting back the
he's on. What time's that first pitch? 3:10.
3:10.
We'd have been down there at Edo by noon, maybe 11:30, grabbing a little lunch. You see a little base down there, and then we just would have bar hopped down there in Edo, and had several before we ever got in the park. Yeah, that is one by 6 p.m. tonight. There's a good chance I'd be cross-eyed.
I have had some aggressive
opening days.
Yes, I have.
I bet you have. Okay, Royals games.
Oh boy, always had the beer pong table, trying to play during wind.
Yeah, hey man,
flip cup action.
That's one of them right there for me, man. That is some good times. I don't know how it is everywhere else, but here, that opening day down there in Edo is good times. Now I don't know how about this. I don't know how this weather kind of.
This make me keep going right here.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the bigger crowd. Like when it's sunny down there, they just come out of the woodworks. It ain't just Tyler taking off.
Funnels.
Shotgun.
People still doing those?
Like when you funnel a beer?
No, I mean like we used to have the funnel, and then have a deal that you just pour that.
I think it's just called a funnel, isn't it? Shotgun is actually out of the can.
Yeah, shotgun's out of the can. That's what I said, a funnel. Yeah. People still doing that?
I would imagine so.
In New Orleans, they do.
I imagine that one's got staying power.
I was going to say, I haven't seen it in a long. I haven't done it in a long time. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Well, maybe we should get one out. Anybody? We got some. We got a funnel in the house. Can somebody stop by the Auto Zone, get us one of them long neck funnels, and get us a 6-pack of bullets, and bring them by the studio by first pitch. We can hammer.
I think I told you my worst was spring break. I woke up late. I had to catch up as everybody had already started, so just started pouring Jack Daniels down there.
Oh, my God. That was a terrible decision. Boy.
Trying to catch up.
God,
Me and old Fridge's idea of a friend old Fridge said, let's Let's just hit the funnel with the Jack Daniels.
When that moment hit, like
and
how dumb do we have? Because I mean, I've done stupid stuff. Like, how stupid do we have to be to not realize in that moment, like, I am literally destroying my liver.
This
is alcohol poisoning. This is I might not wake up tomorrow.
And I didn't even check up. I'm like, all right, you're right.
Do it again.
Right, let's do it. Let's hit it. Let's catch up. They had all them damn Keystones. Let's catch up.
Keystone Light, absolutely.
Yeah, man. So if you're going out there, if you're out there listening, enjoy yourself. If you see Tyler, take a picture and buy him a drink or get him.
He's got pockets. And get you one of them El Tiempo margaritas up there on that whatever floor that is.
Yeah.
Isn't that where we had those?
Every time I go with Tyler, like, oh, I'm going to the bathroom or something. Then he always
shots.
Yep, drinks every time. Good person, good person to come with. Yeah, beer bong. There you go. That's what it. Yeah,
beer bong. Okay,
beer bong.
You're
there
right,
you go.
You're right,
Shout out
you're
to
right.
you. And I lost the. Boy, yeah, those were some bad days. All right, the lineup is out for the Astros. By the way, Byron's in the building, aka Bryce Young is in the building, in for Tyler right now.
With that old ass Astros City Connect, man. Go get you that new one. Academy Sports and Outdoors, man. Get down to Academy Sports and Outdoors right now. They got that new City Connect. Don't be like Byron. Don't be like Byron wearing that old blue one. Get down there with that Strohs on.
And Byron, you might want to check your email. There's a real shot for you to be able to get that.
Absolutely. What are you doing, Byron? Check your damn.
I'm gonna buy one once I go to a game.
You know what he told me? He said I just pulled the tag off of it too.
I bought this last year. Yes, this was my first time wearing it.
I mean, you say that like that's normal. You buy something last year and you don't wear it until the fourth month of the next year.
Well, usually when I wear my jersey, it's during playoff time, but they got eliminated early. So.
Okay.
So you didn't have it that time.
It's like my superstition thing. I rotate my jerseys for every game.
Yeah, well, here's the deal, Bub. If you're going to take that kind of risk, don't do it with the City Connects. Do it with a normal original jersey so you can wear it.
Now you're just wearing that jersey that
now
nobody's
you're wearing that old tired-ass City Connect. I'm just kidding. I like it.
He's wearing that jersey. Nobody. Yeah, just don't have the blue pants with it. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you come walking here with some blue sweats on with that, we're going to have a problem. I'm going to have to, next time I'll take a day off.
All right, the lineup is out. Opening day lineup is out, fellas. Mm-hmm. And look, I know some of you, I see that show, are you going to do the lineups? Listen, it has to be a special time.
Opening day?
To do the lineups. And I'm with you. Generally, opening day is a special time. Now, normally I would just blame Tyler because he's not here. And he doesn't have the musical selection. But I'm not going to do that because I didn't plan on doing it. It's going to be a special day.
Today is?
And I'm letting you know the day that I will do the lineup.
Oh, hell.
The day that I will do the lineups is that first time that Lance McCullers is starting for the Astros.
Oh,
that special day.
The pitcher's not even in the starting lineup.
No, that's okay. But when he goes on, that's going to be a special day. It's been 3 years, I believe. And when Lance is scheduled to pitch, that's when I will do the lineups.
I mean,
I'm the president of the fan club, Lance.
Lame.
That's so when lame. I would. That is what. No, well, my decision. Okay?
Super lame.
Yep.
That may never happen. That may not happen this year.
Oh well, no. Stop. See, it will happen.
Are the Space Cowboys home this weekend?
No, I'm not. No, it's when he is.
I know, but he is
a damn Astros
on Sunday.
He's got to be in Dyken Park.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it's Dyken Park.
Be in an Astros uniform. Yes. No, he's pitching this weekend.
That would be great if he had to do the Space Cowboy.
If I do that lineup. No, he's pitching this weekend. Lance is doing another rehab start at Sugar Land on Friday.
Can somebody get a gun in the stand? Not a gun in the stands. Y'all know what I'm talking about. A radar gun.
A radar gun.
Can we get velocity, please? Can we get velocity on this outing? Don't take your guns to Sugar Land. I mean, don't do that.
Yeah, don't.
I'm talking about a radar.
Say radar.
I'm talking about a radar.
Yeah, my man here on YouTube and Twitch. So never again, basically. No, Lance is gearing up, and that's when it's going to be a special moment.
This guy really knows how to let.
And I'm going to.
He really knows how to let something that's got real legs just die on the vine.
It's not dying. It's up to Lance. Gotta have Lance.
I mean, Lance is still in the 30 pitch range.
This is no, it's not. Okay, he had 33 pitches his last start.
You're right.
This is Lance. This is put more on Lance. It's not just about you. It's about the lineups and the people. That's what we're doing. All right, the lineup though for today is interesting a little bit. Altuve in left field. Cross your fingers, nothing bad happens there. Paredes here at third base, batting second. Yordan Alvarez is the DH, batting third. Christian Walker, who had a bit of that injury, he is good to go. He is starting at first base, and he's batting cleanup. Yainer Diaz is catching, batting fifth. By the way, real quick, feels like a pretty good top five.
Yeah.
Feel good about that top five.
Absolutely.
And then instead of Cam Smith, Jeremy Pena at shortstop is batting sixth with Cam Smith in right field making his debut. He is batting seventh. And at second base, Rogers, who's going to be wearing number 1, by the way. Rogers second base instead of Dubon. Dubon did hit 143 in spring training, and Rogers hit 230. So maybe that's it. More from the captain, Joe Espada, on that in a bit. And then Jake Myers is in center field. He is batting ninth. So Altuve, Paredes, Alvarez, Walker, Diaz, Pena, Smith, Rogers, and then Jake Myers batting ninth. Obviously, Framber Valdez gets the ball today. But Joe Espada said Brendan Rodgers is starting today. That doesn't mean he is the starting second baseman. Just happens to be starting today, Clint. So that is the lineup. As you said, feel good about that top five. It's the rest of the way. It's what Pena, Smith, and now today Rodgers and Myers does. That's going to be a big part of this lineup, and hopefully it gets started pretty well to start things off today against the Mets.
Yeah, look, I think the things that stand out obviously is Brendan Rodgers at second base and not Dubon. I'm not too messed up about it. I'm a fan of Dubon. I'd like to see Dubon used in a more critical role than this super utility guy. Even though I do realize that super utility guy could be more important this year than he's ever been with what's going on in the outfield, what's going on at second and third, and some of the different openings there that play.
You think Dubon plays today?
Yeah, I think Dubon plays today at some point. Hell, I mean, if this game's tight at all, I'd imagine he plays in left field at some point. So we'll see. That's the one thing I think that sticks out. I mean, we've said it. Look, on this show, we're Dubon guys. Obviously, we've said it a million times. Dubon would be in center field if it was me. He would damn sure be at second base. If Brendan Rodgers, yeah. I mean, well, look. I mean, let's be honest. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want to throw third base in there, 5. There's 5 positions that we can argue defensively in some places all the way around that Dubon is the best player for that particular position, but for one reason or another, he's not playing any of them.
Utility, right? Baby.
I mean, so the John Lopez super utility is super important here. So we'll see how they end up using him. But I said it yesterday. I'm more confident than I should be with this lineup, maybe, but I really like it. The additions of Paredes and Walker and Cam Smith coming out of nowhere. Obviously, the addition of Braden Rodgers there at second base. I like those additions. I like the way the lineup looks, and we'll see how it all comes out in the wash. But I'm as excited as I've been in a long time about this opening day. Lot to maybe not the excitement level of a World Series favorite or World Series top 2 or 3 teams, but the fascination, the excitement, the must see is because of all the shuffling around, the young players. The new players, the injury that hopefully is a thing of the past with Christian Walker. Lot to be keep an eye on today.
But never would have thought that opening day in the lineup, Brendan Rodgers, Jake Myers, and Cam Smith would all be in the lineup with Chaz and Dubon on the bench.
There you have it. Chaz and Dubon on the pine, baby.
Who do you think has the most gripe to be pissed off about it? Because both of those guys, they may be sitting over there the way Rafael Devers is going to be sitting in Boston. And his 30s.
Yeah.
Which one, Dubon or Chaz, do you think has the biggest gripe to be frustrated about their situation right now?
Look, I know a lot of people go with Chaz, but I'm going to go with Dubon because of what I just said. I mean, Dubon, literally every position that he plays, with the exception of shortstop, was kind of up in the air this year. We didn't know if Paredes was going to play third or second, or we didn't know. Cam Smith even played the outfield. We didn't know Altuve could even play the outfield. Like all the positions where Dubon could have played and started and got quality time, they were literally up in the air. And somehow he ended up the odd man out again. So
that's the part. Again.
Yeah. I do wonder if he's got to be like, this has got to affect him to some degree, right?
Of course.
I mean, he doesn't sit back and go, I'm going to take a lot of pride in this utility role.
Listen, I know Chaz looks at Jake and believes in his heart of hearts that he's better than him.
No question.
I know he does. But at least Chaz knows, hey, man, I've stunk it up for the better part of a year plus.
Right.
Like I know that maybe that dude in center field has been stinking it up too, but I've stunk it up for the better part of the year. Dubon was the center fielder coming out of the ALCS run against the Rangers and getting big hit after big hit. He came back in utility.
Yep, back at it.
Then he was playing swinging the bat well again. That utility comes back here. All right. They gonna put Altuve in left field. All right. Second base yours,
it's mine, baby.
It's mine.
What, Bregman's gone too? Shoot, third
Bregman
too?
goes? Oh, man, I got plenty of these spots. Nah, man, Brendan Rodgers.
Got something for you.
Yeah, we got something for you. So, them two got to be smoking hot. All right, for more on getting ready for the Astros as first pitch 3:10, Framber Valdez out at Daikin Park should be fun. As the season starts, their quest to win another AL West and get back to the ALCS and further. Will Conkle, Fox 26, will join us. We'll get his thoughts on the season as it kicks off and opening day coming up next.
Cam Smith has made the Astros opening day roster, and that's great news for us fans. Right, Sean?
Don't be afraid to be excited. How often do you get to see a young player, a top prospect in Major League Baseball, called up for a team that's actually still good?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by John Moore Services. I-10 the Baytown East Freeway, eastbound at Cedar Lane. It's an accident that has a left lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Need AC, plumbing, or electrical service? Call John Moore. Our technicians give you a full, honest explanation of the problem and an estimate for the work. Free.
Call John. Get more. 730-2525.
Let's bet Auburn to win 2 more games. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Tigers get a very trendy Michigan team on Friday night, Tigers -9, and then they should beat the winner of Michigan State or to make round of 4. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible.
Houston, this is our major. The Chevron Championship isn't just a tournament, it's a celebration of us, the fans, the community, and the passion we share for the game. From April 24th to the 27th, join us at the club at Carlton Woods in the Woodlands as the LPGA's biggest stars like Nelly Korda, Lydia Ko, Lauren Coughlin, and Lilia Vu compete for the prestigious Dinah Shore Trophy. Together, we'll make this major unforgettable. Tickets are on sale now at thechevronchampionship.com. Don't miss out. This is our moment, Houston.
For 49 years, our friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been committed to providing excellent client experiences. Cars.com has ranked D&M the top leasing company in the country for the 11th year in a row and the best overall dealership for customer experience in the Southwest region of the United States. With today's lower rates, auto payments are even lower. Join 50,000 other satisfied customers by calling 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000. Get on board or visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy.
Imagine waking up in the morning to ocean views on Matagorda Bay, minutes from world-class fishing. Check out the grand opening of Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point. Don't miss this one-day event this Saturday, March 29th, where you can get 1 to 3 acre properties, all with bay access for just $49.9. That is correct, $49.9. John Lopez here, and if you love the Texas coast like I do, you'll love this gated community. With a resort-style pool and cabana, boat slips and launch, boat and RV storage, paved roads, and underground underground utilities, and so much more. It all happens this Saturday, March 29th. So call now for your private tour, 832-662-2045. That's 832-662-2045. Ask about the grand opening day specials and the helicopter tours. Call right now, 832-662-2045. That's 832-662-2045. You don't want to miss this. It's the dream you've always had. Get your piece of coastal paradise.
It is a great feeling owning your own home, and yet it comes with certain hang-ups, maintenance, repairs, property taxes. Overpaying on property tax isn't one of those things that should be a hang-up. You can fight your property taxes and save thousands of dollars every year. You can sign up with Ownwell in under 3 minutes, and then their team of local experts and cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront costs. I tried to fight my property taxes with a previous home that I owned. I tried to go it alone because I didn't know about Ownwell. Oh, I wish I had known about Ownwell because it is a lot. But when you sign up with Ownwell, they take care of and they deliver top results. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction with average customer savings of $1,102. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Baseball season is here. It means it's time for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use my code 610. You're going to get a $50 bonus for a $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just 30% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
when you have to do it, but that whole subbing guys in and then that good player, whether it be Jordan or Altuve or whoever, that position in the lineup comes around again, and you got a pinch runner up there hitting. That always bothered me. Now it's going to happen in the 8th and 9th inning, potentially in close games. We'll see how it goes. Hey, what about Cam Smith? You mentioned him, the momentum that he had in spring training. I for one, I think it's real. I do think spring training matters. I mean, I think he's proof of that. But how confident are you that he can carry that momentum over into the regular season as the competition ramps up?
Man, I have no reason to think he won't, but I also have no reason to think that he will. This is going to be a really tough period for him to adjust. He's going to see pitches that he's never seen in his entire life. That doesn't mean he can't count. I said, does Cam Smith have a better chance of winning Rookie of the Year or being sent down at a point this year? I'm curious what you guys think, because people are acting like, hey, man, this studs in right field. Like, it's going to be all well and good, and here are the betting odds for Rookie of the Year. I mean, it's not like he's seen any sort of big league pitching. He never has. I'm not saying he can't, but let's not act like this is an easy game to play at the highest level for the first time.
Oh, I hear you, Will, but it would have to get really, really bad for them to pull the plug, right? They've made this decision with Cam, right? They've foregone service time opportunities to have him longer. They've done all these things. I would imagine, though, Will, like it would have to be, worse than Bregman starts in some of these years for them to pull the plug and send him back to Sugar Land or the minors. So I would think he has a pretty long leash.
I mean, you think a rookie gets a long leash? I mean, Alex earned that leash. You don't know if Cam's going to come out of it if it starts slow. If he goes 1 for 20, like what happens, especially mentally, and he's learning a new position? What if it's also bad in the outfield? Let's not forget Aaron Judge was called up and then was sent back down, and he's come back up, and I think it's worked out pretty dang well for him and the Yankees. So it's not like if that happens, like all hell breaks loose and he's a bust. That's certainly not what I'm saying. But to just come up and start mashing and contribute in the 6 hole, and you've never done it before, I hope he does. I hope this kid rakes. This is just going to cakewalk for him. Like you mentioned, Alex Bregman, one of the greatest Astros of all time, notoriously bad starter. So it's possible. It's possible. There's just so many ifs. We're playing this game of if Jose does this, if Cam does that, if they stay healthy. When you start playing the ifs, it gets me super nervous about what to expect.
Speaking of nervous, how nervous are we about Altuve and left?
I'm nervous because all it takes is one play in a bad situation to be like, holy crap, is this the right move? Is this what we're doing? And he misplayed balls where you're saying, like, people on X are saying, I think the sun was in his eyes. Like, I don't give a damn. You're in the big leagues. You're starting now in left field. You got to catch every ball that's routine and then ideally make some extra plays. Like, this is the big leagues. This ain't Little League trying to figure it out and let's hope all is well. Like, let's see what happens at the end of the season. No, he's got to make those plays, and he's got to be good. I think he can do it. He's just got to make the routine plays, and he's going to play left field primarily, I think, here at Daikin, because on the road, you get some big left fields. Like, hell with that. You don't need him out there. Who's ever playing center, this is what I'll say. Bring your inhaler, bro, because you're going to be running all over the damn yard trying to catch balls so Cam doesn't have to and so Jose doesn't have to.
Hey, what about all the new faces? We mentioned Rogers at second, Walker at first, Paredes at third. Which one of those guys are you looking for most forward to seeing as an Astro for the first time?
I love seeing what Walker can bring this team, not only offensively in the cleanup spot today, but defensively. He's going to be a big upgrade ability last season. And Isaac Paredes, the way his swing is, and we've talked about this a lot, and being able to poke a couple out down the left field line is going to be fun to watch as well. So I think they've got some big upgrades in certain spots, as much as they've, I don't want to say downgraded, but at least have question marks in the corner outfielder spots.
All right, a lot of questions have been about the concerns of what could potentially hold them back. Is the corner outfielders that we've kind of talked about a lot, Altuve in left field, and then seeing what Cam Smith's going to be about. What's the other thing that Astros fans need to be watching that there are some maybe questions or concerns on what could hold them back this year?
I mean, it still, I think, remains in the outfield. I put out this question as well. Does Chas McCormick hold the key to a World Series run, because I think they can get to the playoffs without Chaz being Chaz. But with that being said, if Chaz can pop 20 and hit 70 ribs and steal 20 bags, like, you've now turned what is a liability in the outfield. We know Jose is going to be good offensively. If Cam is decent, to now an asset possibly, because I don't rely on Jake to hit. He's never hit at a high level at the big leagues. So there's no reason for me to expect that. This outfield, I just pray it doesn't go the way it could go for some guys, and I hope that Cam can get, or Chaz can get back to what he did 2 years ago, because he was a damn good outfielder and contributor at that point. And obviously health. Like, the team is good, so the only thing that can really hold it back happening this year.
Last thing, Will, before we get out, the bullpen. I know a lot of people obviously love the backing with Abreu and Hader, but it's getting to those guys. I mean, you look at it, and I see Rafael Montero makes the roster. You're like, okay, what's going on? What's the feeling about the bullpen getting to those two power guys in the back end?
Let's hope guys can go deep in the games when they start. Like, can we throw it back to the 90s when dudes were alpha males and wanted to go 8 damn innings? They don't want to just throw 35 pitches, then go home. Like, let's play some real baseball. Like, hopefully that's what happens. You got some guys that want to do that with Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti and Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco. Those dudes are hogs. So let's hope that that's what they want. But I think that Joe's going to have to piecemeal it together early on in the middle relief innings, long relief innings, until it gets to that point.
Yeah, well, you can't be saying hogs right now with Clint. You hear him, you start saying hogs.
Oh, yeah.
He's starting to think
Who
about
you got tonight, baby? Who you got tonight? Hogs and Red Raiders.
Hogs.
Oh, I got the Raiders in my elimination. Sorry, bro.
Well, you had time to think about it. See, you did that a long time ago. How you feel about it?
No, I got Raiders. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
All right, big dog. We appreciate you, man.
Love you, boys. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Enjoy opening day. That's Will Kunkel, Fox 26. Also, check out Kicking It with Kunkel as well as we get you ready for opening day. Astros, first pitch 3:10. And coming up here in just a bit, a little real or fake as we get ready for this start of the season, a little real or fake with the coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there, if you
Super Flings for next level laundry.
It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's opening day, baby. We got the game on right here in the studio. As the Astros will take on the New York Mets. They get the first crack at Juan Soto in the lineup for the Mets, and the Mets are a team that many people think are going to do some things in the National League East. So the Astros, I don't know, it does feel kind of like it feels like a kind of a turn. Like Altuve is still out there, and Alvarez, and so I think like maybe a different version of the window. This feels like it moved to, it was, the Altuve and Correa and
can we keep the window open version?
Yeah, all around. Hell, even earlier than that, you can say it was even before those guys. Then it moved from, all right, Correa and Springer, and then we're going to Tucker, and now this feels like another turn in this. So they'll get going today against the Mets. By the way, did just want to say we are proud to partner with the Texans Children's Houston Open happening at Memorial Park Golf Course this weekend, as we said. Tyler, he'll be out there this weekend, many others as well. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, and more of the PGA Tour's best are on the course right here in Houston at one of the best golf venues in the country. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and ticket information, head to tchouopen.com now. tchouopen.com to head to that. Feel free to include any personal experience from previous tournaments or anything like that in your. Well, I'm reading a little bit more than I have been.
Well, I'll share a moment. It was.
I ought to finish the rest of the thing off. Who put this in here?
I almost saw John Daly drive a green from about 350 out.
Oh, there's the train.
It's back.
I really would have gone with air conditioning units, but
I was pretty convinced it was going to be ice cubes.
They're never going to have to change it now, are they?
No, they got
and
Astros.
Them aren't just regular baseballs. They got a bunch of big ass balls.
They got a bunch of big balls up there, kind of like old Hank. Rest in peace. They got a bunch of big balls up there, and
his brother.
Yeah,
really had big balls.
He got those in the family. That's for sure. But yeah, those are some big balls in the back of that train right there.
Yeah, I thought they might fill them up with a whole bunch of regular baseballs, but no, they went and got a bunch of
all the logos on it. That's slick. That's slick.
If anybody has ever seen the movie Basketball, the size of the balls they use in that movie, that's what they've got in that train. To try to describe what that looks like. That's the size they have in that train. All right, can we play a little, and you can join with us on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, a little real or fake with the Astros. And I want to take this to the date of July 15th, 2025, because July 25th or July 15th is the All-Star break. At that moment, that's the All-Star break. We'll know obviously a good sample size of what's happening with the Astros, but that'll be coming up July 15th. Real or fake with these questions I'm throwing out here. All right, real or fake? Jose Altuve will still be the everyday left fielder by July 15th, the All-Star break. Real or fake?
Fake.
By that time, you think they will have moved off of him in left field and he will be playing somewhere else?
Yes.
Really?
I think it's going to be bad enough with like just routine plays that they're going to have to make a move. He's going to be back at second base, and you're going to be looking at a rotation of Chaz and Jordan out there.
Until they make a move at the deadline or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how much Jordan's playing, and we'll see what Chaz.
So you think this is real? Melvin said nope on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to say it's fake too, Clint, because I think they are hell-bent on making this work. I think they are hell-bent on pushing this thing. And listen, we know they can be slow to admit they're wrong, as we know how long it took them with Jose Abreu. I think he gets longer than the All-Star break. And I'm with you. I think there is a potential him being out there will potentially cost them some games. There may be some things, but Clint, I think they are so serious about trying to make this work that they're going to push this until they cannot push it anymore. So I'm gonna go fake with this thing. All right, by July 15th, the All-Star break, Cam Smith will legitimately be an AL Rookie of the Year candidate.
I'm going fake.
Oh, really?
I think he's going to be fine. But I don't.
He's going to be mixed in?
No, I don't think he's going to jump up and be rookie in the Rookie of the Year hunt. No, I don't think that's going to happen.
I'm going to say real here. I think he's going to have. I think he's going to have really good power, Clint, which is going to be something that people are going to look at if he puts up home run numbers. I think he's going to have really good power, and I think I think Fine will be all right. I'm not saying he's going to win it, but I do think by the All-Star break he is talked about as like a top 5, top 6, 7 candidate in the Rookie of the Year. Because I don't get I know we have talked about, what if he gets into a slow start? We just had Will on talking about the same thing. I don't think he's about to just continue. He may. I don't think he's just about to continue what he's been doing in spring training, but I think he'll just be solid with power. And I think that, because I could see him hitting 20 plus, and I think that gets you in the hunt big time with him. So I like it. Someone texted in, I'm with you, Clint. Not quite there. Someone else said, hell yeah, he'll be in the conversation. I think they got a shot here, and I think he's a story that people are watching right now.
He's not going to have to do a lot to be in that conversation. I mean, I really don't think so, because
he's not just going to come out of nowhere. He is already on the focus of baseball people.
Yeah, and look, I mean, but I think he can hit for power. I think he can play and with his athletic ability and his size, probably play an above average right field. So I mean, I don't doubt that the guy can end up being a big time player for the Astros. I mean, Rookie of the Year is just we hadn't even seen a pitch yet. Rookie of the Year would be is a bit of a stretch for me. Now ask me in a week, maybe that changes. But right now, today, I know it's the point of the question, but right now I don't know that I can get there.
All right, real or fake? By July 15th, Lance McCullers is in the rotation.
Yes.
You think he is? You think that's real? You think he's in the rotation?
Yep.
I do too. I think they probably welcome going to a 6-man rotation. Like a lot of what Will said earlier is, well, hope they can pitch deep in the games. I don't know how thrilled they are about the middle part, so I think I could see them going to a 6-man rotation. And Clint, he is just tracking right now. Like, I know we've had a lot of fun and messed with things. He is just tracking right now to be here quickly. He looks like, again, he's pitching Sunday. Again, I'm guessing he threw 33 pitches and almost went 2 innings his last outing. I'm guessing they build on that. And to be honest with you, I don't think, even if they went with a 5-man rotation, Clint, I don't think Wisniewski or Ronel Blanco, I don't think those guys just hold Lance McCullers if he's healthy on the bench. I just don't get this. Like, if he's healthy and he can go, I
think they go to 6-man rotation, just keep that thing rolling. But your point is, I think, is fair. I think with what we've seen out of McCullers and what they're paying McCullers and what they need to get out of McCullers,
not to mention that.
I think he's gonna get on that bump before a couple of guys in this rotation right now.
Because he's made it very clear, and I think he will get his way. Unlike Rafael Devers, that I'm not pitching out of the bullpen. That's that he's made that very clear. All right, last one. By July 15th, real or fake, Clint will start to believe in Joe Espada as a real manager?
I'm going to say fake again. I did want to think about that one.
You thought about it. That's progress. You did think about it.
I'm going to say fake only because I can't sit here and tell you that I think Jose Altuve is going to be back at second base, and then tell you that that Joe Espada is going to move the needle for me in favor of him when that decision and that experiment flops and like fails miserably. Like, it's hard for me.
I'm not even going to put that one on him because I don't know how much of that.
That's always going to be a fair response, and I know that's your.
Look at Maury. He is pissed.
Good looking 14, ain't it? but even with that, like, that even makes it worse.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to stick with that.
Someone text in, Lance will win 10 games this year. Boy, look at Chaz. Chaz is manufacturing a smile right now. He really is.
I don't know. Opening day, he may just be happy to be there, bro.
Chaz and DuPont they're announcing all the players on the team. He just waltzed out there. He did not look for. I mean, that's what we got to talk about. Rafael Montero made this roster. Is this another deal of how much they're paying him? Is this another deal of how much they're paying him?
How bad they need his ass.
As much as they're paying his ass. Now, you go get this. You go trick this $11 million out here. You need to be growing. All right. The Astros get going here at 3:10. We'll keep you updated on that. But let's get some conversation a little bit about the tournament. Field of 68 founder Rob Doster will join us, and we'll get his thoughts on how the tournament's going this year, U of H a bit. And there's some potentials for upsets tonight. We'll see what he likes. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about under.
to Uline.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610, an Aussie sports station. It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It is opening day, and the Astros are taking on the Mets. That gets started here in a little bit. We will keep you updated about that. But it is also the start of the Sweet 16. That gets going tonight. Some big matchups tonight. U of H gets started tomorrow on Friday as they are in the Sweet 16.
That's all right. All them Cougars fans can come on and jump on this old Razorback bandwagon, baby. How about them Hogs?
I'm sure that's what they'll do.
Well, I know. Look, everybody out there listening, they want a reason to root for somebody tonight. Hell, they're gonna be watching basketball and drinking cold beer. They gotta root for something. Come on over here, baby. We'll take you.
We've already had one guest who said they're going with the Red Raiders today.
Well, that was Kunkel. He's a member of the media. I mean, He's pandering to the Texas University. He's pandering to that university in the state of Texas. I know what he's doing.
All right. Well, Sweet 16 tonight, and nobody better. And these cats right here, man, founder of Field of 68. And if you're not following them or catching them every night, they are doing amazing work. And everybody's watching. I've been catching them obviously during the season, but it's always taken up a notch during the NCAA tournament. Rob Doster, that
was right.
Doster joins us. Rob, my Jayhawks are out, and Rob, I want to first, before we get going, let you know I appreciate you. You've talked me off the ledge a couple of times. I've messaged you about Hunter Dickinson, and I've needed some help off the edge. By the way, thank God that those years are over for me. But I want to let you know I appreciate you to really helping me at times when I've been in a bad place with Kansas.
Well, look, I do anything I can to help my friends, man. I've been in dark places before too when it comes to fandom, and sometimes you just need to remember, it's always good to get your ass beat a little bit, right?
That's right, man. You know, I've been hearing it from Clint as of course the committee put Kansas and Arkansas against each other in that first round of the tournament.
Well, Rob, look, I'm going to be honest with you, man. You know, that comment you just made about it's always good to get your ass kicked every now and then and bring you back down to earth. I mean, that holds true for all of us, but it definitely holds true to my man over here to my left with these Kansas City Chiefs and these Kansas Jayhawks and all these. I mean, getting that ass kicked for them, it's needed from time to time, no doubt.
Yeah, you've had like 4 championships in the last 5 years, man. What are you complaining about over there? You lose one time in the first round. Like, most of us struggle. Like, you get one championship for every team that you root for in like a decade, and that's a good decade. You won the national title in 2022. Chiefs won like 19 straight Super Bowls. I don't know what you're complaining about over there. But I will say this. I know it's got to be hell going to work every day with Clint, knowing that you got to listen to him talk about Arkansas. I feel for you, man. I feel for you.
They've eliminated Kansas 2 out of the last 3 years. So, yes, it is. It's very, very, very frustrating.
Got them in a bowl game a couple years ago, too,
okay,
if you were wondering, Rob. Just put it out there.
Hey, Rob, before we get going into tonight, just from you, man, I guess it's been kind of unusual because it's really chalk. I mean, Arkansas, and you know all the talent that Calipari – first off, they have John Calipari as their coach. And then all the talent they have over there, that is and I'm in quotes saying, the Cinderella of the group right now of the Final 16. Has this been, in your opinion, a good NCAA tournament thus far?
Well, first of all, Cinderella wears our mind this year, and I think that's something that we can all get behind. And I love the fact that Cal is the underdog here and the guy that's being counted out, because I feel like that's when he's at his best. You know, when he was at UMass, nobody thought he'd get to a Final Four, Marcus Camby. When he was at Memphis, nobody thought that this guy coming, got embarrassed in the NBA is going to come down here and do anything at Memphis, and he turned them into the best team in the country for a couple of years and made it to a national title game. If they could make some free throws, would have won a national title. But I think that this tournament has been – I like the tournaments where you get the big dogs that advance and you have these big boy matchups in the Sweet 16. Like, you look up and down today's schedule and tomorrow's schedule, and there's not a single bad game. And I like that more. You know, it's fun when you get one Cinderella. It's fun when you have one storyline. Honestly, I want to see more buzzer beaters than anything else. But I don't think nothing big boys there. And I think it's going to continue. I don't think we're going to see a number one seed lose until the Final Four. I think we're going to have all chalk, all number one seeds in San Antonio down there. I think that top line is so much better than the rest of the field. So I think there's good. I mean, you have tournaments where San Diego State makes the title game and Florida Atlantic's in the Final Four, and that's fun, man. There's nothing wrong with that. It's also great to see some of these big boy matchups in the second weekend. That's the beauty of March, is that you never. I'm here for it, man. I'm an equal opportunity fan when it comes to college hoops. Give me whoever's playing the best. That's what I want in March.
All right, you listen to Houston Sports Leader. That's Rob Doster, Field of 68. If you're not following them, make sure you jump on board. Just get on Twitter, the Field of 68. Follow them. They're putting out content left and right, and just all you got to do is click and watch. Hey, I know our listeners out there. There's not a ton of them, as we've mentioned. Today's game, U of H doesn't play tomorrow, until tomorrow. But I know there's a ton of college basketball fans that are listening. There's a ton of degenerate gamblers out there that are listening right now. And run down these games with us real quick and just give us Rob Doster's take on each one of them. Let's start with that BYU-Alabama game, Rob.
Points, man, points. No one can slow down Alabama, and BYU is not the team that's going to try. They both shoot a ton of threes. This might be the most aesthetically pleasing game of basketball we get all season long. And I actually think BYU wins it because they got some physical dudes. They got some tough dudes. They got some football players that are playing basketball out there. And I think you need one or two of those to be able to win in college. And the son last year named Kevin Young. And it took them a while to figure out how much more physical college basketball is in the NBA. In the NBA, they have all these freedom of movement rules, and you can't, chuck cutters, and you can't use your hands. And I think that once he figured out how to be able to run offense and what he needed to do to be able to play at the college level, that they kind of put this together. Richie Saunders, man, watch out for him tonight. I think BYU beats Alabama. All
right, you like the over and BYU in that game, BYU in the points, huh? Maryland and Florida.
Florida, man. I just the matchup there to me screams the Gators. The way that Maryland wants to play, they got two big guys on the floor. Florida has two big guys on the floor. They play three guards. Florida has three guards. It's just that Florida's got two guys at every spot. Maryland has no depth. They play five. They try to get all five to play 40 minutes, and Florida's just got better players. Their point guard, Walter Clayton, is probably the best point guard in college basketball. It's dagger after dagger after dagger against my Huskies on Sunday. And the way that Maryland wants to play, they play drop coverage, and you can't play drop coverage and pick and rolls against Walter Clayton. He's gonna eviscerate it. So I think Florida wins. I think that one ends up being a blowout.
Better team, Florida. Bad matchup for Maryland as well. I can ride with that one. How about Arizona, Duke?
The Caleb Love revenge game, man. Caleb Love ended Coach K's career 3 years ago in the Final Four when he was at North Carolina. Now he has a chance to end Cooper Flagg's run in the tournament, to end John Shire's best shot to get into a Final Four yet. I think I can't see Arizona being able to hang with Duke. Might be close, but I don't see it. I think Duke advances. I think Duke ends up winning this whole thing. I think Duke's the best team in the country.
Ooh, that's last but not least. What's the other one here? We got Arkansas, sure. Of course. You got them Hogs and them Red Raiders, baby. 10 versus 3. Calipari on the floor. What do you think, Bob? Talk to me about these Hogs.
Well, I think the toughest part about this matchup is that Texas Tech, what they do is they run ball screen after ball screen. They got this point guard named Elijah Hawkins. He's small. He wants to get a paint touch. He wants to spray it out. They got a bunch of shooters around him. JT Toppin is an All-American center. He's really good at rolling to the rim. He's really good at pick and pop, catching threes. They run some smart actions on the weak side, which, the thing about Arkansas, the reason they were able to beat St. John's the way they did is because St. John's tried to play bully ball against them, and you can't play bully ball against Arkansas. And that's not what Texas Tech does at all. So if Arkansas is going to win this, they got to be smart defensively. They got to be able to, you need a good game plan from Cal on that end of the floor. And you know what, Clint, since I'm on with you, I think the Hogs get it done, baby. I think that they are advancing. We get Coach Cal in the Elite Eight. Cinderella Cal lives to fight another day. And I'll tell you what, I feel like this tournament is more fun with Cal going at everybody that has doubted him, going at everybody that is questioning him, myself included. And I like to see him get his get back, man. Cal is the underdog. Cal is the guy that has been wronged by people in the media. That is when he is at his absolute best. So I'm here for the ride.
Rob, in that game in particular,
y'all hear that, baby? How about them Hogs?
I heard him lead it off by saying, "Since I'm on with you." But in that game, do you get the sense? And I know Tech doesn't do this. You get the sense they might zone Arkansas with how much they struggled. I know Bill Self turned the game around when they went to a zone against Kansas, and they struggled shooting against St. John. St. John just shot it just as bad as they did. Do you see Texas Tech potentially doing something like that in this game?
Yeah, I think it would be smart if they did it. The thing about Arkansas is they don't run offense. What they do is they put the ball in Boogie Flan's hands. They put the ball in DJ Wagner's hands. They give him a ball screen, and they say either find the matchup you like or get out of the way and let this guy go one-on-one. And there's something to that when you have guards that are able to penetrate and get paint touches. And the best way to kind of take that away is just throw a zone at him. Now, the guy here to watch for is Adou Thoreau, because I think he is probably the X factor if he's healthy and he's playing. Cal's been – he's played a little coy. He said, we might have him, we might not have him. I think he's going to play, maybe not. There's a little gamesmanship there. But if he's available, you got a 6'8", 240-pound offensive rebounding machine. And the thing about zones is you're not able to defend your own glass against the zone. If he's available, then that might be a little bit tougher for them to be able to go zone.
All right, Rob, kind of turning the page to tomorrow, and what people are talking about around here is the Houston Cougars and Kelvin Sampson. And it's odd. I personally think this may be the best team he has had in this run. But we got some listeners who have some concerns about Houston and get nervous about this team. Do you think this is Kelvin's best opportunity to win a title?
I think that this is his best team heading into March. I think he's had more talent. He had a team a couple of years ago, had Jamal Shedd, NBA point guard, Marcus Sasser, NBA point guard, and Jarris Walker, who was a lottery pick. I would argue that team was probably more talented, but they were banged up in March. Last year, Jamal Shedd hurt his knee in I think it was the Sweet 16 against Duke, and they ended up losing that game. I think this is the year that they get to the Final Four. But I also argue that this is probably either the best or one of the best teams that he's had. But I don't think that they've been in a season where there have been two teams, maybe even three teams better than them. That's how good Florida and Duke and even Auburn have been this year. The difference, though, is Milos Uzan in the last 2 months has turned into an NBA caliber point guard. It took him a while, and I mean, you guys probably understand this. When you're a point guard and you walk into a system and a culture that is as defined as Houston's is, it's very hard to come in there and kind of take it over, right? When your job is to be the facilitator and to spread the ball around and to share the wealth, it's kind of hard in there to go in and sometimes have the best thing be a little selfish. And it took him a while to figure out, sometimes the best thing for Houston is for Milos Uzan to go out there and do what's best for Milos Uzan, if that makes sense. And once he figured out that he needed to be more aggressive and he needed to look for his own shot a little time with that, that's when Houston took off. They've lost one game in regulation since the second game of the season. And that game could have gone to overtime. I think it was a one-possession game, and Houston had the ball with 10 seconds left against Auburn. So they are in every single game. They've lost one game in all of Big 12 play. They're absolutely loaded, and it would not shock me if they cut down the nets on April 7th in San Antonio. I think that they roll over Purdue. If you're nervous about this Purdue matchup, don't be. Purdue struggles against teams that are physical and athletic and force turnovers, and that is everything that Houston has done for the last 6 years under Kelvin Sampson.
I'm with you. The Tennessee matchup could be a little bit more difficult, but the Purdue one, I'm with you. I think Houston rolls them tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know what Braden Smith is going to do against that backcourt. Because Braden is one of the best players in college basketball. Braden's also probably 5'10" and 165 pounds soaking wet. And you're going to throw L.J. Cryer and then Milos Uzan and then Malik Wilson and then Emmanuel Sharp and all of these guys that are 6'3" and 225. Houston, Kelvin Sampson's basketball players, they're built like a football team. They don't look like guys. They they don't miss a day in the weight room. Let's put it like that. And then the crazy part is, I swear every single 6'8" dude with a 7'6" wingspan that plays hard as hell, that's who Kelvin Sampson finds. No one's ever heard of their name before they get to Houston. They show up, and all of a sudden these guys look like absolute monsters. He just finds every junkyard dog that happens to have the wingspan of a pterodactyl, and they end up here, man. I've heard everything about it. I love Kelvin. He's not afraid to say exactly what he feels. I hope, and I really want, because I don't think people realize how good of a coach he is and how good of a culture setter he is. And if he's able to cut down some nets, whether that's get to a Final Four, win a national title, I think he deserves the recognition. I would love to see him win a title.
Hey, it's Gonzaga, not Gonzaga, by the way. That's Rob Doster, field of 68. Likes, obviously, Houston over Purdue. He's already mentioned he likes the 1 seed, so I know you like Auburn over Michigan. Real quick, these other two games on that Friday slate, Ole Miss and Michigan State, where you at?
Give me Michigan State. You know, it's Tom Izzo. There's a reason they say January, February, Izzo, April, right? Like it feels like this is the perfect Tom Izzo team. They got a bunch of guys that aren't really pros, that are older. They go 10 deep. They rebound. They push the ball. This is a quintessential Tom Izzo team, and it just feels like they are they're destined to have something happen for them, man. I think Michigan State gets this done.
All right, Kentucky, Tennessee, and we're out, baby.
Give me the Wildcats. Big Blue Nation. They're going to win this. They're going to win it. I think that they've been one of the best defensive teams in college basketball the last 6 weeks, and that wasn't the case beforehand. I think they find a way to get this done. The sweep of Tennessee.
Hey, I tell you what, Rob, after joining y'all on Field of 68 the other day, talking a little trash, that Kentucky Wildcat crew is rough, just if you even mention Calipari, man. I mean, damn. I don't know who some old Ryan Hill or something had to get after his ass a little bit on that Field of 68 today this morning when I woke
Big
up.
Blue Nation, man, don't play with.
By the way, that I want that bottle of tequila after Arkansas whoops that ass tonight. Post that video too now. Don't let that one slide.
Oh, trust me. We've been talking to him about that. We will not let him forget. We will not let him forget.
All right, brother. Hey, we appreciate you, man. Y'all enjoy and keep churning that content out, man. It's we all love it, obviously.
Hey, appreciate you guys. I just need Arkansas to keep winning, so Clint will keep texting me to come on the show. That's
come on, baby.
There we go. There we go. All right, Rob. We'll talk to you.
All right, fellas.
All right, that's Rob Doster, Field of 68. Seriously, they put in work, man. I looked over the other night. It was 1:00 in the morning last week. They still going. They're still rolling. Great info for the tournament and a good spot to go. All right, coming up is we will update you as it has started at Daikin Park as the Astros are taking on the Mets. We'll get you updated on that and kind of move this thing towards the draft with the Texans. That's coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans and
miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
It's Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros are started here at Daikin Park, and a 0-0 game as Framber got into a little bit of trouble in the first inning, and the ball found left center field, but that sucker didn't find Altuve. Altuve went and found the ball.
Yep.
Is what happened there. Someone texted in, Altuve with a good catch. Good thing he caught that puppy. I saw Jake, the center fielder, who clearly has it, if he's calling it. And Jake is screaming it down, and Altuve just cuts in front of him last second and catches the ball.
Luckily, Altuve's got a little higher catch point than Jake. That would have been a collision.
Yes.
They go about it a little different, don't they?
I thought they were going to run into each other, man. I said, oh, my God, no. I thought they were going to run into each other. But, hey, right now, man, it ain't about pretty, baby. It's about however that ball an out is recorded, and they can pull that off. So 0-0 after one. And Christian Walker had a nice, good swing, hit it right to the shortstop. So 0-0, the Astros, as they're taking on the New York Mets. And we will keep you updated on that as we continue here. Altuve, boy, that's going to be fun all year long. We're watching that, or at least however long that hangs on. All right, Clint, we get closer and closer to the draft, and hell, April's coming up, so that means that's really, really close, right about being right up on that. Now that we've kind of seen how this offseason has gone, right? They've made a lot of moves at the tackle position, a lot of moves at the O-line position. They've added a couple of veteran guards. Not sure if they're starting caliber, but veteran guards in Tomlinson and Ingram. They've added Christian Kirk. They had maybe some issues at the safety position. They added Gardner Johnson at the safety position. They have done some things. Justin Watson, receiver position as well. Now that we've kind of seen how the free agent portion of it up to this point has shook out for the Texans, now we get to the draft. Where do you want the Texans to go now? Where is it?
This is easy for me. I look at it, and I'm going to preface this by saying I think they go get a guard or a center or somebody that can do both in free agency. Like they're not done there yet. So with that being said, it's very, very easy for me to say I want the Texans. Let's talk about their first two picks, right? I want the Texans to go speed big time, right? With one of those picks, whether it's wide receiver or running back, go speed. You got to add speed to this to this starting lineup. Or maybe not starting lineup, because obviously if it ends up being a tailback, it would be a third down back. It would be a package back, not somebody that takes priority over Joe Mixon. But that speed is what I'm talking about. Whether it's a first, second range, we need two of those three to be speed. The other place, interior defensive line. I would like to see the Texans add somebody that has a high ceiling potentially in a plug-and-play, heavy rotational position, that the spot where you draft them, you could potentially draft an absolute game changer, a monster, a guy that just changes the makeup of that defensive line immediately. So I would go one of the speed positions, if not both, in the first three rounds. Wide receiver, scat back, add speed offensively into the middle of the defensive line. Get you a dog that may be a game changer.
You know how I felt the whole way is I did not want them, especially at 25 where they are, to draft an offensive lineman and expect a rookie to come right in. Not to say rookies can't play. I just felt from the jump how dire the situation was to get a not just a veteran, but a good veteran, a good player that you don't have to worry about at least. But now, Clint, I feel like they've backed themselves into a corner that they may have to do that, right? Like I feel much better about Titus Howard at a guard if it's opposite, like somewhat better than or potentially better than Laken Tomlinson, right? Like or Juice playing at that spot. I would not love both of those spots being guys that one is a center and one is a drafted center and one is a drafted right tackle, right? That was what your plans were. So, but I feel like they backed themselves into a spot where I feel like they may have to take one.
They may have to.
They may have to take one because, I don't know, maybe they're still talking with guys like Brandon Sheriff, but it feels like maybe that kind of stuff would have been done by now. Right?
Got to be. They got to be talking. I cannot let myself think that they're done. I cannot let myself think that they are going to
free
risk
agency wise.
Yes.
You don't believe the thought is, all right, man, maybe we really like Tyler Booker. Or there's somebody in that second round that we can get.
D'Amico can't do it. I could see where the scouting department, Nick Caserio, may think that, but D'Amico can't let it happen. We watched that approach with Juice Scruggs, didn't work. We watched that approach with Kenyon Green, absolute failure. Right? It's just that it is hard. It is hard. And first of all, you'll have to wait. You'll have to use your first or second round pick on that guard, first of all, because that's the caliber player we're talking about. Secondly, you would have to do what Nick Caserio hasn't done in Houston, which is pick an offensive lineman that can play immediately. And that just scares the hell out of me.
That's a big reason why I didn't want it to have to come down to this. But it feels like in a dream scenario, it is go get a speed outside threat. Like, to me, that would be the thing that I was hoping they would put themselves in the position. Like, they're backed into it right now, right? Yeah. Like, their starting guards right now are either Juice Scruggs and Titus Howard or Tomlinson and Howard, like one of those. Like, those are their guards. I feel like they've backed themselves into this.
They have, but they still got a little bit of money. There's several interior offensive linemen out there that I would get stoked about. Will Hernandez, Dalton Reisner. I'd even like the old head Brandon Scherf you talked about. I think some of those guys possess some of the approaches to the game, approaches to offensive line stylistically that D'Amico would like. So I'm still holding out hope that happens.
Yeah, I hope so. Speed would be the hope for me. Like, that would be the hope if they did do something to help the interior three, then to me it would be like go aggressively attack speed. And I'm talking like from a wide receiver position, preferably at 25, go attack speed. That to me is, I was hoping, if I'm a Texans fan, hoping that the Texans would put themselves in a position where they can really attack that. And I think they are close to it. But guard is the only thing. I think they've done well enough to at least add a second spot person in Christian Kirk at the receiver spot. They've added to the secondary. Now it's obvious the tackle position, but now obviously the interior, they've got to do something there. But speed would be the big thing. All right, coming up as we will continue, you got to go nowhere. We'll let you know what's going on here. And little Turds list. Yes, Tyler is out, but don't worry. We will continue the tradition of the Turds list. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Power outages can happen if you lived around these parts for any amount of time. Hell, you know it, baby. Whether you're talking about it.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we will get to Tyler's turd list in just a bit. Cam Smith came up for the first time as Jeremy Pena in the sixth spot got hit with a pitch from Clay Holmes. And then I know it got you going, Clint, as he goes the other way. First pitch, you would think, first at bat, a lot of nerves. I'm about to try to swing out of my shoes and kill it, but no, he goes opposite field, and then Pena with his speed goes first to third, and they got it set up to try to take an early lead.
Yes, sir. Pushed the outside pitch that down the between the first and second base hole right there. Let the runner go from first to third. Beautiful young fella.
He continues to stay hot, 1 for 1 in the big leagues.
Beautiful.
Here it is. Brandon Rogers is up, trying to help the Astros take a lead. We will keep you updated on that. Right before we get to third list, want to also make sure you're aware of this. We're proud partners with the Texans Children's Houston Open happening at Memorial Park Golf Course this weekend. Roy McIlroy, guys like that, Scotty Scheffler and others from the PGA Tours will be there this weekend. They're there actually right now, playing through Sunday. And for updates, tee times, weather notes, and any ticket information, head to tchouopen.com now. All right. Tyler, now let's start with the bronze medal. And like we said, we will keep you updated here on the Astros and the Mets. But let's start with the bronze medal. And Clint, the bronze medal for me goes to Vegas, Las Vegas. The people setting the lines in Vegas. So, Clint, as you know, the New York Giants a couple of days ago inked a deal and signed Russell Wilson to be their starting quarterback. Before that, they had Tommy DeVito and Jameis Winston in the building. You know what their win total was?
I would imagine it's low, but give it to me.
Prior to Russell Wilson arriving, it was 3.5 wins, which is really low. Usually the low end is 5, but they go 3.5 wins. By the way, the Astros got the bases loaded. We'll keep you updated.
Well, you know he's coming up.
That's right. Big Jake's up. Time for Jake to make a
Here's you an opportunity, Jakers.
He won't hit into a double play. All right, 3.5 wins. It was 3.5 wins prior to Russell Wilson becoming their quarterback. Guess what it is post Russell Wilson becoming the quarterback?
5.5.
3.5 wins.
Didn't budge.
Didn't move. Not one. You got to be kidding me, Vegas. Come on. Like, they were sitting there with Jameis and Tommy DeVito. Like, I'm not saying Russ. That's what I've naturally thought.
I think Jameis gives him a chance to win more than 3.5. Russ damn sure does. I don't know. That division's a monster.
It's a monster, but they also are working with a last place schedule.
Fair.
And
We've seen that.
I would just like 14-13 in the last 2 years. I would have thought like you, that thing goes up.
I'd have gave it a couple games.
I would give it 5.5, but no, Vegas keeps it the same. That's it. Come on, dog. Yeah. All right, there's the speed of Jake Myers, who hits it right to the shortstop. But he beats it out. The Astros lead 1-0 on a near double play. But Jake Myers got down the line and was able to beat it out. 1-0 Astros, runners on the corners with Jose Altuve coming up. So they do get a lead here early. But that is the bronze medal. For the silver, the Red Sox front office. The Boston Red Sox and their front office, how they have handled this Rafael Devers and Alex Bregman situation is out of control. Red Sox manager Alex Cora, who Houston knows well, talking about the DH position, he says Devers was very, very vocal about how he felt, and we made a decision. Alex is going to play third, and Rafi is going to DH. We're all in the winning business. And he went on to say Devers understands that. This Clint is I just think the way they handled this from the get-go, you talked about it a little bit yesterday, the lack of communication, like it is, I believe, in a probably frustrating part, in a bad spot right now for the shouldn't have got. And I think it's messed up. That the Red Sox front office didn't become more transparent with Rafael Devers and the rest of the group.
Yeah, this is what losing dysfunctional organizations do. Now, I know I don't know that I'd couch the Red Sox as that typically, but this is what dysfunctional losing organizations do to their players, right? I mean, there's no doubt that the right decision was made. You got the best defensive third baseman out there.
You won the Gold Glove last year.
Yeah, I mean, the right decision ended up being made. So it's not about the final result. It's about the way that you went about this thing. I don't know if Rafael Devers is a loose cannon. He just went out there after being talked to and said, "No, I ain't DHing. I don't give a damn that I've already been talked to, and I don't care what y'all think." Like unless he just loose cannon this thing and went out there and went rogue.
I don't think that's the case.
It doesn't seem like it's the case.
Baseman too.
Right? Doesn't seem like it was communicated. This is what losers do. I mean, you'd like to not even put yourself in a position of signing two guys like that could fill one void, that are both two of your best players. But when you get in that situation, you got to communicate it, and it clearly wasn't communicated. It wasn't communicated effectively, and then it was handled poorly by all the players. Whether it was communicated or not, you shouldn't speak as aggressively as they did on the decisions, like who's going to start at third base and who's going to DH. You shouldn't do that anyway. Yeah. You shouldn't do that anyway. But we're here, and like I said, some serious drama up in Boston.
Yep. And we'll see how that lands. But clearly, as you said, and it's odd because the Red Sox, however you feel about them, they have been over the last however many years, been a pretty good organization.
Yeah.
That usually doesn't make decisions like this. We'll see what this means for them, but this they potentially are putting themselves in a situation where two of their best players, their two highest paid players, potentially have issues, or at least one of them does. I think Alex Bregman probably. All right, that's the silver. Again, we're doing Tyler's turd list, even though he is out at the game. 1-0 Astros after 2. Even though he's out at the game, we're still going to do his turd list. All right, the gold medal. I don't know how often Tyler hands out a gold medal that has multiples, but I am going to do it today. And the gold medal for the turd list, to me, Clint, goes to both LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, you both of them double dip, huh?
Yeah. They get both of them. Tyler's going to have to make a replica of two of them. And listen, anybody who listens to this show knows how I feel about LeBron. But this is great for us and what we're watching. But it is, I mean, it's becoming stupid. We're damn near reaching almost Drake and Kendrick Lamar elements here, where we're going here. And I mean, went from LeBron going on Pat McAfee. I thought it was messed up, kind of how he handled the Brian Windhorst situation, and he said that Stephen A. was on his Taylor Swift tour going right now, talking about this incident with him and LeBron. I just think he did a whole bunch of things yesterday, and then Stephen A. Smith goes on his show and follows it up and then starts talking about, had he put his hands on me, I would have swung on him. And he went on talking about how he doesn't like him and how he's a liar. That man's a liar and all this and that. And then LeBron, after the game last night, at the game winner he hit last night, and he played terrible last night too. But after the game winner last night, coming off of hearing him talk about if LeBron would have put his hands on me, I would have swung on him. He then plays that old embarrassing video of Stephen A.
And in boxing lessons?
In those boxing lessons. And by the way, everybody looks at how embarrassing the boxing lessons are. Where the hell is he? I mean, he's at one of those places that has the sliding doors and the old blinds, the floor, the ceiling blinds that you can turn. Like, where the hell is it?
He done got somebody to come up to one of the vacant office in ESPN headquarters and give him some lessons or something.
Oh, man,
hell, he had slacks on. Looked like he had slacks and a white beater on.
But anyway, he pulls that out, and then today, if you missed it on First Take, he finished off a 17-minute promo, basically, that he cut on LeBron by saying, I was here. You started in this league in 2003, and if you didn't know, I signed a contract, and I'm going to be here long after you are finished playing. So you got to deal with me for a long, long time. That's how Stephen A. today. Both of them. This is just silliness. This is silliness. Of course, it's entertaining and everything, but this is silliness. Like, I almost think I heard Amin Al-Hassan earlier today say this, and I almost agree. Like, Adam Silver, this may cause him to maybe have to reach out to both of these dudes. One, the number one player in his sport, the other being the guy who works for the flagship station that covers their finals. He might need to step in and say, hey, man, chill this out. This is stupid. This is getting done.
Well, look, I mean, I think from a distance, here's the deal. If you're a sports fan, you can't help but see this. Every show you turn on, it's on now. Every podcast, every radio show, every TV show, it's being talked about. And this is, to me, as I see it, again, I haven't studied it, but as I see it, LeBron is still in a really good space of just like, hey, man, what the hell, man? What's this guy up to? I'm almost like poking fun, minimizing, and Stephen A's gotten to a point where multiple times now you can tell it is a real thorn in his side, and he is upset about it. And it's one of those where once you dig in like Stephen A has dug in, like, how do you get out? You know what I mean? Like, but like at this point, you can't. Like at this point, to me, you're dug in. You said too much. You've gone on all these other podcasts. Like, he can let it go all he wants, but everybody else didn't. Like, you've already made multiple stories and headlines about it.
Well, not today. Now, like, I thought LeBron may not respond, but now he's come out with some stuff today on First Take talking about. I haven't. There's a lot of things I could have brought up that I haven't brought up.
You're talking about Stephen A. Yeah, it's just getting worse. That's what I'm talking about. It's getting worse.
Accusing him of not attending to Kobe's
bunch of personal stuff,
and then saying, "Hey, Dwayne Wade was your guy. You didn't go to his."
All this stuff. I'll be honest with you. All the stuff that would make me respect Stephen A. even more. Who, by the way, in the media game, there's not many that I respect more in terms of how they go about their business. I'm a big fan of Stephen A., the media guy. Don't agree with a lot of what he says. Don't like all the screaming and yelling, the debate aspect of it. But Stephen A.'s the real deal. Like, one reason is because I know he has no stuff like that, like he knows about LeBron, about 1 million players out there, and he has the ability to be the highest paid guy, be extremely valuable, just get everybody to want to listen. Not using those, and now here he is in a situation, and it's like he's drumming that stuff up. And it's not a good look. I don't think it's a good look. So we'll see how does it end? How do they make this go away?
Now I think it got so personal again. I think LeBron may respond again.
Yes. It's gotten so personal to me where I don't know how Stephen A. does his job on a consistent basis, covering the hold on a minute, but the communication without being in the same building, without like, how do you do all that?
He went on national TV and said, "I don't like you."
Right. Like, so how do you? How do you?
Got to be objective calling.
Like, there's no ending this other than, and this may be their intention all along. Maybe, I don't know. There's no ending this without those two sitting down on somebody's podcast. They're one of the
or how about this? Why don't you just sit down behind closed doors?
Right.
How about you?
Yeah.
What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, the Astros are rocking and rolling. We got some good going on. They're up 1-0 in the third, top of the third. Got some good going on. But there's a couple of guys that I think many folks expected to be in this starting lineup, at least one of the two, right? And I'm not sure which one has more reason to be extremely frustrated at what's going on right here with these Astros. Mauricio Dubon or Chaz McCormick? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Cam Smith has made the Astros opening day roster. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Thirsty Thursdays, baby. One of them old Thirsty Thursdays. Hey, I know Ron's done it a couple of times, but I do want to mention that we are proud to partner with the Texas Children's Houston Open. Happening right now over at Memorial Park Golf Course. I played over there a few days back, and it was in beautiful shape. They were already putting up all the grandstands, and a lot of work goes on behind the scenes at them golf tournaments, man. I bet there was 100+ workers out there putting up stands and tarps and all kind of the different suites that you can go to. It's wild, man. But that tournament, Texas Children Houston Open, is rocking and rolling right now. Alejandro Tosti, I don't know if that's right or not, but I want to. That's how I would say it. Good. That's how I would say it right there. Tosti. If it were me, he is 5 under. He's through for the day. Him and Ryan Gerard is tied for the lead at 5 under. You do have some big name players that are playing in this golf tournament right now. Wyndham Clark is 1 under. Zach Johnson is 1 under. Let me get down here to some of the big boys. Scotty Scheffler is 1 under. He's through 10. Ricky Fowler is 1 under through 10. Tony Finau, baby, is 1 under through 9. Tony, stay on 2 feet now. Don't go running down the damn fairway on a par 3 or whatever and jump and dislocate your damn ankle.
That was one of the nastiest things I've ever seen.
Hey, he laid down, put that thing right back in place, and went to rocking and rolling, though, didn't he?
That was crazy.
Yeah, it's Thigala, one of the young phenoms coming along. He's moved for they as well. If anybody out there watching Full Swing, Thigala's been on both of them. He's an interesting cat, man. He's fun to watch. Jason Day sitting even as well. But yeah, there's a lot of big time golfers out there. Rory McIlroy's in there somewhere, but I can't find him. Is he not? Is old Rory struggling or what? He damn sure teed off. I mean, he must be having one of them rough days, one of them rough outings. But anyway, Rory is in the field. Scotty Scheffler's in the field. Some of the PGA.
You done going down too far.
Hell, I done gone down. I think I'm beyond the cut, and I ain't found Rory yet. So, but hopefully he'll turn the corner. We'll see. Maybe I missed him. I don't know. But those guys are out there golfing. Beautiful course right here. Hell, I'd encourage anybody that can to get out there and play it as soon as this tournament's over, because it is in tremendous shape. Again, we are proud to partner with Texas Children's Houston Open, and I guarantee your father-in-law, he'll be out there. He'll be watching that damn tournament. Not out there, but he'll be watching that tournament on TV for sure. By the way, Dirty's Daily, it is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. The Astros, opening day right now. Astros up 2-zip.
Yainer Diaz just got an RBI single scoring Isaac Paredes.
Yainer Diaz with an RBI single. We got traffic on the base pass for the second straight inning for the Astros. 2 of 3 innings they've had action. So this is for the Stros, no doubt about it. Ron, I think the notes here are obviously Altuve's in left field. Cam Smith is in right. By the way, Cam Smith has already singled his first time up. He pushed Jeremy Pena after getting hit by a pitch, pushed Jeremy Pena from first to third, and Jeremy Pena ended up scoring on a fielder's choice later on in the game by Jake Myers. So Jake Myers with that first RBI, Yainer Diaz with the second RBI. Pena almost let you know that he hit into a double play, and he didn't. Instead, there's an error, and it looks like Christian Walker scores. Astros up 3-zip as we speak, Ron. But a couple of things of note about today's starting lineup is Altuve in left, Cam Smith in right, as we thought. But then at second base, Brendan Rodgers instead of what I thought was going to be Mauricio Dubon. But that decision was made, I think Brendan Rodgers is one of the last ones to be announced that he made the final roster. So I think once he made the final roster, that was probably the decision that was going to be made. But I got a quick question. Not that it means a whole lot, but just a reality, a human nature, human emotion question here. Who has more of a reason to be frustrated with kind of how this thing's played out with the Astros on opening day? Mauricio Dubon, literally, Ron, every position that he plays, with the exception of shortstop, was a possibility when spring training started for him to get run, right? And here we sit opening day, and he's the odd man out. You got Brendan Rodgers, you got Paredes, you got Altuve and Cam Smith, both playing out of position. Situation, or Chas McCormick, who Dana Brown labeled as one of the hey man, we've got at least a couple of outfielders, Jake Myers and Chas McCormick, that are going to be out there. I think he was tabbed as one of those guys, and he's on the Pine opening day. Chas McCormick or Mauricio Dubon, which one do you think has more reason to be frustrated today?
Listen, look, I think both of them are pissed off. Frustrated and pissed off. I think both of them feel like maybe they should be in a better position than where they are right now. But I think it's most definitely Mauricio Dubon. And listen, I think he is very good in a utility role.
Yes.
He won the Gold Glove 2 years ago in that role. He was up as a finalist at second base as a Gold Glover and last year. So he knows and plays the role well. But damn it, Clint, you have been a professional athlete. Maybe you didn't play baseball, but nobody don't want to go up here and just be no damn utility player. Like, if it happens, if that becomes my role, I accept it. But when you have gone out in multiple fashions, I'm talking, hey, we've given you 140 starts in a season, and you have played well. Hey, in the playoffs, what have you done? All right, I've come up with timely big hits. I've come up with clutch hits in the past. What did you do the last time we made a run? AO says I was the starting center fielder. The next year we came back, I'm a utility guy again. And the person who didn't even make the roster is the starter now. This year, second base. Got to be there for you, right? No. B. Raj, he's going to come in. And I know Joe Espada, the captain, said today doesn't mean that Rodgers is going to be the starting second baseman. And I'm sure Dubon will get some action in there. But it shouldn't be, if I'm him, I can understand his frustration of this shouldn't even be a question. Damn it, I should have a role somewhere, one of these spots. He has to be in the thought of, I have done so many things to show that I earned the right to be an everyday player with what we have here.
Yeah.
And so I think he really has the most leg to stand on in frustration.
All right, Ron. I agree with you, bro. Mauricio Dubon. I mean, Chaz can be frustrated if he wants to, but he's got. I mean, every time he sees that big, strapping, good-looking young man walk out of that dugout and go to right field, and then his first at bat in big leagues get a single.
Yeah, that's not the one he's looking at.
Yeah. Well, good point. Yeah, good point. He's just looking at. I mean, what he's got to do is read the bios. Never played right field. Altuve never played left field, and he's sitting his ass over there on the Pine. And so that's enough to get frustrated. But I agree with you, man. Mauricio
center
Dubon.
Field for a damn World Series. I got a highlight.
Come on,
catch,
man.
I can't get to 6.
I got one of the best action shots in Astro baseball history off the wall in right center field, and I can't seem to get back on this day.
6. That's what he's saying. I hit 22 home runs and 70 RBI. Had one of the highest OPS of the team. I can't get number 6.
Y'all see what y'all do when y'all don't jack with me, man? I'm one of the best center fielders in the game, but here y'all been jacking with me. Everything's gone down. All right, I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. You're listening to Sports Radio 610 Houston Sports Leader. By the way, talking about that Texas Children's Houston Open, Rory McIlroy he's even. By the way, I scooted right by that Rory McIlroy there at even, and he is finished for the day. So 5 off the lead. The leaders again are sitting at 5 under as we sit right now. I do want to jump over to the basketball tournament that gets kicking off tonight. March Madness back in action tonight. We got 4 games tonight, Ron, and I want you. I just want you to. I may not let you talk me off the ledge. All right, but I got a parlay. Out there that I'm gonna try to get Tyler to put in before these games tip. We'll see if I can get his attention before he gets in those El Tiempo margaritas up on that third floor. I'm going with the Bama over. I let our guy Rob Doster out of the field of 68. I was torn on that BYU Bama game. Really, he likes BYU, didn't he?
Yeah, he likes BYU. Yeah.
I can't get down with that, but I can get down with the over. So I'm going to take the Bama BYU over 175.5.
That's a good play. That's Bama who averages over 81 a game.
Yep.
And they can score, and neither one of them are great defensive teams. And they want to go up and down. A lot of threes taken in this game. So
okay.
That's a good bet.
So Ron, you like that one. All right, let's go to the Maryland-Florida game tonight. After Rob's conversation there, I'm not real up on either one of these teams, but he was the most convincing. Today's games and tomorrow's games, by the way, with the exception of a couple of the 1 seeds. He's pretty convincing with U of H. But he was unbelievably confident in Florida. I'm going to go Florida minus 6.5 over Maryland in this game.
Yeah, I like that. Maryland, they call their little group, their starting five's called the Crab Five. That's their nickname.
The Crab Five?
The Crab Five, okay. Maryland. And the big thing is they all play like 35-plus minutes a night. They don't get a lot from the bench.
Right.
They've got some really good bigs. The kid, Derek Queen, who hit the game winner at the buzzer. And then they've got Angel Reese's little brother. He's also a big in there. Really, really good. Their starting five is good, but Florida is Noah's Ark. They've got 2 of everything.
Yeah.
And they were the dominant team that a lot of people were picking coming out of the conference championships. They had a tight game against UConn, but I think they give Maryland a problem.
All right, so
I like that.
Bama over, Florida minus 6.5. And in the Arizona-Duke game, I don't like Duke minus 9.5. That's a big number. That scares me. Me personally, when I'm betting basketball 4 to 5s, like you can bank on the free throws at the end of the game to kind of push you over. 9.5 is a big number. You could be up 1 as the clock's expiring, and you're getting fouled, and you're not getting to 9.5, 10, right? So I don't really like the 9.5 there. I'm gonna go Duke money line in my parlay, which is it's not gonna be worth much. Hell, some might say might as well just push it out. But I'm gonna go Duke money line in that game right there.
Yeah, I would at least go money line. I kind of like the 9 too.
You like the 9 too?
Listen, Arizona's good, and Caleb Love is really, really good. They've already played at Arizona this year.
Okay.
Early in the year, and Duke won 69-55 in that game. Cooper Flagg had 24 in that game. They've got much, much better.
Okay.
That was
so you and Rob
that was
both
November 22nd. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not get away from Duke. But
I'm not sure.
I feel really good because Duke. I think.
Well, I'm not sure that I can pull one game in a parlay. I think they all have to be money line or just all or none. So I'm not sure I can do that. But y'all like Duke minus 9.5. I can get down with that.
I do.
And in this last one, I don't care what you say. I'm going Arkansas plus 5.5. Arkansas catching 5.5. How you feel about it?
I think Arkansas can win this game. 5.5. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I think it's tight. I mean, Texas Tech is really, really good. I think it's tight. The only thing that concerns me is high three.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. Tech has
and Arkansas goes cold.
Well, Tech has not shot the ball well in the tournament. Although they've won 2 games, they have not shot the ball well. So I'm banking on them continuing to be cold like that. And I'm banking on Arkansas continuing to be high. My boy Boogie Buckets, if he can get to the rack.
10 to 15 minutes, Boogie.
Come on now.
Cal said we're probably playing 10 to 15 minutes.
Come on, man. Yeah, so I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna get over my skis here and go money line because that would be a good bet money wise. But I'm gonna take them plus that 5.5. So you got me on the Duke. Okay, I'm gonna go Duke minus 9.5, Florida minus 6.5, Arkansas plus 5.5, and Alabama over. That's my 4-leg parlay right there.
Yeah, there you go.
See if I can't hit another one. I already hit one down this tournament. See if I can hit another.
What makes you the most nervous?
Arkansas plus 5.5.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. They've got the better talent. They've got the Hall of Fame coach. I would say overall talent. I'm not saying they play better. Texas Tech's a really good team. We'll see if the size bothers them. That's the big thing, is if Tech can make threes, and can Arkansas make more than they have the first two games, and how does Tech deal with that size?
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we'll give you an Astros update as, it started off a little sluggish for Framber Valdez. We'll let you know where he is up to this point. And why don't we get into a kind of a season conversation when it comes to the Astros? That's coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, y'all, and as
Bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com. TheMen'sClinic.com.
Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. The Astros are getting close to putting teams in a position that nobody wants to be in facing the Astros. They are a pitch away from potentially getting the bases loaded with Yordan Alvarez coming up. Jake Myers opened up the inning with a hit. How about it, Jake? And he's been on base twice today. And
biggest opportunity to change this lineup. Oh, Jake Myers.
And then Altuve follows up with his first hit of the season. So that is the case there. And Paredes just grounds into a double play here as the Astros aren't able to score there. They still lead 3-0. And Clint, a little update. As I said, they lead 3-0 here after 4 innings. But Framber Valdez started off a little shaky, gave up a hit early and a walk, and then hit a batter as well. The first inning had 2 runners on, and ever since then, though, early he has settled down a bit. 4 innings, allowed just the 1 hit so far, 2 strikeouts, 2 Ks. So he is settling in right now pretty well right at this point. So Framber Valdez doing pretty well right now. The big noise, an RBI hit, and Jake Myers got an RBI ground out as well, and then they scored on an error. So it's been a pretty good run for the Astros thus far as they lead 3-0. All right, Clint. Overall, now we now kind of see what this team, at least at the beginning, is going to look like, right? We understand Cam Smith is now going to be an everyday player right now. It looks like, to me, Clint, there may be a platoon there at second base with Brandon Rogers and Mauricio Dubon. Now, hell, it may just be Brandon Rogers. We'll see. We don't know. Joe Espada, the captain, did say this does not mean he is a starter, but we're starting to see some things fold out. We're starting to see what the rotation looks like right now. We're starting to see what the bullpen looks like right now and what potential the plans are at this moment. Lance McCullers is moving along pretty well. What's the overall feel now about this team now that we got a better and a more clear picture of what they're going to look like this year?
Well, look, I don't know how clear the picture is, and I don't know.
Well, at least right now it is.
Just to be honest with you, I don't know what to think. I don't. I know I like Cam Smith, that little push that ball through the right side of the infield, that first plate appearance. I know I like that, and so that's rolling well. Altuve, the ball has somehow found him in left field at least twice, if not 3 times, and. Even though he almost had a collision there with Jake Myers, which my baseball experience is when the center fielder can get there, when he calls you off, you get the hell out of the way. Well, Altuve he must not have hurt him, but so far so good. I don't know how much we've learned, at this point, but again, as I said yesterday, for me, Ron, I am uncomfortable with my confidence level with these guys. Now it's nowhere near where it's been in the past in terms of 7 straight ALCSs and the World Series, favorite or top 2 or 3 odds to win a World Series kind of deal. But win the division, I'm still in the same boat, and make a good playoff run. I still feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. When you look around the AL West, and now we're starting to see how this thing is put together. Yes, the Astros have questions, right? We understand. We've talked about them. They're corner outfielders, some of these young players. They've got questions. They're the back end of the bullpen, or at least leading the bridge to get to the back end of the bullpen, the back of the rotation. They've got some questions. But, Clint, I still feel like they got less questions than the rest of the teams in the West right now. We've been talking about Seattle for a couple of years, and Seattle was all right a couple of years ago. But I still think there's a ceiling there where even with some of the moves the Astros have made, they're in a better spot than them. And I think the Rangers, they may come back and be the team kind of have to deal with more this year, but still I think they have some questions too. Like, DeGrom, we'll see where he is. I looked up in the rotation. I think he's the fourth starter right now for them. So they've got some questions there. And then, the Angels we'll see, and then the A's are just moving to Sacramento. So I just think that you should feel more comfortable about the Astros when it compares to the rest of the division. Now, outside of that, we'll see. But I think you should feel really good about this team, as you said, first and foremost, winning this division. They to me still have to be the favorites when it comes to that.
Yeah, look, I'm there, and I feel good with them playing the Rangers. Probably shouldn't be as confident as I am, but I am. That's where I'm at.
I think their pitching is better. I think their pitching overall right now is better than the Rangers.
Well, I think the pitching's better. I think the chemistry in the clubhouse is better. I think the confidence is organizationally, I think, is better. I know the Rangers have had some success of late, but it's a different animal you're playing with here in Houston. So, I think there's plenty of reason, but at some point that dam's going to have to break, and I just refuse to believe it's this year.
Yeah, the only thing I just don't, and maybe you do, I don't believe, and it could, that's the biggest thing, is that the defense will hurt them enough, because that right there.
I don't. I mean
that right now is probably the biggest question. That and the bridge to get to the bullpen is the defense. Yeah. And I don't think it. Now we'll get to October maybe, but I don't think it'll hurt them that.
Well, look, I think once you get to the conversation we're having right now for me is about, okay, when October baseball comes, when it matters the most, what's going to happen? The question at that point in time, right, is you're significantly better at first base than you've been. If Brendan Rodgers or Mauricio Dubon's playing second base, according to what this organization, good gosh, Yainer Diaz, according to what this organization is telling us, you're going to be significantly better defensively at second base as well. Now, can that offset the drop from Bregman to Paredes at third? And can that offset the drop from Tucker to Cam Smith and right? The Altuve thing, I think, works itself out. I think either he's going to play good enough baseball to where he is as good as any left fielder we've had, or they're going to replace him and you're going to have one of the left fielders you've had for the last 2 or 3 years anyway, and it's probably going to be Jordan when it matters the most. So, again, I just when it matters the most, it's a lot tighter defensively than one may think. You lost Tucker, you lost Bregman, but you also picked up Walker and whoever ends up being your second baseman that's significantly better than Jose Altuve. So I don't know that offsets each other, but it's a lot closer than I think most want to discuss.
And I also think the hope is, all right, can our offense and the big parts of our pitching staff kind of help make up for some of that? Right? You get the 8th inning on this team, like Abreu hater, there's not many that can roll to that. Now it's getting in there. And then it's like, hey, Framber and Hunter Brown and some of these other guys, can they put you in a space there where it's like, yo, you get there and like, oh, we can like they can help overcome for maybe some defensive issues, right? I think that is the thought. The other stronger parts of the team, can they step up and pick things up and kind of pick up for that? And that's kind of some of the stuff the Astros had done in the past, in the earlier parts of their offense could mask a lot of things in the past. But hey, man, maybe our issues are some things with the bullpen. Well, it's 7-3. So we're good. Again, the Astros lead 3-0 as we continue riding here. Coming up here on the drive. Coming up, Cam Ward looks like he may be coming to this division. Is this finally the quarterback that will give any kind of competition to what the Texans are putting out there? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before
Astros opening day. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the Astros on opening day. Where do you think Tyler is right now in his opening day experience?
Well, he's out there in right field behind Cam Smith somewhere.
I'm gonna tell you,
Cam kind of misjudged that little opposite field liner that was hit at him a while ago, and so he's probably up there like in a verbal headlock, or he's got somebody else in a verbal headlock talking about that misjudge.
I mean, we're what, the fifth? He's probably just really enjoyed himself. Probably hadn't eaten. Maybe ate earlier today, but probably hasn't eaten since he's been on his way to the game.
What makes you think he ate early?
Might not have been breakfast. He may have gotten something between
something between Ito and Dykin.
Yeah, something. Nah,
pretzel.
Now I don't know. Now again, like I bet you he's been putting them away here a bit. Because I'm telling you, the videos and photos he's sent have slowed down just a tad, and I feel like he's probably really feeling himself. But yeah, your boy is out there feeling good, as he should.
Absolutely, he should.
Opening day. This is a hell of a week for him, though. I mean, my man, he already told us he had him a good time the other night at the Rockets game where he had those floor seats. I know opening day. I mean, if you are somebody who partakes in alcohol and you are not letting it rip, like, I'm concerned about you. And then he's going to that Houston Open on Saturday, and he's going to let it. I mean, there is no way he ain't letting it go there. All day Saturday,
yeah,
you ain't even going to survive without it.
He was worried about his liver before he found out about these opening day tickets.
Yep. Before he added that to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just putting that together, though. He for Tyler to be worried about his liver, too.
He said, I got to pace myself. I'm kind of worried about what my –
and that was before this. Come on, man. That ain't fair. Jeremy Pena in an Astros tank top.
They're giving him away. Retro basketball jersey.
That's a clean tank top. I mean, I'd like to have one. I just don't want to stand next to him when I wear it.
Well, and I know it ain't going to look like that on me.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. I mean, golly.
Right there, baby.
I mean, I feel like I got cheated at birth.
No idea. Yeah, man. You look up there, man. I ain't never gonna pull that off.
Oh no, them days are behind us, boss.
But them days they ain't behind us.
It never was.
It never was for me, man. I give you everything I got, man.
Hey,
I might be able to cut some sleeves.
Put your wife beater on up underneath that.
There's been some times where I've cut some sleeves off. I've been able to go past them with that. Cut them off, but no, not coming in like that.
Oh,
that one I ain't got.
I mean, that's is it me or that's the first like tank top I've ever seen given away in advertising?
They call it a retro basketball jersey.
I've seen that tank top before at I believe at Academy. I believe they have them at Academy, and but I think I don't remember seeing any other baseball players before advertising the tank top giveaway. I mean, Jeremy Pena needs Jeremy Pena needs the help.
Do you think they just went in here and said, man, here are all our giveaways, Jeremy? Any of the clothing ones, man, why don't you go ahead and do it for us?
I think.
But you see what I'm saying though? The other day when I'm talking about they were putting Altuve out there as the main model.
Correct.
Could you imagine they threw Altuve in that? They put Altuve in that retro.
Looked like my nephew Jake in a big basketball jersey.
Like I was saying, man, that ain't it. Ain't it? No, they picked the right person. No, man.
I do like that tank top though.
Yeah, go ahead and get you one.
I might if they got them at I'm really going tank.
That thing's coming in one size.
I ain't going tight tank top.
They're going XL. They come in XL in that puppy.
Nah, we're gonna make sure that thing fits right. I can't.
One size larger than XL. Yeah, they're gonna do that thing.
I got to have something I can wear out and about. I mean, I don't want that thing to squeeze me like old wife beater now.
Yeah. Speaking of Jeremy Pena, he's up. Had a pretty good day. As the Astros continue to lead 3-0 as they go through 5 innings here. As they facing the Mets here 3-0. Framber's been pitching pretty well, And they've been holding this lead. We'll keep you updated here as it continues. All right. It's looking more and more after his pro day and everything that's been going on and everything we're hearing from a lot of people reporting that Cam Ward looks more and more like a lock for the Titans. They're even bringing him in for a personal workout. The Titans seem to feel a lot better about him more and more. And that means he'd be coming to the AFC South with the Titans. And maybe not next year, but moving forward, we'll see. I think arguably over the last couple of years, the biggest advantage the Texans have had right now is in this division in particular, there's been and even though we've talked about the step back that CJ took last year, there has still been a pretty clear advantage that the Texans have at quarterback against the other guys in this division. It was Will Levis, obviously, in Tennessee before we'll see what Cam Ward potentially does if he goes there. And I've been better than the Richardson-Flacco combination they've had there. And then he's also been better than Trevor Lawrence here the last couple of years. And not just better, Clint, there's been a pretty good gap between him and the others. And that's a clear advantage. You walk into those games having that type of advantage, and they've had such a good record here and dominated the South here of late. Do you think Cam Ward is a guy that has the potential to slowing that up for the Texans? Do you get the sense if he goes to Tennessee, that's a guy where, hold on, okay, you're just not holding that big of an advantage at that position?
Yeah, look, I think if with any of the teams in the division, Ron, if they get just above average quarterback play, just don't eliminate the stupid plays. Have good game plans with quarterbacks that are making good decisions. I think if any of the three somehow find that, then I think it closes the gap. This division is so bad because you've got Anthony Richardson tapping out of games, Will Levis playing backyard football out there, making bonehead mistakes week in, week out, and Jacksonville's got coaches over there kicking the kicker and can't figure things out over there around Trevor Lawrence. And so it's if a team just settles in with sound football, and I've always said it's not hard to win a game that sound. The dysfunction is gone, and you're getting better every week, and you're playing a good, safe, minimizing risk level of football, and it's going to close the gap in this division. Now, I don't think you're going to beat Houston. I don't think you're going to win the division with that approach. But the truth of the matter is, the reason this division is so bad. Now, the Texans were part of that. Now they're not. Is that you've always had three teams in this division? Not always, but recently you've had at least two, if not three teams in this division that are in the middle of major dysfunction and piss poor quarterback play, right? And so, yeah, I think to your point, I think Cam Ward is a guy, and I don't want to take anything away from the head coach and the new general manager with the Titans either. I don't know a whole lot about Callahan, and I don't know. I mean, I know who they are, but I don't know.
None of them in the roles they're in.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes down to eliminating dysfunction and decision making and handling, managing people, I don't know enough about them to think, well, this is the guy. I can look at Cam Ward's journey to being the best quarterback in this draft, and see how he left three organizations, like immediately walked in and spent a year somewhere or spent 2 years somewhere, and left that organization in a significantly better place than it was, a significantly less dysfunctional place than it was. It gave them a much better chance to win games and play winning football. It's hard for me to believe that he doesn't do that at the next level. With a decent defense with the Titans, and if you just got a competent group running the show, which I think they do. I don't know. I think they do.
Callahan is. I
think he is.
With the Bengals and calling plays with Burrow.
That's a lot of NFL experience with his pops being there, too, at the O-line coach. A lot of NFL experience to not know how to just be average, right, at the very least.
And you're right. They got a lot of play in games. Hell, be honest with you, they shouldn't have the number one pick if their quarterback just didn't do just not just bad decisions, insanely bad decisions.
Right.
They lost a game to the Bears they had no business losing. Just multiple times he just, what was it, like the first couple of weeks, Brian Callahan, came out more aggressive you hear than
to
most
the public,
coaches. Man, we just got to stop doing dumb stuff, like boneheaded stuff. And he seems to have, a lot of these guys have the talent, but because Richardson has more talent than anybody in the division in Indy, and Trevor Lawrence, we know everything that was talked about him entering the league, but Cam does seem to potentially with Callahan, if it's anything like it was at Cincinnati and how he ran, maybe a combination of the right people working with him to go along with his talent.
Right. Yeah. No. Well, I think Cam is significantly more talented than anybody they've had.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody that has, let's be honest, if you're being honest, since Aaron McNair, he's better than Tannehill. He's talent-wise, he's better than he's better than Vince. Yeah. I mean, it's a whole different animal in terms of throwing the football from Vince. A different style, but I would, look, I think from a talent perspective, he's significantly better than anything they've had in 10 years. And to me, again, I would be willing to bet that Cam is a guy that, from an intangible perspective, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's just super elite at the NFL level, but he's above average. And I think you put all that into that Tennessee Titans organization. I think you got a better division overall.
I'm not even seeing what have you heard the comps that Cam Ward has been given?
I've not.
I haven't even checked to see what the comps are, because he's got a good arm, but it's not a Josh Allen Mahomes type arm, but he's got a good arm. Like, I know I've heard comps with Shedeur and things like that, but I haven't really heard the NFL comp with Cam.
Yeah, I think I would go out on a limb and say Cam's got a Pat Mahomes type of arm, stylistically, like the ability to drop the arm, slot, all the different arm talent. Yeah, there you go.
Not as much the strength.
Yeah, the strength is probably on a little different level with Pat, but he's impressive. There's some pop there. So look, he's physically a freak, and his track record will tell you that he has the ability to bring a team up to his level. And win more games with them. So I would expect him to do it. He's done it 3 different places where I would argue that it's harder to do it at those places because you're dealing with younger players and lesser talent.
All right, we'll see what happens. It looks like he is going to be headed to the AFC South, and somebody the Texans are going to have to deal with potentially. Now, not saying that he's about to come over and just take this thing over, but just a talented player. That's the number 1 overall pick that they may have to deal with. All right, 5 o'clock fire. We will keep you updated as the Astros continue at this point to lead. We'll let you know how this game has gotten here, Framber, and what he's doing, and where the Astros are at this point. Well, right now, we'll get you ready for the Sweet 16. I know Clint Stoerner is really thinking about tonight as his Hogs get going. We'll talk about that. The Rockets are back. We'll let you know the latest we're hearing with the injury front with Amen Thompson and Steven Adams. All of that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
LLC EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really good guitar solo.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Bryce Young, a.k.a. Byron, as well. He joins us as he is in for Tyler. Tyler is at the game. He is at opening day. We presume having him a hell of a time, but he is there hanging out as the Astros. We'll give you an update on what's going on with the Astros here in just a minute. But he is out today, but we have been in good hands, as always, with our guy Byron, who's in the building, holding it down as Tyler is out enjoying himself, as he should, opening day. And hope many of you are out enjoying yourselves. And those who are not hanging with us, we appreciate you, baby, as we're having a good time with you on this opening day. The latest here, the Astros, they lead, Clint, 3-0. And the big blows here, not even really big blows, but there's an RBI single from Yainer Diaz. And Jake Myers, he had an RBI ground out, beating out a double play, and they lead 3-0, scoring another run on an error. And how about this, Clint? Jake Myers 2 for 3 today. He's got him 2 hits in there, and played on left field. Had really one. I don't even want to call it an adventure, but kind of close play there in the outfield, but still was able to make the catch. And so a pretty good day thus far. And we are entering the 7th inning, Clint, and Framber Valdez is still out there, still rolling in the 7th inning right now. And he just has 82 pitches. Usually opening day teams are kind of a little careful with guys, but not the Astros. They are rolling right into it here as he is still going in the 7th inning.
Well, I mean, Will Kunkel, Fox 26, we had him on a little earlier. He asked, he said, I want some pitchers to get into 7th and 8th inning, and looks like there's Framber's got a real chance to do it, man, and go long enough to where you can go straight to Abreu and straight to Hader and you know, had the ideal situation, at least from a pitching perspective, happen hell out of the gate in the first game. So we'll see if they can make that happen.
Yeah, we'll see. I think a big question, obviously, one was Altuve in left field. We can get to that, but the other one was the rookie Cam Smith. He is getting his first start in right field, and decent day. He's 1 for 3. He kicked things off, Clint, with an opposite field hit, which to me was impressive. You would think a guy like that is probably ramped up, excited, had a runner on, and then just kind of went with the got Pena over first to third. They scored a run on that to give them the lead there. So pretty good there. I guess you'd call it a misplay in the outfield. There was a little fly ball hit to him. He tried to make a sliding catch. It got past him, turned into a double for the Mets. But pretty good game thus far right now for Cam Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been fine. There's a couple little blemishes, one by him, one by Altuve made the out, but you could argue that he should have just got the hell out of the way and let Jake Myers have that ball in the first inning. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it's been good. Look. First game, expectations are really low for Cam Smith in particular and Altuve in left field. And I would say that those guys have checked the box. Everything's all good.
Yeah, I there's a part of me that hopes this kind of stays tight right now. As again, it's 3-0 in the 7th, and Framber Valdez is rolling pretty well right now. As he's going 6 2/3 inning, 4 hits, no runs, 3 strikeouts and 2 walks, and now he's at 87 pitches. About to throw his 88th pitch. I kind of want this thing.
He is dealing right now.
He is. I kind of want this thing to kind of stay here because, Clint, I am really intrigued. 3-0, what they do as we roll to the 8th inning, and what they do defensively. As we talked to Will Kunkel earlier today, he said he talked to Joe Espada about this very thing. He gonna get strike this kid out, and said you can just feel it, and said that he's got a lot of options out there and what he could do with the outfield late in games. And I am really curious to see, does Altuve remain out there in left field? Does Cam Smith remain out there? What do they do? He did strike him out. What do they do with Mauricio Dubon? I am really intrigued to see how that looks.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. That's going to be every single game this year for the Astros in the regular season. I think they'll have it figured out by the time that baseball matters, but that's going to be the decision. Do you take Altuve's bat out of the game and late in ball games to put the best defense out there?
I think he's going to say, I'm going to put some early trust in you guys early.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow, man. I mean, the kind of mistakes that Altuve's made, you make those in late innings, you make those in extra innings, man. You're going to have problems overcoming that. So, we'll see. Well, that is a monster that they've built, right? They created that problem by putting Altuve out there. Surely they've got at least a good idea how they want to handle it. In this game right here, it's how do they handle, as you mentioned, Framber Valdez, game 1, first game out of the chute. He is absolutely dealing, folks, through 7. And It took him about 3 or 4 innings to settle in, but he has settled in right now and stalking the mound.
I would assume he's done.
You think he's done?
Yeah, 90.
80, how many, did he get to 90?
It's 90 pitches.
90 pitches? Okay.
Yeah, he's at 90 pitches.
I thought he was still mid-80s.
90 pitches, 7 innings.
Be done with it?
Yeah.
He walked off the mound and looked at Joe Espada like, "Hey man, don't even think about pulling me out." Just telling you that's the look I thought he gave him.
Well, hell, and Joe might.
Joe might do
it. All right, you bet. Yeah. Someone texted in. I know it's the first game of the season. Was it smart letting Framber go 90 pitches? Framber, that's just never been a thing with Framber. Framber's rubber arm. He throws a lot of pitches. That's just kind of what he has always been amongst the league leaders in innings. He led the American League in innings 2 years ago. So
we always talk about the actions on the pitchers, right? I mean, he's just got a smooth, effortless delivery that literally, this is one thing in baseball that I think the common fan can look at and go, I can watch that action and tell you that there's not a lot of wear and tear. That action, it's more arm friendly than some of this stuff you see where guys are jerking their hats are falling off, their hair's coming out underneath their hat.
Maybe I don't want to let Lance go 90.
Locking the
Lance go 90, but Framber, listen.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, before we get into Sweet 16 tonight, I do want to let you all know Tyler, he is out watching this performance for Framber and the Astros right now. Tyler's also going to be out at the Texans Children's Houston Open coming up this weekend. And want to let you know, we here at Sports Radio 16 are proud partners with Texas Children's Houston Open happening at Memorial Park Golf Course this weekend. Guys like Scotty Carroy and more and more and more.
Scheffler's coming too, y'all.
Yeah,
right now, it's Toasty and Gerard. They're still up there at 5 under. They're finished. They're tied for first. But Scotty Scheffler, he's through 14. He's 3 under. He's if he doesn't get to 5 under, I bet he's right there underneath it and stalking these folks that are leading the way. So you're right, Scotty Scheffler. Not only is he there, he's looks like he's dialed in.
Yep, Scotty Scheffler. Many more are there. As Clint just went through a little bit of the leaderboard, but they're one of the best courses in Houston and one of the best golf venues in the country at Memorial Park right now. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and ticket information, head to tchouopen.com and do that now. Head to tchouopen.com to get more information about this tournament. Hell, you can be there with Tyler coming up this weekend. All right, March Madness begins after a weekend of not a lot of buzzer beaters. Last weekend, not a lot of upsets. And as we had Rob on earlier today, hey, this should be some good games. You look up at their really intriguing matchup the whole way right now, and there's a chance for upsets tonight. And BYU, a 6 seed, they will take on Alabama. By the way, I completely agree with Rob Clint. That is going to be an entertaining game, up and down, high-scoring game. That game, to me, is at the very least going to be played in the 80s, I think. Maryland, who had the buzzer beater win over Colorado State, the Crab Five, they head up against Florida, Arizona, Duke, Arkansas, Texas Tech. Clint, let me know from you. And here, you can be Homer if you want to. Which team do you believe has the best chance to pull off an upset?
I think it's Arkansas. And I don't think that's Homer. Look, I think Florida is a 6.5-point favorite. Duke is a 9.5-point favorite. The Alabama BYU game, I have a hard time. I like BYU. I've watched them play a few times this year. I just have a really hard time thinking that they're even on the same level as Alabama right now, as Alabama of late. I think Arkansas is much better than a 10 seed. I think Texas Tech, given the way they've played the first 2 rounds of the tournament, I don't think they've played like a 3 seed. And so I think that matchup is a lot closer than a 10-3. That matchup is a lot closer than your regular season Arkansas versus Texas Tech. So, look, I just think I think Arkansas's got the best chance to pull this thing off. And Texas Tech, one of their snipers, one of their long-range shooters is questionable, and they rely heavily on shooting the ball from three. And I think Arkansas is healthier than they've been. I know Coach is playing some mind games with a couple yesterday, whatever. But I just think that's a closer matchup than a 10-3. Yeah. And so I do think that's got the best chance of an upset is Arkansas, who's catching 5.5.
Yeah, they haven't even had their leading scorer, and he's the one that they're saying could go, could not. We don't know what he's doing there. Listen, I think Maryland and Arizona, the 2 4 seeds going up against Duke and going up against Duke and Florida, they're going to have some problems. I think so. I don't see those two being things that are going to go well for them. So I get the feel that they are going to struggle, but BYU, Alabama, because BYU, in the tournament, man, when you can shoot threes, and BYU is a team, Clint, that can go out there and get 18 threes.
Yeah.
You can shoot threes, you give yourself a really, really good chance. I think also Alabama, however, they can get up and down, and they will be very, very happy to play in that type of a game. So that's one to watch as well. And I tend to be with you when I look at a team that has the overall better talent and size, and I think that goes to Arkansas in this game. And then you think one side has a Hall of Fame coach in John Calipari, and Texas Tech is a really good team and been really, really good this year. If you would have said the team that has the best chance, I would Arkansas or BYU tonight, and I'd lean Arkansas.
Well, I like the other thing about Arkansas that gives me hope is in watching them play. I mean, they're not just long and are able to protect the rim. They've got multiple guys. So the ability to weather the storm of any kind of foul trouble that Texas Tech can throw at you with their big guys. I think Arkansas has the ability to do that because they've got several guys they can throw down there with some size. Now, they're not all great, but they got several guys. They can roll guys through there and not lose too much length. And so I just think, I think Texas Tech has, and I haven't watched them play. I've just read up on this particular matchup. Texas Tech has not shot the ball well in the tournament. And I'm as an Arkansas man, I'm banking on them not shooting it well tonight either.
Yeah. By the way, to me, the story of the night, we'll see. There's a lot of teams. I think it's probably either Calipari or Cooper Flag. I feel like those potentially are the stories of the night after tonight. I think Cooper Flag, who's had a pretty good tournament, this is a good matchup for him to see if he comes out and has a start.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they are back at it tonight. They are back on the field. They're on the court in Utah. They got the Jazz tonight as they look to kind of continue this role to keep that 2 seed. And Amen Thompson, who was listed as questionable, still remains questionable right now. But I would imagine, Clint, this goes a lot like what we've been watching. They have done not a good but a great job, especially lately, of taking care of teams that they should be taking care of. A big reason they have made this run to the 2 spot is they've taken care of all of those teams they should take care of. And this is another team, the Utah Jazz, arguably the worst team in the Western Conference. They should take care of. And we'll see about Amen Thompson. I said this the other day when we were on with Brandon. Like, hey, left ankle, he already missed some time. He came back, and now he's had to miss some more time. If he's not right, let that ride and just let him figure that thing out. But we'll see what happens with that. But regardless, if he plays or not, this is a team that they should take care of.
Yeah, it's a team they should take care of. And I think the most fascinating thing right now about our Rockets, man, is Jalen Green. I mean, he's on an absolute tear. It's what he scored 32 in that last game. with big time shots down the stretch. Really, the only consistent guy throughout the game that was doing work, at least in terms of points. So, I mean, how real is that? And when I say how real is it, we know the dude can play, but can he consistently threaten defenses that way? He should against the Jazz. To me, every time I turn it on, that's the first thing I'm looking for is what is Jalen Green doing?
Talked about can't wait for the playoffs to see how he reacts in the playoffs, to see how he goes about things as the postseason gets here. All right, that's a little 5 o'clock fire coming up. Let's go to the Texans here as we're getting closer and closer to the draft part, and I think the roster is starting to be a little bit more clear after free agency. And now, where do you want them to go? 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, where would you want them to go now in the draft? That's next.
In the Loop.
If I'm getting back to like the idea of bold prediction, I think Cam Smith out homers Kyle Tucker. I think Isaac Paredes out.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with
Astros continue to lead 3-0. Brian Abreu is in for the eighth inning. He's got 2 outs, just walked Juan Soto with 2 outs and has Pete Alonso to deal with. We'll keep you updated on that. But we got an early answer. As we said, wanted to see what happens in a tight game to see what it is that the Astros would do decision-wise if they would do anything defensively, and they did. They made a move in the outfield, and that was Chas McCormick is entering the game for Cam Smith. So, 8th inning, 3-0 game, 3-run game. Chas McCormick enters the game, and Cam Smith goes to the bench, and Jose Altuve remains in left field. So, I don't know if this is going to be a sign of what they're going to do in these scenarios, in these situations, but at least the first time they elected to replace Cam Smith and not Jose Altuve.
Well, I mean, replacing Cam Smith at this point, I mean, unless he just is on absolute fire at the plate, is a no-brainer, right? I mean, you got a guy that's playing right field for the first time. And you've got the ability to put what you expect to be, if Chas was the starter, to be a comparable bat, and significantly more experience and better glove in the outfield. So that's an absolute no-brainer. The predicament that Joe Espada is in, do with Altuve in the 8th and 9th inning with a 1-run game, or even in this instance a 3-run game, or in extras. With him in left field, that's the predicament that I think we're going to see as Astros fans become bigger and bigger as the season goes along. Now, how does Altuve handle it? How does the organization handle it? We'll see.
Yeah, because you have to trust Altuve's bat more, like just in case it comes back around, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but you made the point earlier. Just, I mean, it's almost laughable, but I mean, the best way to handle that would be Dubon in the outfield. And Altuve back to second base. I mean, that's the best way to handle it. You can't pull that bat out of a game in a tight ball game late that could go into extra innings. That'll bite you in the ass. So, anyway, that's the predicament they're in. We'll see.
All right, we'll keep you updated. The tying run has now come to the plate off of back-to-back walks from Brian Abreu as he was able to get the first 2 outs of the inning. Back-to-back walks as the tying run comes to the plate with 2 outs.
Bray, you got him some new ink, it looks like. Back left of that neck.
Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. I did see that.
The back left of that neck. I don't think that was there last year. Got him some new ink.
Yeah, I did see that, yeah.
I think the Astros and even the Texans, maybe the Rockets before they start, I think in the offseason, I think they should do offseason ink reveals. I mean, you're looking for content. You're looking for ways
off-season ink reveals.
Off-season ink. I mean, I'd like to see what all Abreu has done. He's got a lot of ink there. I'd like to see what all he's got going on.
Yeah,
the 3 crosses is is a.
Is that what he's got?
I think it's 3 crosses in a shadow or in some kind of cloud or something on the back of his neck. I think it's a cross at least, but the 3 crosses is no, it's just 1 cross. It's just 1 cross.
That's
up behind the ear.
Right, that comes up from the shoulder blade all the way on up.
I'm waiting for him to
he got aggressive with that thing.
I mean, hell, just bring that thing around your forehead, man. I mean, Mike Tyson this thing.
Tyson it. You ain't got to bring it around the forehead. Let's not get that aggressive. But
right. That's 1 cross, not 3. But you know what I'm talking about, the 3 just
yeah. All right,
Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, 3 in 1.
Yeah, all 3 of them right there on what was that? Abreu? The other Abreu had on his neck, didn't he?
Did he have that on his neck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where is Jose, by the way?
Florida Gulf Coast League. Starting his coaching career.
I think he still thinks he's going to give it one more go.
Somewhere collecting $30 million.
He's going to get one more. He's going to get one more go to that thing. All right. Good
God.
The Astros. We continue to keep you updated on the Astros. All right. As I said, and I saw some people texting in. What's your thought of what you want the Texans to go after? Right. They've done a lot of movement with the offensive line. They've added some receivers in Watson and Kirk. They've had a lot of tackles. They've even added in the secondary at safety with Gardner Johnson. Where is it that you want them now to go here? As we look here and I see someone text in, I think trade back and trade up for Banks or Campbell, get a true tackle and slide Howard to guard permanently makes a lot of sense. Sleeper option would be to trade up for tight end Warren if he falls past 14, and then if not, try to get top 3 tackles. Get one of the top 3 tackles. But where is that space? I've told you Warren would be somebody that I would get aggressive to get if he falls in a certain.
I think they're going to get real aggressive. I mean, he's top 10. I don't. I like him a lot. And at the time, I thought he would fall a bit. I thought he would be teens, and the Texans would be able to just move a few spots up and get him. I don't want him to get overly aggressive to go get that. I mean, here's the thing. The perfect world for me is I need proven. We've got film. We know this guy can play at the interior offensive line position, either guard or center. We need that. We flat out need that. I would rather them not take the risk of drafting an interior offensive lineman and that be the answer. We've seen how that's worked out with the Texans on multiple fronts, first-round pick and second-round pick, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs. It's not the answer. It takes time typically, right? I would rather them go get Brandon Scherf, Dalton Reisner, Will Hernandez, David Andrews. There are some proven players out there that will be no doubt about it good enough. And upgrades based on what they have. So when you ask about the draft, I think it needs to be speed, and more speed. It will use their first-round pick and their second-round pick and even get aggressive with one or both to get more speed.
Offensively,
absolutely, man. The number 2 wide receiver, if you want to say that, another outside wide receiver, however you want to couch it, a guy that can not only take the top off of it but can also run the route tree, a guy that maybe have a little bit of shake and be a difficult tackle. A guy, if you trade up and you get aggressive, maybe a guy that has all of that would be nice. And to me, another running back. That is, again, Jaden Blue from Texas. I don't know how far his 4.23, 4.28 yesterday is going to carry him. But to me, there's a real need for speed on this offense, Ron. Ever since you said that a week ago, I just absolutely cannot get it out of my mind.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be speed, and more speed. And if you venture away from the running back, wide receiver position, I wouldn't mind it being if there's a true interior defensive line that's just an absolute dog that's on the board when your time comes around, or you can get a little aggressive and go get him. It wouldn't bother me if there wasn't one of them interior defensive linemen out there that's just that has game-changing type potential. If they didn't get one of those guys. But I'd say offensive skill, speed, and interior defensive line. That's where I'm at.
That is absolutely where I would want to go. Because to me, they find very similar to what teams have done, find their speed receiver. Xavier Worthy in the draft last year and picked up an element like that. I see somebody just texting, I need Golden at 25. That would be one to entertain. I would love that pick. And that's what I would go. I just fear right now, Clint, that they have potentially backed themselves into a corner where they are forced
I hope not.
to have to get a guard. Like, I hear you. We have watched them. They have clearly gotten aggressive and gone after tackles.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of them. Trent Brown they brought in. They brought in Cam Robinson. Like
seems like they're going to go guard and draft, right?
Right. They've been aggressive.
Yeah.
And to the tackles or the guards you've named out there, like those guys could be had, and those guys probably aren't hugely expensive, and they've not pulled the trigger. And I feel like they've backed themselves into, we need to get a guard in the draft. We've got to get it aggressive early at that 25 to get a guard, and then you would know that person would be dropped in as a starter. So I wish that wasn't the case, because I do think like Golden, one of those speed receivers, would make a lot of sense. But I get the feel, Clint. They put themselves in a position where they got to go interior. You
make a lot lot of sense. The crazy thing,
and it feels like that's what they wanted to do.
The crazy thing, Ron, is it's hard to find a guy that's plug and play unless you're really good around him. And you're talking about communicators at center, whoever you land on that were suspect throughout the year last year. I guess Jarrett Patterson, communication issues all year long. Man, to think that you're going to plug and play, and the same guys that looked at Kenyon Green and said, "Yep, this is the guard we want," are the ones that are now going to select the interior offensive line that is ready to play. Clint, like if they hit you want, even if they hit this year, you want to ask them like, "Well, how the hell did you miss on Kenyon?"
Yeah, that bad. Especially when a guy went a couple of picks behind him with the Chargers, and has been a really good player, Zion.
Yeah. I just wondered. You sat down with Kenyon Green. Like, what about Kenyon Green? Because film, a guy can play or not play. You get whatever. Okay, at the college level, to me, it's like the college level football is extremely different in the trenches from the people always ask me, Clint, like, what's the biggest difference when you jump from the SEC to pro football? And it's without a doubt the offensive line and defensive line play, right? Is like, so film can be very misleading when you're evaluating an offensive lineman, especially an interior offensive lineman that's really living and dying with just brute strength and manhandling guys, right? In tight spaces. Something had to tell Nick Caserio, like,
I love this
is without a doubt a starter. Like, how do you miss that bad?
They probably looked at this and said, "What the hell?
How do you miss that bad?" Yeah, I mean, there was nothing.
They tried everything.
They tried it, but there was nothing ever, Ron, like in press conferences that just screamed like, "Yeah, this dude's it." Body-wise, there was never like personality-wise, there wasn't like from just. There was nothing about like when I looked at him from jump, it was always going to be a physical and mental developmental player, and you drafted him 15th overall in the first round. Now that same group is going to, now I'm supposed to sit here and go, yeah, I want them to draft a guard and plug and play on this offensive line that's tasked with protecting C.J. Stroud. That scares the hell out of me.
No, it's fair. That's why I wish they'd have taken care of it a lot with more proof.
Damn, I hope you're wrong.
All right, coming up as we continue, Tyler is out, but he's still out here trying to make you a little cash. He still has T-Mill's best bets, and we will hook you up with those, see if we can win you a little money tonight. And to keep you updated here on the Astros, as the Astros are in the 8th inning, leading 3-0, got out of a bases-loaded jam as Abreu walked the bases loaded but got out of it. We'll keep you updated on that. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, like
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Astros look to close this game out, looking for their first win of the season. It is 3-0. Josh Hader is on, looking to get the save as he gives up a hit to start off the inning. It's 3-0. We'll keep you updated and let you know when the Astros and the Mets go final and what happens in this game. Coming up behind us, we will get you the T-Mill's Best Bet. T-Mill's Best Bet coming up in just a bit, and get you that action as coming up behind us. Texans All Access. The Hall of Famer John McClain will join the fellas tonight, and there is no Area 45. Westwood One's coverage of the NCAA Tournament March Madness continues at 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch these games coming up after Texans All Access with John McClain. So stay tuned for that, as we will we'll have a good night here tonight. Here, a little Texans All Access, then the NCAA tournament. Should be some great games tonight. As I know your Razorbacks are going tonight, and you're hoping to keep this thing alive for this little special season, man.
Absolutely, man. I might miss a little Cinderella run.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, I mean, for us, it's a Cinderella run. I mean, I know it's not actual Cinderella.
Talent, yeah.
I mean, everybody's told us so many reasons why they're not a Cinderella, but I mean,
but the 10 next to him as a seed.
I mean, unexpected. Call it whatever you like.
Seed,
you know.
Yep. All right. We'll keep you updated here as the first two get on with hits, and now the tying run is at the plate with no outs, as Josh Hader in the top of the ninth, leading 3-0.
What you feel the best about with the Astros? Last year you even felt we're going into the season got a lot of talk, but if your starting pitching can get you to 8-9 with Abreu and Hader, you got to feel good, right?
Yep.
Are you as confident in that 8-9 as you are in any really any other than one guy, Yordan Alvarez?
Maybe that and 1 and 2.
You're 1 and 2 starters.
Yeah. Hunter Brown and
here you got one walks, the bases loaded, and now one has no outs with runners on first and second. I mean, good gosh, man.
Yeah, you want them to kind of get this thing together. They're 2 batters away.
It's a long season, Clint. Relax. See, there's 3 crosses on this guy's forearm. You see it?
Yeah, so they're 2 batters away from running into the part of the lineup you don't want to run.
You don't want to see again.
Lindor and Soto coming up potentially in this inning, but 3-0. We'll keep you updated on what's going on there. Jose Altuve has, and he is still out there right now in left field. They have made a defensive replacement with Cam Smith. He is out of the game. They've brought in Chas McCormick to replace him. But moving forward, though, you have been a proponent of this, and I don't know if this is something that you think should be the case or you actually believe will be the case. But you don't think this is an experiment of Jose Altuve in left field that lasts the entirety of the season. You think at some point there is a move made.
I think they're pot committed right now. And it couldn't have been bad enough for them to go away from it after putting him out there the entire spring. I think they're pot committed right now, but I think by the All-Star break he's back at second base. I know I feel like, look, I mean, let's be honest. Games matter. I think Yordan's in left field when the game's
You think they'll put Yordan in there?
Come playoff time? Absolutely. Yeah, I think Yordan's in left field, and I think he's either at second base or he's a DH. But yeah, I think the left field experiment with Altuve, I think runs its course by All-Star break.
It's gotta be so bad. It's gotta be worse than Abreu bad for them to pull the trigger. Because I'm just saying, we know how long it took for them to pull the trigger on Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
And I think some of that was maybe the financial commitment they made, but I think some of it was we're going to be right.
Stubborn.
we're going to be right. And I think they're going to damn sure be stubborn with Jose Altuve. And so I don't know. I don't know if they come off of it. I really don't. And now they may, if second base becomes an issue, defensively, whatever, it becomes an issue, and maybe they say, all right, we can go out and acquire somebody, because I do think they will potentially acquire somebody. We can go out and acquire somebody and then slide him back over to second, but that will be, if at any point he gets back to second, that's going to have to be a big thing they're admitting, Clint. Like, why did he ever leave? If he ends up being back at second, especially the games that matter, why did he?
Well, I think they've actually commented on the potential of him going back, or the what if, and it didn't seem like they would balk at the result of this ending up being him back at second base or him at DH. But yeah, look, I don't see the current second baseman Brendan Rodgers being a reason why it doesn't happen. Again, I know the advanced stats will tell you that Altuve's defense was struggling a bit maybe, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never watched an Astros game, and like right now, I'm not watching this game going, boy, Brendan Rodgers is giving us an unbelievable advantage at second base. Like I don't think,
or even more last year, even the last couple of years, I wonder how many people watched and said, well, we got to get Altuve out here in the 8th or the 9th.
Yeah, well, that's even
the way that I think people may be watching right now.
Well, that's to me. Yeah, that's even like you got a 3-0 ball game right now with the runners on first and second, and if this comes a 3-2 ball game and you've got Altuve in left with the runner at second, your ass is in trouble. I mean, you were in trouble, and so which by the way, bases are loaded, no outs with Altuve in left. I mean, you could be in trouble real quick here. And I know it's a 162, and I know everybody out there, hey, relax, man, it's a long season. Well, we're just talking about this experiment running its course at some point in time, and these kind of situations are I think where you really pucker up with him out there.
Yeah. Again, as Clint just said, Hader has walked the bases loaded to kick off the inning. No outs, 2 hits, now a walk. That's coming off of Brian Abreu walking the bases loaded after getting 2 outs in the last inning.
I mean, we're looking at Abreu and Hader damn near throwing as many pitches as Humber did.
Yeah, Hader's thrown 21. Both of them probably ain't pitching tomorrow. So
both of them are done for Friday.
Both of them are out for tomorrow. So until Friday.
Man.
We'll keep you updated, obviously, with that. All right, Tyler is out, but we'll go best bets. He was 2 for 5 yesterday, and so a bit of a struggle there. But we'll go best bets as it's a big NCAA tournament edition of this. He is going Arkansas +6 versus Texas Tech. He likes the Razorbacks, at least keeping this thing within 6. So he is with you on
finally
that.
Come around to that old Razorback way of thinking, huh?
He likes the over. Also with your Razorbacks, 71.5.
Just the Arkansas team total, not total in the game.
Yeah, just
71.5.
Help 71. I'd jump on that.
We had a little Razorback, a little basketball hog he got over there flexing in that tank top right there, right?
Yeah, I'd do that. And then Arizona, he got it in. I know you said 9.5. He must have got it